Are you ready to give, to view, to listen? We're starting real soon, yeah. Be ready. It's time for kids. Whew, hi there. Sorry, I literally just got out of the shower, and I'm gonna probably be wet for another, let's say, 5 hours, because you know, sometimes your follicles just sponge up, and they're like, nah, you used a hairdryer for 20 minutes, we still got plenty of water to share with the back of your neck and the sides of your face. So, I brought a towel with me. How's it going? Boxer style. I'm Chris. I'm Vangelus. I run this YouTube.com/@Vangelus channel here. We like to run a tight ship and a professional ship. So when it comes to the act of shipping and streaming, ain't nobody tighter, wetter. Anyway, things are gonna run real great today. We're doing some fundraising. We're doing one more Extra Life push. I've been doing 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 Extra Life streams over the course of 2023, and I'm so very close to hitting $1,000 USD raised for Sick Kids, which is a Canadian outfit, and so $1,000 for Sick Kids is actually like more than $1,000 in Canadian money, so that's even better. Who do we got here early today in this early 5 p.m. dealy? We got Optimus Prime, Timu Kananen, Frosty Cubed, Non-F Productions, Sideswipe Prime, and Soup! How you all doing? Picky Peeves, just in time to cook. Yeah, we're cooking hard today. We're doing Yo, face forward. We're doing. I'm calling it a variety stream. This is just gonna be like we're gonna do things, and then I'm gonna try every hour or so to just change what we're doing. PT, what's going on? I do got to call out though. We got a donation while I was in the midst. I think between two times I talked about how we should do some donation-y things a couple days ago when I did the Deathsaurus box rip. Well, careful box opening because it's an expensive HasLab toy stream. So I got to go over to my Extra Life page to both get the link and double check all my info on there. By the way, that QR code floating next to my head will also take you to the Extra Life page, which I'm gonna grab the copy paste. The bummer is, right, I don't really know how keybinds work, so I only know how to Control C, Control V. So whenever I Control C something, I have inadvertently eliminated a useful Control V. In this case, the Extra Life page. But there it is in the chat. Now we had a donation come in whilst I was on the 26th on Boxing Day from Face Forward, who dropped in $50, and I didn't notice because I went into that stream not remembering if we were at needing 175 or 125, and I haven't looked back. I think during that stream at one point I say we need 175. And then at one point I look again and say, yeah, as I said, we need 125. And it did not clock whatsoever in my head that a donation had happened. So big thanks to Face Forward for popping that one in. And then we just got a donation today from Non-F Productions, who dropped in $50 as well, bringing us extremely close to our goal already, and putting us through a couple of milestones, I do believe. Yeah, we got 2 milestones to do already. Yeah, that Face Forward, what a hero. That Non-F Productions, what a champion. Whoever they are out there. I got to see if I can get the tracker up on this cam. There it is. It should be... Oh, no, you can see it there under the chat. Okay. Yeah, we're on 925. Holy moly. So, amidst the things that I'm going to do today is going to be our milestones. So we've got 2 milestones to do. I'm not going to go like all right, milestone, let's go. Because I want to spread things out a little bit so we also have a fun stream. I'm aiming to stream for about 4 or 5 hours. Just, a casual, quaint little one. As my mom somewhere, somewhere in Canada goes like, my son still thinks streaming for 4 hours is short. A lot of people actually go like, wow, short, 4 hours, huh? Whereas, people who are like Twitch coded are like, what, less than 6? Is this a lunch break? So we're also going to open up some toys today. I'm going to probably run off and grab a solo wallet game, probably the Royal Limited, one of those ones where I tried to do 2 simultaneously on game day. I'm going to pull the train one out just to play by itself a round or 2 on stream. Might go into a video game, but I kind of want to save video games for the end because it's really easy for video games, I find, to kind of just like taper off, and they become like the low energy, like, all right, well, he's playing this for a while. Depending on the game, he can't actually see the chat easily for a while. So I want to save that kind of thing for the end. I want to be a little more interactive and also a little more toyetic up front. That said, let me put this. I brought this towel to dab the sides of my head, and now I don't know where to put it. I think I'll put it over here? Maybe? I'm trying to think, do I have any other upkeep? No, because this is the Extra Life stream. I was originally thinking, like, okay, I got 1 or 2 Transformers I still actually haven't fully opened that I could do on stream. And then, like, that panel I put up earlier this month about the power of Preorder and time travel and how, like, isn't it funny that you can pre-order something for March and then like 3-4 months beforehand they're like, oh, by the way, they're in now, pay us. That is affecting some of what we are doing today. Face Forward, I see you would like to make a proposal. Is this a business proposal, and do you have an elevator pitch? Now, I do realize there's actually a stream lag, so if I just stare at you while I wait for that to reach Face Forward, and then we wait for Face Forward to type, that could take a while. So I'm going to just futz with a few things here on my desktop. Also throw out there, I hope that you're all having, like, a really nice, like, final week of the year. Oh, Face forward. I just cracked open the box of... Yo, you cracked open real great... Okay, this has been a little bit of a thing, I think. If it was you who was talking about it, or was it someone else? You tell me. I just cracked open the box of Bandai's real grade Gao-Gaigar. I'm gonna start building it. I will continue building it as long as you continue streaming. Ooh! Hey. I don't know if your bandwidth can do this, but I'm all about experimenting in the middle of streams. Aren't RGs like 1 to 2 hour builds? RGs are supposed to be 1 to 2 hour builds. It's my understanding that real grade Gao-Gaigar and maybe 1 or 2 other ones became more of real grade. It's more of a lifestyle than a time budget. Oh, Picky Peeves. My elevator pitch is pulls out a gun and begins sobbing. You hand over Snarl. I'm desperate, and no one has it available. Well, someone needs to figure out where Picky Peeves can get a Snarl. Yeah, okay, Sideswipe Prime. Gao-Gaigar is big and complicated. Face forward, this is much more complex RG. Okay, and you got Goldie Mark as well. Yeah, my understanding is Gao-Gaigar, as far as real grades go, is like, it's not like the real grade RX-78 or whatever. I say this as someone who's not built a single real grade so far. I'm not the one to ask, necessarily. But yeah, I think Gao-Gaigar ended up being, like, more like upper-end complexity real grade. So, let me get this stuff all arranged here. I was going to, at one point, say, let's lubricate the stabs on my Royal Kludge RK84. So I cracked off a couple keycaps to take a look and see how feasible that was. The Royal Kludge has an extra plate that's bolted on over the PCB that also has foam gaskets that cover over all of the stabs. So you actually have to, like, full dismantle the keyboard to get the stabs out. And I'm not mentally equipped to full dismantle a keyboard right now. So for those of you who are worried, like, oh god, is this clown gonna start doing keyboard lubrication during this stream? Not today, my friend, but maybe another day. I need to make like an actual like dedicated space for it with you know, with cups and paper towels. Face forward, RGs. I've built many. They really run the gamut. Okay. Let me get our test subject into place. This is the one I always like to have out to test the angle. Can I go studio mode and will that... I always forget about studio mode in OBS. If I click this... Okay. Then I can actually plan this shot a little bit. It's just running super choppy, so I don't want to, like, spend a lot of time doing this. Okay. Alright, let's go studio mode off. And then let's check the desktop feature. There's my beverage. And here is, of course, our little friend. Is it colon? Yeah. No. D colon. Optimus Primal. Timu, yeah, thank you. D colon. He's my favorite little... He's been standing like this for like 2 weeks or whatever. I can't remember when we opened this one up, but he's been like this since the stream. I haven't transformed him or anything. I transformed him and put everything on him, right? So it'd all be in one place. And then I had him hold this, and I looked at him for 2 seconds, and I was like, I gotta leave this alone for a while. It's too funny to me. So I'm gonna set the focus on this camera, because I always have to do that live. Why would I ever do that beforehand? Shh. You know, people are always like, be more professional. I'm like, this is more professional. It's just more professional in a different direction. We're teaching. By the way, I have another thing I want to experiment with at some point, maybe during the stream. I want to see if I can stream off my MacBook into Discord, and then window cap that Discord stream into here, so I can be on my fun OBS setup, but show you how, for instance, I edited the last video, some of the funny little cuts I did. I thought that might be kind of amusing. Yep, focus is on auto again. Hip? Okay, let's go with that. I need to see Primal and the Fallen screaming at each other. You know, it's an extra life stream. It's a variety stream. If we don't mind me taking like a minute or 3 to remember how to turn him into a robot, then yeah, let's set that up. Timu, sounds like it could work. If so, life hack. Yeah, I was sitting here going like, I don't want to have to like, I could just stream off my MacBook, but like, I like my setup I have here right now. I am maybe having the streamer's problem, which is I'm becoming overly comfortable with my janky little setup, and I want to use it. I want to use it specifically. Oh, I knocked the transwarp key out of his hand. I'm sorry, Optimus Primal. But yeah, I want to see if I can run something like that. Basically, this is going to be a very, as I said, variety-oriented, scuff-loaded, good old time, and hopefully we're all here for that. I don't think I've ever really established anything, any standard other than that, for the fun times we have streaming here on YouTube. In the new year, I'm going to mess around with stuff like restreams some more, since Twitch dropped that whole thing of we actually don't mind if you stream on multi-platforms now, because I feel like, you know, we would only be gaining by doing such things. But I want to make sure that, like, however that runs, I'm still kind of focused on the YouTube chat primarily, without fully ignoring the Twitch chat. I just want to make sure that YouTube remains kind of the, you know, the first world citizens of our on-screen chat. Because Twitch's whole thing, as I understand it, is like, you just can't merge the chats, or we're gonna get grumpy. And I'm like, I can put Twitch chat in its own funny little box. What's up, Raven's Roost? Piggy Peas, I have 2 more cans to drain than pets. But I missed the thing about pets. Are we... What are you cooking again? Having one of those moments where I'm like, did I flip 2 pages in the book without realizing it? All right, let's get you and your great feature activated, and we will just put them next to each other and enjoy the sights. Oh, tuna melts. The cats smell it. Okay, so we're draining the pets. Studio Series Leader Class is, you know, demonstrably the best price point we've ever had in Transformers history. There's no other price point that contains 2 of the best and most functional Transformers mouths. In fact, I wonder if we can fit them together. We're going to drop that transwarp key for a sec. Do they interlock? Kind of. If I really mash them together, is there any kind of like suction forming? Jaw-dropping price point. Excuse you, Dinobots. Can the Dinobots do this? I mean, I guess they can in dinosaur mode, but it's not the same. Does Fallen come with the Matrix? I don't think so. Oh, what's up, April? I can switch the top and the bottom here too. I think we can keep them. We can keep them locked. They can roll. Get your mouth open. Get your goddamn mouth open. Wait. Ah! Wait. Okay. Pieces are falling off, but yeah, that's bound to happen. Yeah, we can have a little switcheroo. Oh, it's getting a little heated in here. Picky Peas, no, there's no Bayverse Matrix toy outside of MPM Optimus IIRC. Okay. April, you have pepperoni melts. I am jealous. Give me your mouth. What a different movie that would have been. Oh, there we go. He just arched up. Now he's just like... Speaking of Studio Series, any fellow Canadians get any emails about the latest wave of pre-orders shipping out like I did? I don't think I pre-ordered any Studio Series leaders, so I haven't. Oh, Hunt for the Decepticons Voyager Prime came with a Matrix. Okay, thank you, Sideswipe Prime. Hang on, I'm getting a little bit wet on my head. Just got to get a little bit more of this shower moisture out of my ever bountiful follicles. They are the gift that keeps on giving. If you weren't here right at the beginning of the stream, I basically jumped out of the shower and jumped onto here. And my hair no longer dries. It mimics a dry state and then slowly deploys more and more of the water it stored up during the shower for a very long time. Anyway, what was the purpose of all this? All right, someone wanted to have the two mouths next to each other, so we have accomplished that. And we've made the world a better place. All right, I'm gonna put the sticks together. I just like the Fallen's jet mode a lot, so he tends to live in that mode over here. I know that makes me a really special and unique flower, because most people don't like that mode. I also realize I haven't messed with MPM Optimus Prime in like a hot minute. And I kind of want to mess with that toy again at some point, because I remembered almost liking it, aside from a bunch of very specifically irritating things. And I kind of want to give him another shot. By the way, Studio Series The Fallen, friggin' excellent toy of a design that most of you, and most people, you know, everywhere, hate. So plenty of reasons not to own it, but also it's, I think, my favorite Studio Series Leader Class toy. It's just real good. It does all the things it's supposed to do. It's a passion project for a design that nobody loves, and for that I love it. Anyway, Optimus, what? You just dropped all of your clothes. Optimus Primal here is just all in on this. It's like, I represent the past and the future of making out. I can't remember a single line he had. I was thinking about that the other day. I don't remember a lot about Rise of the Beasts' actual filmic content. Also, yeah, these are two leader class toys. The Fallen, like, Optimus Primal is cheating against himself in that he kind of just shrinks and compacts to form a gorilla. And, whoop, the Fallen over here is cheating in a different way, where he extends, like, as much as possible to be, like, a big, lanky skeleton pharaoh. So, two extremes of the leader price point in Studio Series right now. You just bought the Blu-ray of Rise of the Beasts an hour ago. Oh, AirRaiser, that reminds me. The next thing I was going to do was, someone had asked about this. They were like, Christmas haul! Christmas haul! So, one thing I got for Christmas I can't easily show because I don't have it here right now. It's not, like, expensive tech. It's just a big cosmetics shelf for cosmetics, but it happens to also be great for holding paint bottles. So, it was on my Amazon wish list. So I got to find a place to set it up. It's currently just flat packed. But I also got a toy for Christmas. Where'd you go? I have a whole streaming bag with me today. I did not open this one on stream. I have filmed all the footage for the box, however. So, I think this is off my Amazon wish list. I was gifted with Studio Series Michelle Yeoh from the Academy Award nominated and winning film Everything Everywhere All at Once. So this is my second Studio Series Maximal. This being my first one. The other two Voyager ones are also on my wish list because every time I've seen them, I'm like, there's other toys I kind of want more. I would like to get Cheetor and Rhinox's Studio Series eventually. I'm just not in like a rush. I feel like they will be attainable down the road since Rise of the Beast has been kind of like, I'm not going to say it's non-beloved. I think that a lot more people liked it than maybe it feels like. But it also, it disappeared from conversation so fast. I got to refocus this camera again for closer things. That far away setup is not working. I think though, when I filmed this, when I filmed the backdrop. I'm gonna forget I did this when I look at the footage again. But I filmed everything. I think the gag I'm gonna go for is that I'm gonna just pretend that she doesn't have a robot mode, and then go like I fan moded a robot mode at some point during the video. I'll be like, this is my funny fan mode that I made up. Hot take though. I'm gonna put this out there. I think this is actually a nicer feeling toy than Kingdom Airraiser and Kingdom Terrorsaur. At least the version I have, the buzzworthy version of Terrorsaur. I think she feels better than both of them. I think a lot of that is like that, you know, she's not reusing parts, she's just reusing the kind of the Phantom Skeleton. But a lot of her parts just feel like a bit thicker and stockier. And I think that it really helps. Now it's not like, I'm not going to say she is objectively better or anything, you know, because that's silly, but also because I think a lot more people have actual warm feelings for Beast Wars Airraiser and Beast Wars Terrorsaur than Rise of the Beast Airraiser, whose robot mode is essentially a piece of concept art. She's also taller, yeah. This is the weird thing about her. When you look at her, it doesn't look obvious, but then when you have her in person, her legs are friggin' long. Like, she has excessively long legs. Actually, you know, kind of compared to the rest of her body. She's got that you know, super robot perspective proportions going on. So, you know, of the three toys that transform like this, I think she kind of feels the best. I saw Transmech saying, personally prefer the mainline version design-wise for both modes. I hope I can get a hold of the mainline version for inexpensive at some point, because I do also think that one looks more interesting. But I was really pleasantly surprised by, like, how good this one felt. Like, I think she just fills out this transformation design really nicely. The wings also still do all the multi-hinged stuff, which is kind of the highlight of this design. So yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by this. This was my Christmas. This was my explicitly Christmas gift toy that I got, and that was kind of nice. Yeah, she's good at doing the super robot pelvis thrust, because part of what makes her so long is that she's got kind of lengthy ankles to accommodate, for bird mode, these incredibly large talons, which turn into incredibly nice heel structures. So she is able to do a pretty good super robot, you know, S-arc, or not S-arc, but you know, S-curve body arc. The heels actually get in the way of some really cool poses because they just start to override each other. But otherwise, like, I think she turned out pretty well. She got them lankles. That's right, face forward. Yeah, anime proportions. The ones where it's supposed to force the perspective of, like, if you were looking at a towering robot from the bottom up, the legs would look longer. And so that you just build it into the design. So that was my toy I got. And then there was that cosmetics thing. I know I'm going to forget other stuff, but the main other thing I got from what I think were three separate people. One of these is from my friend Chris Carnage over in Australia. These are all off my Amazon wishlist. One of these, I think, was from one family member, and one, I think, was from another family member. It's very odd how this all came together, but I've ended up with, from three separate people, Transformers the Manga, Volumes 1, 2, and 3. I haven't cracked these open at all. Like, I haven't looked at any of these yet. But, like, I love me some hardcover manga of a thing I like. You know, I like the Go Ranger and the Kamen Rider hardcovers. Those things are really sweet. So this is the, you know, the Kaneda and Magami. I think this was Terebi-kun magazine or whatever. I can't remember where these were from. But, you know, it's got some artwork. So I'm excited to go... Whoa. I don't know a lot about the Transformers manga. I know very little about it, so I'm excited to flip through these. And also, this is a hell of a page to open up to. But I noticed there were like bits and pieces of color in here. Oh, illustration works. Oh, this is actually kind of nice. Yeah, all from TV Magazine here. I know the art book types would probably get a lot out of this, just having this like on the desktop to look at. Is that the first Decepticon combiner team, the Stunticons? Mosatron, seen the issue of this at Indigo. Those illustration sections are nice. Okay, sweet. I also have a flip. I'm gonna have a flip through this from Volume 1. Just I haven't looked at this yet. Oh, that's nice. Battle Record 5. Female Autobots roll out. Especially these color illustration segments. They feel like they would be inspiration for you. What does Springer's car mode look like in here? That's a real generous version of his car mode. Tonkinator's repaint wasn't the first. Omega Maximus. The Transformers manga takes place in between G1 Season 2 and the movie of the first half. Okay. That's a real alt mode right there. Alright, I'm not going to flip through all of this. I think I'm going to cap it. Whoa! Sorry, I didn't know that was going to be in there. Look at the friggin' chin structure on that gentleman. That's ridiculous. That needs a side-by-side with something. This Computron looks kind of... Oh, is this... Oh, this is like a scramble combiner. The best scramble combiner robot according to TV Magazine's editorial staff. Debatable. There's 2 aerial bots on there. It seems kind of biased. I am just flipping through all this now because we're getting to some of this really... This is sick. I kind of wish... Okay, that says Bon down there, so that's a Bon piece. I was going to say, unless these are all by Bon, I kind of wish that there were more artist credits appearing on here. Does anyone know if these were all... if these were just all Bon? Like, I don't know this very well. Pleasing colors. Yeah, Blades is a leg I'm down with. Excuse me? Did we just clear $1,000, Brian? Excuse me? Wait, hang on. Wait, where's the... Oh, hang on. I thought I had these turned on in here. Oh! Hang on a sec. We got a number of donations in. Jeez. Yeah, okay. We got a $25 donation from Corvus 2014, and a $55 donation from Gog Dog, and a $60 donation from Brian. We are, yeah, okay, we're doing all of it. Okay, this is gonna be a fun stream. We're gonna do things. All right. Well, holy crap. What are we at then? I even forgot to turn the stream on the Extra Life page. We're at 1,065. Okay, we went $50 over the goal, so I'll invent some more stretch goals. Well, hang on a sec then. I'm going to get my little keyboard out here. Geez, that took 40 minutes. You are all very kind people. By the way, in case anyone wonders how this... I didn't even do the bit about how this works. I'm so used to us knowing all of this already. The way Extra Life works is you use the QR code and the link that I'll repaste in the chat. Just for posterity's sake, I guess. That is where donations happen. Those go to Extra Life, as far as I know, very well-vetted organization who themselves pass the funds on to the charity of my choosing, which is Sick Kids. I don't handle any of the money. This should not be an issue now, but for the sake of completion, don't super chat or send me anything to pass to them. It's harder to keep track of your donations that way. You want to go through Extra Life. That is the safe way. If you send it to me, you are now entering into a, whatever that recent scandal was where someone's handling money in between as a middleman. You don't want to do that. I'm dangerous. Go through Extra Life. But holy moly. I thought this was actually going to take a little bit because I wasn't sure like if everyone was just tapped out from the holidays. Okay, we'll just set one for 1100. What can I even do? I guess we'll, blindfold transformation. I have to set it less than my fun. Hang on. Extra life. This is. Can I change my goal? Can I even change my goal for the year, or am I just locked? We'll just make some stuff up. If we hit 1100, I'll transform Studio Series Primal without using my eyes. Tell your friends. Also, Sideswipe Prime and anyone else, it's totally cool if you're tapped out. It's absolutely cool. I was gonna do this for like 4 or 5 hours, just thinking like, hey, if anyone can trickle in $5, $10 things, we're all good. Evidently, that was not even necessary, because people friggin' kick ass. All right, I'm just gonna crack open a toy. I'm gonna continue with the plan, the soft plan. I only saw read all the Dune books, so I'm gonna assume you're saying read all the Dune books in an hour. Oh, read all the Dune books in Megatron's voice. And then, like, die. Okay, I'm gonna start a poll. Alright. What do we like? What do we want to... Wait, can I not change this part? Okay, what do we... See cracked open. So I'll start that poll for about a minute. Yeah, just let me know what you like to see cracked open. Where'd the poll go? Why can't I see it? Let's go back to all chat. I can't see my own poll. Where did it go? This is the worst. Did the poll go up? Did the poll actually go... Okay, it's not at the top of my chat window. It's like there's a little blue sliver up there. Something happened. I don't know how to turn the poll off. Well, that was gonna be the end of the poll. I'm clicking it. This little blue thing is tiny. I think something janked up on their end. It's literally, it's a tiny little blue slit at the top. Can I deal with this if I... Hang on a second. This is going to jank out for a moment. It's not even showing up in here. Oh my god. Pop back out. I don't know how to close the poll. I can't reach it. I've never seen this system do this before. Hang on, now that chat window needs to be reoriented. It's okay. Just gonna click through here. There we go. Okay. I don't know how to fix this situation, so... it sounds like the cops option 1 for what we're cracking. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the pole. It's just like, here, let me see if I can extend this up so you can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, you see that... You see that blue sliver there at the top? That's all I can see of the pole. It just evaporated up there. Yeah, definitely broken. Whatever. I'll resize this up. We're probably gonna crack open everything eventually. I just figured this would be one way to keep track. There we go. Keep track a little more manually. All right. Yep, definitely broken. So I'm not telling you what cops is. We're rolling with it. All right, so the cops are going to be a two-part thing, much like the rocks would have been. So our first cop, yeah, such stable, very works, definitely not broken. Why would you ask? Thank you, Transmech534. Everyone keeps complaining about the technology when demonstrably it's, hey, Google knows what they're doing. Anyway, known cop, Energon Universe Megatron. I've heard that these things... Wait, where's our focus at? It's up here now? Yeah. I've heard that this cardboard is thicker, and it feels thicker, so I'm curious if I can still open this old-fashioned, old-country way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, nothing stops me. Nothing stops me. Listen, he's got the same colors, okay? He's in the right colors. I wanted to do a deluxe and a core class, and, you know. Alright. I don't know anything about this figure, so I just want to take a look and see if they did anything funky. So he just has extra pieces. When I saw the photos of this, when this was debuted, I was like, they even put in the weird Armada Megatron, and he's a core class. So he's basically doing everything but the hyper mode. I actually have to cut these twist ties. This whole figure is so weird to me, because it's just like, it's our one Energon Universe figure. It's a leader from that series who classically had an even bigger toy stateside and in North America. And he gets a core class. And I'm like, what's going on? What do people think the chances are of him getting a shattered glass repaint? I would expect that's probably, like, in the cards if he shows up in, like, maybe a box set or something. I don't know if a dedicated version would necessarily be a thing. I mean, anything's possible now, right? But given that he's core class, I wonder if they would, like, 2-pack him with, like, doing a shattered glass Rodimus out of core Rodimus. Oh, I love this thing. This is one of my favorite parts of this toy. It's just this weird in like just ambient storytelling that was basically abandoned on the vine by all the medias that went with Energon. So there's like nothing to support the existence of just the tiny corpse version of his former self with a sword sticking out the back. Oh, yeah, you could do a Shattered Glass Core Class 2-pack of him and Optimus. That seems more likely. Actually, maybe that explains why they're doing this one. But he do feel good. And we got to put these into biblically accurate position here. Is this really my best focus spot? Let's see if I can tweak this a little bit more. Speaking of Shatterglass Megatron, I got an upgrade kit for the SG Voyager Megatron just for the tank sword. Huh. I keep forgetting they did a Shattered Glass Megatron out of the Siege Earthrise skeleton. I kind of missed the Shattered Glass toys for the most part. We'll roll with this, whatever. That's as clear as this setup is going to get, I think. He's also just very glary. But yeah, this guy, let's see, we got this. Oh. That's right. I like them when they're up, but you can also have them pointing forward in the I have articulation position, I suppose. In my case, it was definitely a lack of Canadian Pulse was part of it. They showed up at GameStops over here, but they always showed up not on sale. And every time I looked at them in person, I was like, these look really neat, and I don't want to pay full price for them. And then the one I really wanted, Flame War, never came out over here. So, sorry, the ones I really wanted, Flame War and Slicer as well, neither came out over here. So I was just like, all right, well. So the shoulders can't go super far outwards, which I suppose is a minor disappointment for me. But otherwise, this is kind of what I was expecting. Yeah, I really wanted Flame War. Like, doubly so now that I've built a commander deck for her in Magic the Gathering. You know, a thing you do with your Transformers characters. Because I like how she runs in that game. She's kind of able to do her her little flame war-y gremlin thing, and made me go like, man, I wish I had a toy to go with this. Whoa. What's up? I just ripped his leg off at the knee. Ignore that. Ignore that. I know what I'm doing. Ignore that too. I know what I'm doing. Just ignore that. I know what I'm doing. April, you're making your own out of an iguanus. That seems pretty sick. That seems pretty sick and doable. I was assuming that these pegs would be things I would stick the feet over, but I'm guessing now that I'm doing this that that's a no. I kind of sometimes feel like I am actually the only one who cares about Slicer in 2023. Hips all the way out. Hands up! Oh. Hang on. Hang on. Just gonna sneeze for a second and look inside this thing. Oh! Well, that's interesting. Hey, I figured it out. I kind of didn't think that was going to be how this is done, but I understand now. Admittedly, I really want Slicer more so for my Euro G1 exosuit using version that now I think only lives in my headcanon, since he's been like summarily handed over to Shattered Glass as, you know, a Shattered Glass character. I won't say who, it's a bit of a spoiler. Whoop. I think I'm supposed to peg some of the, or tab some of these things into slots a little bit more heavily than I have been. That was always one of my, like, quiet things that bugged me about Shattered Glass, was often the repurposing targets were, like, things that I liked in their non-repurposed form. And so it was like, everyone means well, but also, I'm annoyed. You know, the story of the internet in many ways. Anyway, like, this is fine. I'm gonna say this as a hot take. I somehow expected something different from the alt mode, and it's not working for me as well as I had kind of hoped it would. Yeah, I mean Action Master Thundercracker, basically. I'm still to this day always quietly salty when people are like, "Oh, Shattered Glass Thundercracker," and I'm just like, friggin' it's Action Master Thundercracker. Anyway, it's weird. I still like this thing. I just somehow was expecting, like, something else out of the shape of the alt mode, and I guess I don't really know what. I have to collect thoughts on this. It's not doing anything inherently wrong. I think if there was, like, a hinge there, or if the wings did the hyper mode thing, then I'd be like, nah, we're all here. We're all good. Frosty Cubed. Kind of feel that way about most of the redos of the UT figures. I actually don't have a lot of the Armada ones still. I keep missing them. They're never around when I want to buy figures. Did Slicer have any characterization before Shattered Glass? No, he was a beautiful blank palette. His tech spec was basically, this is a bonkers Decepticon called Slicer who likes to slice people up. He has buzzsaws on his exosuit. And so I was like, hey, there's like there's a neat little tapestry to play off here, much like with Blaze Master. And so I feel like when someone gets mirror universed, it's kind of like, well, now we know who they have to be to a certain degree. They kind of have to fulfill certain functions here and there. They have to operate within a certain context. And then I'm kind of like, I would have liked it if we just had the kooky dude in the exosuit and that he just happens to look like Wheeljack. I'm more into the idea of happens to look like Wheeljack than it's literally Wheeljack. Yeah, blank canvases. I love them. Or, you know, blank, but with, you know, a tech spec line or two. Or in the case of Blaze Master, that one Dreamwave profile where they're like, this is Blaze Master. He is way too into burning Decepticons alive. There's probably something wrong with him. We should explore that at some point. You know, just get this, like, this little sort of one-line capsule, two-line capsule, and then build it into something through, you know, just storytelling. Anyway, the thing you were all expecting, let me swerve you one more time. It's Rescue Bots! It's Cop, it's Chase, it's the Rescue Bots, Chase. This is actually the one I did not pre-order, but then these two I did not pre-order, and then they were at the GameStop across the street from the GameStop where my pre-orders went. So I was like, huh, that's somehow annoying. I should do something about this. In the old fun pub fiction, SG Wheeljack and Slicer were doppelgangers, so he was technically still Action Master Slicer. Yeah, I want it to be two different characters who just happen to look the same. And there's like, and it's never, there's no grand cosmic reason. It's just like, you sometimes see two people who look the same. And I like the idea in Transformers of it being like Wheeljack and Slicer. And then Slicer's like, I don't even know how science works, I just like cutting people a lot. Anyway, Rescue Bots, longest-lived TV series in Transformers history. The Rescue Bots universe, this thicker cardboard, beefier package. Like, look at the size of this hang bar here. Intense. Anyway. Nothing stops the box shred. Yeah, Shadow Scribble, like all the guys they made out of Sideswipe. I just like the idea that they aren't siblings, they aren't related to each other. They just all look that way. Shouldn't it be Prime Universe? No, it's the Rescue Bots universe. Although, I think it would have been funny, purely for the arguments it would have started. Like, if I were part of the team, I would have been like, hey, let's just put aligned continuity there, and then let's just watch them fight. Oh, we got branded tissue paper! Sorry, they got like a little window there so you can see it. I just want to put it out there, not to be a hipster. I feel like I was one of the OG, aligned is the precisely wrong word for this, people, back in the day. And I feel like we OGs got left in the dust a little bit until it became a problem for people trying to, for instance, maintain a Wikipedia. Dilophoncon and JP12 had this too. Oh boy. Sideswipe Prime remembers. Mozotron, yeah, the branded tissue paper, that gets me. That gets me. It's the little things. There are more things in here than I was expecting to see. I thought those were the light bar parts, and I was like, why is one not shaped like light bar? And then I'm just seeing over here, there's light bar there. He said the A word. They wrapped the tissue paper around Dilophocon's head, too? That's lush. I think I do have to clip these bottom ones. Anyway, back in the day, my main problem with the aligned continuity is when it was clear that it was not a continuity, but more like an aligned sort of like, you know, thematic story Bible, I was like, this is okay, but then it didn't take long before you started encountering, like, how do we fit all of these together into an aligned continuity? And then when people were kind of like, oh, wait, this doesn't work, then it was like, yeah, let's stop calling it the aligned continuity. It's like, no. And I'm like, well, this wasn't where I thought this conversation was going. And so I kind of checked out of it. Yeah, it was like aligned mythology ideas. Which, like, I was fine with. It's just like when people started going, like, how do we match video game breakdown up with Prime breakdown? And I was like, I mean, as a funny thought exercise, go for it, but don't try to enforce that, because there's like a 60% chance when you tell someone that, they're just going to look at you like you're telling them jokes. TF fan page 101. How's Energonian Megatron? I like the robot mode. I was somehow not feeling the alt mode that much, and like I don't know what I wanted, but it felt like I was missing a key thing, so I made him a robot again because I'm happier with him like this. Picky Peeves, these no longer call out that they are plastic-free. They brought back the worst part of the plastic, just for us as a treat. Anyway, Chase, I have only seen about 10 episodes of Season 1 of Rescue Bots, so, I'm just walking in here like I'm a G1er walking in here. Is this Prowl? Okay, he's doing that thing I like where the skirt is part of the hip. That already makes me happy. He's got a nice body type. Nicely emotive head, too. They used the word continuity and people were confused and sad. Yeah, Sideswipe Prime, I think we've both yelled about this on stream and in chat. But yeah, it's like, of all the plastic parts to bring back, the twist ties are, on multiple levels, maybe the worst. How's the hand feel plastic quality? The hips and knees feels very, very pleasant. It's a buttery, not a ratchet, it's just a buttery smooth knee. It's got that thing where it's like, it's resisting, psh, and then it's resisting again. Like, it's got a good slide tension. Shoulders feel kind of odd. They seem collision-y. The thing I didn't know about this until just now is this backpack with the wing outward shape here is in the way of everything. And I think you can kind of get around it a little bit here and there, but it's like, it's very specifically really like, you want to fold this away some more, but you can't. Yeah, the thicker boxes feel good. I agree, TF fan page 101 on youtube.com. Especially because I can still rip them real good. I just don't like plastic ties. They're so annoying. I really like the paper ties. When I was opening her up earlier to film her box and backdrop, she had the paper ties that aren't even tied. They're just twisted a lot. So if you just sit there and do this and then pull, they come apart. And I was like, this is so good. This is so good to me. This is being so good to me. All right, on his instructions, he's got his little beep beep megaphone on his arm, so I'm going to put it there. I'm going to assume his little blip blap flashbanger goes here. Classic Rescue Bots accoutrement, of course, like his signature weapons from the show. His beep beep megaphone, his kaboop flashbang, and his famous capture claw. Which is 3 pieces. I didn't know this was actually 3 pieces. So you can also make it into just straight up like, hi, I'm Chase, I'm your friend the Rescue Bot. I'm going to gouge your goddamn eyes out of your skull. Chase looks tiny next to Bird Lady. She is incredibly tall, as I mentioned before. Oh yeah, I think you're right. Origins Jazz just didn't have ties. They just sandwiched the cardboard and like... Beautiful. Beautiful and green. Alright, I think that I've got to put this here. Yeah, so he can just go like, hey, listen, I'm here to rescue you. I'm here to rescue you. Give me your goddamn eyes! Such a violent weapon to give him. And then, like, you can pull the little hook pieces off. And, like, this is also kind of like, hey, pal, what are we doing? Oh, I'm Chase. I'm your friend. Anyway, it's been 10 years, and, like, anyway, I'm gonna friggin' pull your brain out through your nostrils. They gave him such, like, violent weapons. I love it. It's so disparate and somehow, like, it's... And it's like, oh, we can... Oh, it's one of the power-up and energize Energon tools. Okay. You have nice eyes. Mind if I have them? Chase Pilkington. Movie universe Chase. Timu, would you prefer early 2000s metal ties or new plastic ties? Am I allowed to say the metal tie? Because the metal ties always had a plastic coating around them, right? I think I like those more on a user end because I could undo them with my own hands. But I know back in the day, like, that was not common, and I kind of was, like, the weirdo. Not like now, where I'm completely normal. For the sake of this neighborhood watch, I require your eyes. Thank you, Mozatron. I'm going to try to transform him without looking at how he works, because I have kind of not really theorized on this one at all. I was just like, he looks okay, but he looks like the one that I could probably, like, pick up later on. And then, of all the deluxes on GameStop Canada, I think he was the first one to actually sell out. So I was like, huh, that's funny. I'm already lightly stuck. Because I don't understand how you fold this over his head. So, you know, we'll come back to that. I don't remember the old image of the custom generation style rescue bots as repaints. I vaguely do. I think they are gonna just do rescue bots. Like, you know, they have that medics that came out. They've got this one. Like, I think they're just like, nah, we're doing it. We're pulling the pin on that grenade. We are just gonna do the rescue bots. That's kind of cool. How much garlic do I put in everyone's sandwiches? You put in extra. Put in the amount you're supposed to, and then a little bit more, in my opinion. A lot of moving parts there for a leg. Feels kind of nice. See if I can do this one more in view. Oma Ender Prime, your eyes, Vangelis. I want them. They'll look nice next to MGOs and PAWs. My eyes aren't good enough on their own? You gotta neg me by comparing my eyes to two other men's eyes? I was into this! Now I'm not! TFM page 101, please confirm I'm not so scary in person. You're not so... I was about to say, you're a darling and a joy in person, but I was like, that's probably overstepping my bounds a little bit linguistically. Mermaid mode. Don't your legs have lots of moving parts? Mine kind of do. Rid 15 sideswipe. Yes, I would love to see him in Legacy. Because I really like his warrior toy up until the one part where it kind of doesn't work. And it's like it's so close. Oh, thank you, Honey Buns. I think I see the path we're flowing with on this one now. So I've just got to figure out how on earth his head gets through here. What moves? 'Cause it seems like it's all screwed in, so Alright, clearly these parts go into there. I wonder if in hindsight this is going to be yet another one where I am just wildly overthinking this. Yeah, I don't think anyone is like, man, Rid 2015 Sideswipe is my favorite Sideswipe character in the world. I like his design. I like his design, and I like the show he's in. Oh! This blue part's a separate piece. I think. Yeah, here we go. Here's a little trap door for the head to fit through. Sorry, I'm just having my moment. I'm having the epiphany on how this one works. I kind of like it. It's definitely just like lightly left field. You know, you can probably cite a bunch of the tricks happening, but like the decisions on where the tricks interact feel kind of original. I feel like this really needs to squeeze together. There's something that ain't aligning quite right in here. Much like the aligned continuity, if you know what I mean. Alright, so we got the car mode. I kind of dig it. I see what people mean about, like, hey, that's Chase's famous double-side exhaust ports. Frosty says, you know, 10-year-olds that grew up with RID 2015 would probably love Sideswipe the most, and now they're 18 with money. You're also welcome for feeling old. It's hard to remember that RID 2015 is actually, like, multiple cartoons ago. Yeah, with all his gimmicks on the car mode, looks okay. It's weird. For the rescue bots, right, I was kind of thinking, well, if you just put parts all over them, it'll have that kind of, you know, the ages 3 to 8 whimsy. But, like, there's something, like, oddly non-whimsical about the 3 things sticking off the cop car. Maybe if I turn this around the other way. That's slightly more whimsical. Tebow, I like how he has 4 different shades of translucent. Yeah, yeah. Yellow, blue, red, and other blue. Yeah, I kind of dig this figure. I just knocked his his bright red megaphone off his door. Non-whimsically. Oh, there is another spot up here where you can stick these too, I should say. This actually feels a little bit more... That somehow feels more whimsical when they're sticking out, like, up front. There's also spots back here, too. There's a lot of Iser spots, we'll call them. They're just 5mm ports. There's a lot of spots, though. Kind of like that. I saw a robot lorekeeper. Chase, this bastard ain't even out where I am till next year. Like, hey, you never know. These weren't supposed to be out until March. Biggie P, silly evangelist cops don't deserve whimsy. I know, but it's a rescue bot. It rides, you know, he rides the line. I guess he's an older rescue bot now. He's grown up a little bit, and it's like, still doing it, huh? Where else can things fit on him? I'm just looking at the, what the intended weapon placements are. Oh, they want claw forward on the back of the car. And they want door plate. They want the least whimsical version. Okay. Lowest whimsy it is. Oma Ender Prime. Legacy has yet to show up in my area except for a Leader Galvatron that's just a stick in a box, no toy. The first of these I saw, I think I said on the last stream, the only thing I saw was the Laser Prime repack in Leader class, and that was it. And I was like, You're doing this to me. Picky Peas, he graduated and came under the leadership of IDW Prowl. Graham, lowest whimsy and plastic tie. Yeah, I know! Ridiculous. Unethical. Anyway, we should pop over to the first of the milestones that we're going to be doing today. So we hit at $850 in Optimus and Megatron scene reading. There are 2 of these left. So I am going to pop us over to the browser feature. There we are. Good old monologue blogger. Get a little bit more use out of this thing. I don't remember where we were last time, but this is funny. This is chicken cutlet sandwich and some wings. We'll just do this one. So I can't start a poll now, can I? My polls are locked. Damn it! Is there any way to, like, as a moderator, end the poll? No. No. I can only ban users. That's not right. Okay, well... you just let me know in the chat. So chicken cutlet, sandwich, and some wings. Two teens who are the best of friends, doing their best to cope with one another's family issues. Let's see. Yolanda and Doogie. Which one is Megatron? Is Megatron Yolanda or Doogie? Just type an answer. Type an answer and I'll try to see which one looks like it happens the most. We have a Doogie. It's actually spelled like Doogie Howser MD. So we have a Dougie. We currently have more Doogies than Yolandas. I think Frosty just spoiled Frosty's ballot with that one, with Dougie is Yolanda. We got a Doogie. I feel like people are feeling like Megatron is Doogie in this one. That's the impression I'm getting. We had a couple Yolandas, but I'm seeing way more Doogies in here. So I'll scroll down a bit. So you can see the spelling there. So for $850 raised, I don't know who Kenny Daglyish is. I'm going to do this one as our $850 milestone script reading. Megatron will be playing the part of Doogie, and Optimus Prime will be playing the part of Yolanda. Okay, let's see if I can pull this off. Why you so touchy-feely, so sensitive? I can't say nothing without you taking offense to it. What's wrong with you? You don't see yourself. You always have something negative to say. Yeah, but I'm playing with you, though. Doesn't feel like playing. How long you know me, Megatron? Forever! So what you sayin'? You get aggressive! Aw, poor Megatron, getting all sad on me. See, that tone right there, it's like you don't like me. Course I like you. You're my best friend. You sure? You on your period? You need to chill. Damn. I'm serious. I'll leave you alone then. I don't want to be left alone. I just want to be treated right. Is that so hard for everybody to understand? What's up? Megatron pulls his shirt over his shoulder to reveal a dark bruise. What the hell? My brothers beat the shit out of me last night. Like play fighting or for real? For real? Does it hurt? Optimus Prime touches Megatron's bruise, and he winces. Oh, sorry. Damn! Pulls his shirt back over his shoulder. Why those morons always do that to you? There was no dinner, but I saw a chicken cutlet sandwich and some wings in the fridge, so I ate it. It was their food, and they kicked my ass. Why didn't you come by me for dinner? How many times am I going to come over for food? Every day if you want. Yeah, well, I'm hoping I get this job at McDonald's, 'cause then I can eat and get paid. You applied? Yeah. Ain't that
far from where we live. Take my bike? I feel stupid now. I should already know, right? It's not your fault, Optimus Prime! You're just being you. Maybe I can work with you, get a job at Mickey D's, too. You would suck! What you mean? I can flip burgers better than you any day of the week. I don't think we need to flip burgers. I think they nuke them, don't they? Whatever.
Megatron smiles.
So, what's on the menu tonight? I'm starving! Let's find out. I'm hungry, too. Your mom don't mind me coming over all the time? Hell no. She loves you. I love her cooking. She can open up her own restaurant. Shut up. Just saying.
And scene. Just in time to find out Picky Peeve's parents don't have a garlic press. It's fine. Garlic presses, they're fine, but IMO, which means in my opinion, they're BS. Just chop the garlic. It's so you take the garlic, you take the flat of the knife, and you go to like lightly crush it, and then chop that. Oh, so much simpler. Also, the light crush that can get the skin off the garlic pieces too. FYI. Anyway, if Megatron was Yolanda, I could totally see the mom role being Termagex. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Yeah, Sideswipe Prime, you know what I mean. Like, garlic presses, they're fine. I just think you lose at least 10% of the garlic in the garlic press. You don't need knife skills. You don't need knife skills for garlic, but also you'll naturally develop knife skills with garlic, because you can't cut garlic wrong, in my opinion. Especially if you're, like, cooking it in something. Like, you just gotta cut it. You can use a cheese grater. I've never tried that. Anyway, that was our little scene reading. We got one more of those. If you're not comfortable with a knife... Oh, you can use a cheese grater. Yeah. I just think garlic is, like onions are always the classic, like, oh, this is the thing to learn how to chop, right? But... if you ask me, let me just get real with you for a second. If you ask me, I think garlic is better because onions they're more slippery. Like, they're bigger, but onions are a certain, there's like 2 or 3 different styles, and you kind of have to pick one, right? With garlic, you just gotta cut it, and you don't even have to cut it well. And, you know, if the chunks are too big, guess what? Still tastes good. If the chunks are too small, guess what? Still tastes good. With onions, it's like it depends on what you're doing. You kind of have to either dice it well or slice it thin or get, you know, big half rings. With garlic, though, you just cut it however you like. And you can practice cutting on garlic. Some garlic cloves are just big enough you can really practice, but also even the smaller ones are just like, hey, I can practice like holding the edge and cutting against, you know, with the flat against my knuckles so I don't go near my fingertips. I think cutting garlic is just, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Anyway, to reiterate, by the way, we are doing an Extra Life stream, but in the first 40 minutes, we friggin' blew through everything that we were aiming to do here. So we're doing milestones from blowing through all that stuff. If we hit $1,100, then I'll try to blindfold transform something. But if you cut one, you cry. The thing about cutting onions is you got to do the technique, right? Where you just don't cut into the core as much as possible, and you do the... I'm going to mime it so it's the least helpful. But you hold the half an onion, and you just go like twist, and like that's to me like the best way to cut an onion. I would demonstrate, but like I don't know. maybe some of you know this. Is there like a way to set things up where I can run a stream here on a desktop computer, right? But then can like throw a signal over to like my phone as another camera, so that my phone I can take like to the kitchen to do like a cooking stream bit, but I don't have to like restart everything I'm doing. Because I think that would be really fun. I just don't really know how to do that, if that's possible. I suppose that is something we could try with a Discord cross-stream as well, now that I think about it. I don't have any onions to cut today, but okay, I'm going to remember this. This might be something to try out. Actually, just as a little experiment. Piggy peas. I just randomly hacked it up until I got small pieces. That's with garlic? That's fine. You can't... maybe this is a hot take and I'll get yelled at. I don't think you can cut garlic wrong. I think the inherent nature of garlic is like... I don't think you can cut it wrong. Non-F. You can do it on pixels. You just do... Oh. Me and my iPhone. Once again. Something, the specter of Steve Jobs. I did want to show you all something kind of fun, which I don't know if I shared this public. I was thinking of putting this up. Like if you're in the Discord, then you've seen it, the membership Patreon Discord. But I did a little like sub edit. Can I open this in here? Oh, it wants to download. Okay, that's fine. But from the latest video, oh, you're doing tuna salad. You might have like some fun bites in that tuna salad, but fun, in my opinion, in a good way. Let's see, if I open this... I would like to open it in VLC, but not have it play right away! Oh no, it's playing right away. Stop it! Okay. I think I need to pause it, not stop it. There we go. This is a lot of setup for something really short. Unfortunately. Can I add a media source? Oh, I can just grab a local file. Okay, hopefully this doesn't crash it. Hey! No audio. Damn it. That was part of the fun of this. I did a little audio edit on this for funsies. Let me pop this up here. Oh, that was like a media element. Jeez. Alright, well, I'll trash that media source. Just a window capture. You went straight to it. Hell yeah, okay. So anyway, this is as a fun little thing. So this is the clip that is in the review. It just the audio is all very muted. So I I added. Oh, did it play the audio when I pulled it in here? I didn't see an audio source playing. So I was gonna say like this should play the audio source. Oh wait, can you? Is it showing up as a black screen when I do this? It looks like a black screen here. Oh, you heard the audio. Okay. Well, that solves my issue. Okay, it's a black screen. Damn. But you did hear the audio the first time. Oh, superb. I wanted to that's a shame, because I actually wanted to just show like how this sequence worked, because it's only 3 shots. Maybe you already have figured it out, but I was really happy with how it turned out. Because I would like to be able to... Oh, here we go. VLC video source is a thing I can add. If I push OK, then what happens? Oh, nothing. Damn. Okay, never mind. I'll abandon this. But yeah, that little clip. Yeah, PT. I just updated OBS too, and it added all these extra buttons where I was like, huh? I can what? I want to frame by frame through this, but I think I'd have to do it off the actual like YouTube video. PKP's phone's now at 2%. Charge your phone. Where's face forward? Charge your phone. Clear your notifications. Well, I'm gonna click around and sort something out. But next up, let's see. Do we want to play a little card game? Do we want to open up some more toys? Opening up more toys is the most on-topic thing we could do. It's the one I'm the most tempted to do because, like, also I want to know what more of these toys I got are like. So obviously I'm a wee bit biased. Sorry, I'm just getting up to a point where I can share the thing I want to share. Ah, here we go. Rock. There's face forward. That's right. There's my charge your phone. Okay, if I go to browser feature, sorry. I'm gonna go theater mode so it's a bit easier for me to just show all of this. Oh wait, I can do the left, right side in. There we go. Ignore my notifications, by the way. Alright, so ideally, I really need a second monitor someday. Alright. So, I know I had, Oh, yeah, by the way, Mimicry and anyone else who comes in, there is a poll, and something glitched on my end of YouTube. I can't close that poll or start any new ones. It's a tiny blue sliver at the top of my chat window, no matter if I pop it in or out or put it anywhere else. I can't stop the poll. So... so here we are. Anyway, I had one question come up about this already, from I think it was Face who asked in the Discord. So I don't use a shake filter. This is just I'm actually just shaking the camera, and I'm trying to hide the wheels so that the illusion is there. It's funny, VLC can't even frame by frame, but I can frame by frame on YouTube, which is very silly. Piranhas travel and packs. The first bite draws blood, the blood draws the pack. It's that toy guy. That toy guy is here. Make someone a mod and they can stop it. Hey, toy guy. Hey, toy guy. Hey, hey, toy guy, can you turn the poll off in my chat, please? Anyway, so, you know, one thing I wanted to mention is, like, well, what happened is, someone said, make someone a mod to stop it for you, and I had just said your name, and we have the Fan Expo bond, so, now Now you're in a position to hopefully kill the pole that won't stop. Can I start a new pole? I can't start a new pole. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, clip at hand. So the shake is something I do in practical, and moving Soundwave in is just something I did with my other hand. So then here's the jump. So this is shot number 1. And then I whip the camera over while I push Soundwave forward very hard. So this is all shot number 1. That's all shot number 1. This is shot number 2. So there's the first jump cut. Shot number 2, I tried to put them both into a sort of transitory between mode state that matched the position they were in. And I tried to just move the camera around so that it mimicked how the camera motions tend to work in the live action films when they do the big transformation close-up, where it's like, obviously stuff is happening, but we're not going to let you get a clear look at anything because then you'll see how the sausage is made. So we go back here to where we come in. That's all you see of that. And then I whip the camera with my hand again to create more blur frames. And I found a pair of blur. There's the jump there, so I went from that frame to that frame. I kind of messed this up a little bit. We went from me whipping the camera to the left to it whipping down and to the right. And I think that kind of crunches the illusion a little bit. But then I just went for the like whip down, point at the feet with a mech step sound effect to imply that they've landed. Anyway, this was me trying to do like, I wanted to figure out another version of my little like puppetry thing I like doing. But like for individual transformers to not have to like just focus in. Every time I did it before, if you looked, I'd usually either just like they'd leave the screen and come back in another mode, or it would be like focusing on this part, transform this part, this part, this part, and it would feel a little bit too much like a stock footage animation for when I want it to be quick. So I was seeing if this would work as like somewhere in between the two, for if I want to have a scene where things like roll in and transform and land, but the transformation is like, it's part of the scene's overture, but it's not the focus of the scene. Anyway, I wanted to try that out with these guys because it just seemed like a good time to give it a try. Animus Prime, damn Bane refusing to let us see his sausage. It's true. So I don't know where else I'll use that necessarily, but I figured it's another little thing to put into my utility belt. And I wanted to share how that's done because it is also the simplest trick on the entire planet. Is you shoot a shot like this, and then you whip the camera to whip into another shot and into another shot. So it's just 3 shots. There's no special effects. There's no filters. There's just some sound design underneath it. So technically, any of y'all could do that too. You just gotta play around and mess around a bit. And I also wanted to share that because I think like any kind of trick that lets someone who wants to express an action scene without having to like learn stop motion animation, it just opens the petals of the flower a little bit more. I love stop motion animation. I just don't know how to do it at all. And I'm more comfortable with this stuff. So I figure if stop motion is like you're just banging your head against it and it's not working, then maybe give something like this a try. It could be fun. The sound design does a ton of work. Yeah, that's one of the tricks. You just got to have like a folder full of sound effects, and you just sort of like start sticking them in where you think it works, and then layer a few more in, and then just like it's the icing on the cake. Yeah, the chunky transformation sound effect is a rocket reload noise from Unreal Tournament, I think. I can't remember. Someone sent it to me 100 years ago. Most of my sound effects I've been using since like 2009. I just like them. What needs more explanation is the speculation as to how Soundwave is a romanceable character for Optimus players. I mean, I was shooting this going for the Mass Effect romance scene vibe. Like, this was supposed to resemble like the weird lighting in Mass Effect when you have the romance scenes and it's got all the horizontal, like glare and stuff. Like here, I was trying to go for like, I also wanted to switch the power dynamic. So I was trying to make it look like Soundwave was the one making the move. So like Soundwave is the top. So in this, you can't see it in this shot, but Optimus is literally kneeling in front of him, which I felt like worked. And as for how they're romanceable, I mean, we don't know anything about the plot of Transformers reactivate. I mean, the biggest debate, obviously, and the biggest point of contention is how do two robots with faceplates, like, make mouth music? And so I figure, like, hey, they've got that kind of greebly faceplate look, so maybe, like, some bits come out and other bits go in, and so their faceplates can kind of dock and interlock a little bit, and they can be all like, and then it, like, you know, it works. Acting. Yeah, acting! Give the actors a little bit of credit here. Anyway, yeah, I was going for Mass Effect. Someone in the comments said Cyberpunk 2077. I haven't played that, so if I did reference that, that was an accident. I was going for Mass Effect with this. Up, like, all the way to the point where the camera pans down behind one of them to do the fade to black. So I was going for Mass Effect there. I don't know if I succeeded. I didn't want to put, like, the Mass Effect sex scene music in, because then I'd get my ass claimed. Anyway, rocks. Love can bloom on the battlefield. Well, my understanding of Reactivate is the Autobots and Decepticons are working together, for the most part, in the plot of that game. So those 2-packs, I believe, they're not, like, versus 2-packs. They're, like, you know, duos. So, obviously, same logic. Bumblebee and Starscream probably got the option to get, you know, how do you put it? Get in the something cockpit, something joystick, something steering wheel. It seems completely logical to me. I know we had a comment in there somewhere where someone was just like, "It's absolutely ridiculous to suggest Optimus Prime and Soundwave could become a romantic couple," and I'm like, dog. Let me explain the mouthplate interlock. It's completely doable. Retro Room, how's that chase? I kind of like him. The transformation was a little weird to figure out. I was trying to do it without instructions, so it made it harder for me, but I'll do him back to robot mode just so he can stand in the background. But I kind of like the tricks they're doing. The hand feel from the waist down was really good. Shoulders are kind of funky, and this is a backpack that doesn't fold away anymore. It's not blocking shoulder movement, but it does cause, I found, a fair number of shoulder collisions, which was a little bit annoying. Oh yeah, Energon Megatron was in there too. I like the robot mode on him a lot. I was mildly disappointed with the vehicle mode, and I actually can't express why. I was just expecting, like, one more sprinkle of zazz that didn't happen. So I was like, huh. I was kind of hoping one more thing would happen somewhere. Like, I don't know what I wanted. When I got to the vehicle mode, though, if you watch on the VOD, I think you can hear it audibly happen. I was like, huh. I'm disappointed for some reason. I don't really know why. So, you know, maybe that's on me. He's got one of those alt modes that kind of needs to be huge. I don't disagree, Mimicry. Like, I had the North American version of him, the truly gigantic version, so I probably do have some inborn biases there. The legs did some funny stuff on Chase, because the headlight piece actually, like, flips up on its own, which is kind of cool. And then this collapses and then it eats the leg. I think it tabs into some stuff here. Yeah, there's like 2 tabs there. So it's a kind of neat leg design, because it's not just like, you know, stick leg out. Like, it's doing a couple little things. So it feels like chunks are transforming, which, as I've gone on about many times, like, if you make me feel like chunks are transforming, I get happy with whatever's happening usually, as long as it feels good. I like chunk-oriented transformations. And then there's a little trap door here so you can get his head through. That's important. It took me a while to figure out there was actually a trap door there. I think the wrist can fold in, but I don't know that I needed to do that to transform. Maybe I was supposed to, but yeah. And he also comes with like this ridiculously violent weapon because it's a capture claw, right? No, it's to remove the eyes of his enemies and claim them as trophies. Clearly. Robot Lorekeeper. I really wish I could have found the mainline versions of Nightbird or Air Razor. I never saw them. Never even saw the multi-packs. And I don't want to pay a premium for them because I think that if I pay a premium for them, some of their inherent charm will be lost, if that makes sense. I can't get Chase to hold this thing. So I really would like to pick them up sometime, but like I'm just kind of like holding out that maybe I can get a deal on them someday in the future. Oh, what's up, Techno? I just saw you in the chat. Griffin Island's police force just keeping up with the times. Like, yeah, that was the tone of... That was basically the tone of the chat the whole time. I was just like, look, they made it so you can take the innocent capture claw, right? You can turn it into the adjustable diameter eye gouger, right? Or you can remove the gouger pieces so he can just wield them as two different weapons in his hands to, like, hook up your nostrils and yank your brain out. And I'm like, this is... They gave him the violent weapons. they made Chase violent. So whatever, it's kind of funny, but... Techno, I think I've seen the multi-pack. The multi-packs were around, but I never saw them in person. And I kind of would like to catch them on sale because it's core series, which I think shines when you also get them on discount. Like, I don't really want to pay full price for a core series 3-pack. So anyway, kind of oddly violent Chase, just chilling out. Do not let Heatwave near that. He's the only oh. Okay, yeah. We don't want to let Heatwave near the violent weapons because, yeah, he's got that Steve Bloom menace. Heatwave has probably killed. Heatwave is probably killed during rescue bots and didn't tell anybody. Het. Yeah, the Nightbird and the Air Razor, they are technically deluxe. They are core series deluxe class, technically. Which in North America, I do not believe were sold on their own, but they are sold on their own in Japan, and I think in... Was it Australia got them in single pack too, or was it somewhere else? I can't remember. Face Forward, who is building RG Real Grade Gaugagar during this stream on his own, has assembled Galleon's torso, head, and right arm. Yeah, I also will say we really lost something by not having Prime Starscream interact with the rescue bots. I would have loved to hear Steve Bloom just hard-assing on himself. Mimicry, yep, we got them single packed. Yeah, we didn't get that in Canada as far as I know. Why haven't the Decepticons ever come here? Kick severed Viacon hand under couch. Correct, Robot Lorekeeper. Heatwave has killed. Oh, by the way, I should mention, because it's, the stream is going on, and I've mentioned it like twice. When I talk about the Discord... I have a Discord channel that is just a little perk for people who join the Patreon or the YouTube membership. I don't really keep track of whether you are, like, keeping up with your membership, so I haven't bound that Discord to, like, maintained memberships. I just think of it as, it's a little gate fee. It's like, be a supporter once, you get to join a very chill Discord where most of the rules are me saying that the rules are subject to my whims. Because if I think you're trying to rules lawyer in a scummy way, I'm just going to throw you out anyway. So I mostly just have it on there as like, okay, this way we can't have like, some kind of random concerted effort to invade the server. They'd have to at least risk spending some money to do it. So and because it's a small server, they don't. This is not a Rock Lord. This is a member of the Infernac universe. The long-lived, beloved Transformers universe, Infernac. Yeah, there are ways to automate tying a Discord server to a maintained membership, and I've decided I just don't want to do that. I don't think that we're operating on a scale where that's really necessary, and that way, yeah, it's less of, this is a membership thing, and more of, be a member once, and then you can hang out in the Discord as long as you don't, suck, I guess. Anyone who's in the Discord can tell you, because I've made sure to drill into everyone how to tell people what the Discord is like on pain of death. Sorry, I should actually do this in Facecam. On absolute pain of death. Everyone can absolutely tell you what a wonderful utopian Discord we have. Because every time someone's been like, I'm going to get out there and tell you how this really is, they disappeared. It's so mysterious. Anyway, but yeah, these are basically kind of like Rocklord Transformers. I like these because they are taking all the bits of Rocklords I like and then giving them vehicle modes. They're just made of rocks, and I love the way it looks. I love the way it looked in the promo photos. I haven't seen how it looks on an actual one yet. So this is Bouldercrash, that's a real name. That's up there with Hard Shell and those Transformers names. They're just like two words put together that kind of don't work for me. Anyway, Bouldercrash has a big ass sword, and I like that. Bouldercrash is just like, hey, what's up? I'm Bouldercrash. I'm trying to take my eyes. I'll friggin' just kill you. It's people. The server's made out of people. Oh, what a funny bit. We have so much fun. What a funny bit. The server's made of people. Nobody disappears. People simply choose to stop using the platform. Yeah, shock blast, sharp shot. That's the one I was trying to remember. I hate that one. That's an unpleasant name to say, full of static noises. Anyway, Bouldercrash here is so far Bouldercrash has got the vertebrae syndrome of like, this just feels like a good little figure who's got like full, modern articulation. There's a waist joint. Vertebrae is an infinitely better name than Bouldercrash, I should say right off the bat. Yeah, if anything, Bouldercrash, like, this stick is maybe kind of annoying, but I can deal with it. I'm going to try to make this into a rock motorbike. Scrapnel, I've found, like, I don't really like Scrapnel, but I can live with it. But I know folks who like Scrapnel. Sharp Shot is just, like, ugly noises to me. It's like, yeah. Like I said, it's like static noises. It's like like I don't like saying it, I know the first question someone's going to ask is like, then why did you say it like 14 times? It's like, because I'm making a point. Yeah, the Insecticon names were just not there when they were making that game. Alright, so without the sword, right? That's what I was wondering. Without the sword, does this still resemble a motorcycle? It also, I'm just realizing this is a tricycle. I missed this entire time that Bouldercrash is a tricycle. Unless I screwed something up, but I don't think I did, because unless that's for, like, just the sword mode. Hang on, my phone, which I forgot I had in my pocket, just went beep. That was a weird feeling. Yeah, hard shell is like, it's fine. It's, for some reason hard shell bothers me because it's like, what else would it be? Soft shell? Are you edible? I'm just gonna take a double check in this booklet, make sure I'm not missing something, but I think this is just how it is. Yeah, this is just a trike. And then you fold the sword up, and like, this makes it look immensely more motorcycle. But I am pleased that this actually resembled a motorcycle without having to stick this piece on. Also, I think I'm doing this wrong. I think, as they say, you're doing it wrong. There we go. So yeah, knife bike. And for the sword mode, like, is that it? I don't mind if that's it. I also just like this for the bike mode, actually. It's like, hey, friggin'... If in case you forgot, my name's Bouldercrash, and I want to stick my knife into you real hard until you're dead. I'm going to see what they want the sword mode to actually be, because this seems very... It seems very open form. Ah. I was right. The sword mode instructions, in case anyone was wondering. The sword mode instructions are this one section on the paper here. It really is just like... Sword mode! And the handle really is just down there. Chase. Hey, Chase. Sword mode! Imagine riding on a knife. Which way is forward? Which way is instruction cannon forward? Okay, the back... What I would consider the back of the knife is the front of the sword mode. Whoop. So Chase is actually the worst one to try to hold this. How do the arms hold up on your Chase? They seem fine on mine. This is my police issue massive lava crystal sword. Correct, Robo Lorekeeper. Like, Chase is holding this nonsense up without much issue. Actually, these little accessory pieces that keep falling out. Let's get someone better suited to hold this. The instructions are like, use animated Voyager Optimus Prime. I'm like, that did not show up in Canada yet. So yeah, here's your magma saber. Oh yeah, Spark Stalker. That's the Soul Stalker. The Soul Eater. Anyway, I don't know why I thought that the sword mode on Bouldercrash was going to be more than just fold the knife out, but also maybe it's kind of funny that it's just fold the knife out. Anyway. You want rocks? I got rocks. I'm going to do the other rock since, you know, that was the other poll option. So this is Infernac Universe. Magneous. Did you know the staff at GameStop/EB Games had all kinds of different ways to pronounce Magneous in the phone message they left when these things showed up, and then when I picked them up in person? They were like Magneous, 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 never Magneous though. It was always other stuff. So let's see. I've seen I forgot who said it. I forgot who said it, and it might have been in a Discord somewhere. I saw a description of this being its movie Ironhide resurrected out of rocks, and I was like, that sounds pretty cool. Someone else said that somewhere, and I don't remember where. Yeah, this is... Look how corrugated this cardboard is. This stuff is built to rule. Rocked to wreck. This is, by the way, the canonically best way to open your Transformers. What's up, Picky Peeves? Welcome back. Have you charged your phone? Oh, that's a big lump of branded tissue paper. That just makes us happy. You just missed Bouldercrash. Bouldercrash was right here. Hi, Ben Walters. The main thing we found about Bouldercrash... Actually just giggled aloud at Built to Rule. What are we doing this on? I was hoping someone would get it. I was hoping someone would get it and then go like, why? Why do I remember the words Built to Rule? Yeah, here's, in case you were wondering, Bouldercrash's sword mode. Bouldercrash is now in sword mode. But I kind of love it. Bouldercrash is now back in alt mode. But, let's go...
Bouldercrash! Sword mode transform! Kanyo!
All done.
Bouldercrash! Bike mode transform!
Kanyo! We're all done. This makes me miss Galaxy Force because they would have turned that into, like, at least 15 seconds of, like...
Wow! Chunk Obari!
And then, like... Pshang! And, like, a big, like, back burst behind the whole thing. And then, like, when someone grabs him, it would be, like, speed lines, close up on hand. And then, like, Gao Gai Gar, kadunk noise. And then, Oh, yeah, yeah. It is a Switchblade. It is a Switchblade. Robot Lordkeeper, you come into my house and presume I'm not thinking about Built to Rule 24/7. That's on me. That's on me. That is my faux pas. That is my folks pass. They would have had a beloved Canadian voice actor riffing over it. I still have not watched more than about 12 minutes of the Cybertron voice track. I watched Galaxy Force in fan subs because I was such a nerd for that when that show was new. I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch this in fan subs. I'm gonna watch this on the internet. I don't need cable TV to watch my Transformers. Although I will say Galaxy Force's voice cast in Japan had some real highlights. Like Master Megatron had a real... I forgot the voice actor's name, but that's one of those voice actors who has one of those laughs. Like one of those anime seiyuu villain laughs where you're just like, that's like menacing caramel. Just laugh all the time, please. No disrespect to David Kaye, who was the English voice, but like Master Megatron was all one of those like kind of, oh, you want him to laugh all the time. And yeah, Kiryu as Starscream. Yeah. Like, I think the Galaxy Force voice cast has gotten more fun with every passing couple of years. Hello, Matt R75. Welcome. I'm just cracking open the branded tissue paper to find out what the present is inside. What kind of plastic boogers await us? It's two things. Is this ASMR? Is this ASMR? Techno knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, and anime Megatron laughs are just... Even like I was like when I was opening up Desaurus and I was like pointedly remembering like Desaurus has the squawkier end of the Hakai Taite voice type. And I was rewatching a clip of him afterwards to figure out what the hell the Deathwing attack is, because that's one of the two things I missed during the stream. By the way, they probably could have just gotten away with not doing it. It's the definition of a half-finished feature on a toy. Holy moly. But yeah, Desaurus, Deathsaurus, Death Sanras has some good voice drops too. Real corny ass dialogue, but like you kind of like the fun kind. Anyway, here's Magneous. How does Magneous got the Legacy United hip situation? These universal hips just feel good, man. Like just feels so good, man. Like it's like reactivate Optimus's hips. Like, oh, you want to just work that pelvis. Face forward sucks to your ASMR. Holy, someone's gonna fall off a cliff. No, Desaurus does not have a voice box. I was just, when I was opening the toy on stream, I was remembering the specific, like, you know, the Deathsaurus type of voice, and then I rewatched a clip afterwards on YouTube. Deathsaurus does not have a voice box. This is a... It's like a well-greased piece of toffee, like moving this neck joint. I mean that as a non-derogatory. The thing is, this is an Izer, right? This is an armorizer. So I'm mostly seeing, like, do any of the major robot mode joints feel loose enough to come apart while I'm trying to work them? So far, no. It's just that is easier to pop off than bending the knee all the way, I think. But that might just be on mine. Yeah, Sideswipe Prime. Rip Peter Spellos. Peter Spellos was such a nice guy. I remember it was at BotCon, I think, 2003. Where he was super nice to my brother. I got that joke! I got the joke. I said someone's gonna fall off a cliff. It's like one of the most chilling death scenes you read about in grade school is Piggy falling off the cliff. Spoilers. Like, Lord of the Flies gets real... It affects... there must have been fic writers who grew up on Lord of the Flies, and like the way Lord of the Flies would get into Piggy's death, like, it must have been affecting to the way some of the more like violence oriented ones got into that stuff. At least as far as I remember it. So I'm gonna try to turn this guy into a rock truck. He has, by the way, these two accessories. According to the picture on the front of the instructions, he just holds that like that. And it is just one piece. With kind of a cool paint job on the top, because they use... It's in the sculpt, but the paint they use, like, brings out the kind of, like, matte texture on the granity chunks on the top. Rebel Lord Keeper, there's going to be updates about his funeral on the GoFundMe, linked on other streams, by the way. Okay, yeah. And I think we linked it on WTF at TFW a couple times, too. But yeah, there is a GoFundMe. You can... It's pretty easy to find the link, like... Not for the best of reasons, but it is pretty easy to find the link to the Peter Spellos GoFundMe now. They're accepting messages the way you could leave condolences for DJW. That's nice. As far like, it looked like Peter Spellos had also... like, it seemed like he was a very beloved acting teacher. Like, if I recall correctly, the GoFundMe was at least, like, I think it was spearheaded by a couple of his students. So yeah, Magneous has, like, this axe and then this, like, top of a car. Hey, Brian! Oh! Hey, wrist articulation, maybe? These are ball-socketed. Yeah, there is. Okay, cool. I just saw this ball socket stem in here. Yeah, like, we're in a stream chat trying to recall all this stuff, so obviously, like, go look it up. don't go, you know, don't just go like, oh, they said it on the stream, that must be what's going on. Like, go check for info. It looks like a lot of stuff tabs together on these legs. Whoa! That was a click. And I'm guessing this just folds over. Ooh. There's some good shapes going on here. Yeah, Pauline Newstone as well. It's how do you put this? It's the kind of thing you kind of just you gotta get used to due to the nature of time. But it, you know, it's really it's so hard not to look at consecutive or even just consecutive in the same 12 months tragic events like that and kind of go like, man, give us a break. Oh, that arm came off. That's a break. No, that's intentional. That's design intentional. Ooh. Oh. That's kind of cool. It's like double hinged out from in here. It's a lot of really just shove it tight kind of tab tolerances in there. And that is why there is that ball socket joint on the hands, so they fold up inside. This is actually kind of a cool transformation. Yeah, like the thing with Pauline, like the thing that it's not a silver lining, but like I don't know if it brings any form of comfort, but it's like whatever happened had happened privately, if I understood correctly, quite some, not like sometime like years, but like a fair amount of time before it became public knowledge. And like I've found for some folks that offers like a sort of like comfort in the moment. For some folks, it very much does not, but just in case. When it comes to news like that, as far as like my own medias, I do like what I like to try to recognize, you know, like what happens and try to focus on like, you know, the positives of someone's contributions to whatever medias it is that we're all kind of into, the reason why we're aware of them. But yeah, it was like I thought it was like 3 to 6 months basically until we found out about it. Okay, I'd heard about this. If you pull the leg chunks off, you also basically just have a truck bed, which is kind of cool. But yeah, like with that kind of stuff, I like to give it its time to be known. But especially when it comes to like streaming, I've always tried to figure out how to maintain. I'm just trying the rolling out here, and it's working out pretty well. How to maintain the feeling of like, this is a space where we're not gonna like enforce anything really hard, but like, I try my best to like maintain kind of the, if you come in here, hang on, it's set to top chat again. Go to all messages. Go to all, you scum pop out chat window. Anyway, positive vibes. I try to maintain the whole kind of approach of like, when we're streaming, just kind of focus on creating a space where it's like, hey, if you need to just chill out and like look at some toy stuff or hear some existential toy-oriented or whatever Transformers-oriented talk, then we'll do that. But I'm never gonna. I never want to do the like the hard enforcement thing either of like, do not talk about the recent tragedy. I just also don't want to give it. I don't want to make it like the focus, for the sake of folks who are just like needing the beat to relax their brain. As someone who keeps up with Motaz Azaiza's Instagram, you every now and then need to be able to go like, I want to keep supporting this, and also I need a sec. to, like, kind of pause and look at something. I'm going to rip this dude down into his armorizer parts and see what any of the intended armorization is. Excuse me? Sorry, there's already one on the on the very top here. I need to try this. So they're like, pull these pieces off. Take the axe. Okay, so number one. Number one. Dink donk. Dink donk. That is way more impressive than the hammer. Or than the axe. The hammer is way more impressive than the axe. As Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, the hammer is way more impressive than the axe. Dink donk, dink donk. By the way, Chase's arms. Mine seem to be fine. But what the instructions actually tell you to do is stick it on the front like that. Because Magneous just hates you. And they're like, this is a mode. Beep, beep. Get off the road. It's just straight up, like, vulgar, but in, like, the non-derogatory. Okay, there's the parts breakdown. So we take these bits. And that top. Side bits. Was B out at your... who? Who? Stay tuned? Who? What a helpful young man clearing people's driveways. Right! Okay, so I think this is your full parts breaky down. So what are you going to tell me to do with this stuff? I'm just going to follow the with Izers, I always follow the instructions at least once to see, like, okay, what do you want me to do? Like, show me first what you want to do. So we turn a bunch of pieces like that. And then it's saying, if this was animated Optimus Prime, which he is not, but we'll just pretend he is. Picky Peeves, he was who the Flintstones called on to clear the road of corpses after the plague. Yeah. Oh yeah, Timu, I've also heard that about SS-100 Bumblebee. And as soon as I was like, I think I'm going to pick him up, I stopped seeing him anywhere. So, he's like long-term. Because... Also, I'm not like damn, I need that Bumblebee, but I heard he's good, and that's why I want to pick him up. But also, when I have seen him, I'm like, he just kind of looks like Bumblebee. And I have a lot of Bumblebees now. Like, I know there are those who will say, you said you have a lot of Bumblebees. That's not enough Bumblebees. And it's like, no, you're not wrong, but... Wait, what parts are these that you're sticking onto this guy? Oh, it's just make the hammer and put the arms on his legs. Really? That's all we're doing here? This is our grand design? How hard are the Studio Series toys to get on the aftermarket? I feel like there are a lot of brilliant toys that are gold dust right now. Might be easier to find at cons in a couple of years. That's kind of how I feel. Some Studio Series toys seem to, like, just disappear and become valuable, but then, like, they always seem to come back if they matter enough. So I don't know. I'm like... That's why I try not to rush with Studio Series, because I'm like, I think it'll come back. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and that's that. I'm like, whatever, you know, sometimes that'll just happen, but... Yeah, they disappear and spike. But I always end up feeling like I end up often finding one eventually. Because it's like the spike doesn't have enough people interested to maintain it. I'm also just I'm trying to stick all the parts on this fella. Because, like, darn it, I'm not just gonna roll with, like, this silly layout, but I'm running out of... Also, excuse me. What are we doing with this? I thought there was, like, a mode where this thing just became a straight-up hammer itself. Like, there was some interesting thing on Instagram. I don't know. I think I need to mess with these some more. Like, obviously, these are, like, you know, rock armor pieces I could be sticking on the arms, too. You know, like that. Shoes? No, there's not enough. It's not the right shape to be a shoe. Hang on, let's get this off. Let's put these up here. Whoa! Excuse me a second. I got it. Have I gotten Studio Series Galvatron yet? I haven't. I only ever see him at full price at Walmart. And I'm like, I don't want him at full Voyager price because that's like $50. Face Forward, who is building a real grade Gaugygar as we are streaming here, has an update, which is Galleon has wiggly toes. Like, I've heard Studio Series Galvatron is really darn cool, so I would like to pick him up. I just really don't want to pay normal Voyager price for him. Hey, this looks better as far as, like, a rock armor gimmick. I just wish this was doing something. Is Galvatron on sale on Amazon Canada? I also don't keep track of the Amazon listings that much, I will admit. I only got so much brain space for all this stuff. The other... you should fold these fists back away. They're impacting the ability to stand, I think. That said, also, my toy budget's kind of gone at the moment because, like, these showed up. Anyway, Magneous, as a bunch of armor pieces, this hammer thing, really cool. These armor pieces, pretty neat. I wish I knew something was happening with this. I know this was like with the Junkions as well. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to show you how to stick the whole Junkion onto this guy. So it's not like a standard has been dropped, but I don't know. I kind of wish that there was an intended, described thing to do with this piece. Obviously, one can figure one out. But I kind of like the rock truck more than the armorizing. I think they made the rock truck too good for me to want to armorize. Oops. Oh no, what have you done? You made the rock truck too good. Right. I just love how that goes together. Oh yeah, exactly, April. Like OCs with novel aesthetic. Like here we go. And the armorizing, all it's gonna take is like one good combo in between this and one of the now like many Transformers who can interact with these play patterns, and then I'll be like, this is Magneous's actual partner. Like we got it. It was like when I found for Scrap Heap Siege Ironhide. I was like, these two go together really well. I love this. This is ridiculous. So yeah, rocks. Let's move on to the next milestone I owe you guys, which I have to go get some parts for. So I am going to... Let's see. Oh, what's this? Got a couple answers to my question in that review I just put up about whether people still teabag in video games. The answer is yes. Yeah, the Magneous battering ram is so good. The hammer's good, and the battering ram is better. Right. I need to clear out a little bit of room here. I'm just going to put the chase pieces back on chase so I don't lose them in the shuffle. I can't get Chase to hold this capture claw thing in a way that feels nice. Like nice and solid. So I feel like they're saying, like, oh, just put it into his hand, but I'm like, there's not enough room. If I fold his hand out like this, there still doesn't seem to be enough room. Wait a second. It kind of just slots over his hand if you ignore the peg, but it's got to be at an angle. That's weird. Oh, was it supposed to be like this the whole time? Have I been really smart? I think it just, like, wedges over his hand. I got it! Thank you, April. It really looks violent. Alright, so as I said, I gotta set some stuff up for a sec for the next milestone thing. So, what I'll do is I'm not going to throw to the YouTube audio library music because I think that might be a little too boring. So I'm going to do the next most boring thing. I'm going to play one of my own videos. So hey, if you haven't seen it yet, here's the latest video that went up. Oh wait, no, I'm going to play something that people haven't been looking at. Because that video, the Reactivate review, actually has been doing pretty well considering I did not post it on Twitter X whatsoever. Kind of proved something I was wondering, which is that you don't, as a small creator, you don't need to advertise on Twitter X anymore. In my opinion, I don't think you actually gain anything from doing it, other than like the barest double-digit number of views.
Welcome back to Vangelis, and he's going to deliver a panel called, now hopefully get this right.
There we go. I gotta go grab some things, so I will be back.
Sorry, the power of the pre-order. Gotta catch them all in the 2020s. By your host, Vangelis. Let's give it up. Nice TFCon welcome.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Hey, ho, everybody. Thank you all for chilling in a panel room. Rather than being one of the folks heading there to get last-minute deals in the dealer room, because you're about to learn why you don't need to. Also, just as a little thing, how do you all feel about theater of the mind? It's all right? Maybe. You know, sometimes they say, is this panel a bit? And sometimes you say, maybe, I don't know. But I'm here to talk to you about the power of pre-order. We are in an era where pre-orders are one of the most common griped about topics you'll catch in Transformers fandom discourse. It's hard to catch pre-orders. Pre-orders don't come out on time. Pre-orders come out too early. Pre-orders don't come out at all on Amazon when it's the Conehead 2-pack. So I figured that I'd take us on a little trip to take control of pre-orders one way or another through force. So this panel is called The Power of Pre-Order, How to Catch 'Em All in the 2020s, featuring some known Transformers characters related to the name of this panel. What we're going to talk about is the problems. We got to identify them, right? As I said, pre-ordering Transformers is like a lifestyle for some of us now. There are distribution disasters, because maybe you just can't find any in your area. Maybe you live somewhere where your Walmart's your only source, and they restock once every 18 months. You've seen wave 1 of everything, and only wave 1 of everything. Maybe you have completionism calamities, because amidst all of this trouble, you still doggedly wish to own one of every mold. Something that is harder and harder to do with every passing year, especially right now when we have Generations, Studio Series, Cyberverse, and Rise of the Beasts, The Core, the toy line, which is currently my understanding to be its actual name. There are budgetary barriers, because as there are more and more Transformers coming out that are kind of cool, it's more and more expensive to get a hold of all of them, and then when you can't get them at your local store, just at your own whim, on sale, etc., you have to pre-order everything, it becomes more expensive, and then you run into time titillations, because the timing of those pre-order windows are prescribed when you place the pre-order, and sometimes that prescription does not come to pass. Sometimes an October date becomes an August date. Sometimes a July date becomes a January date. And sometimes you pre-ordered it and it's shipping tomorrow. What just happened? So, it's time for some solutions. To those previous problems, the solutions are simple. Dominion of the globe. Dominion of the mind. Dominion of dollar. And dominion of time. Simply put, in order to catch every Transformer you want, to be a completionist, to make sure everything runs swimmingly and every shelf space is occupied in a timely manner, you must become the Dominator. Anyone here want to become the Dominator? All right! Then stay tuned and, keep an open mind. Let's talk about dominating the globe. That's the globe. So first you're going to need to form patrol routes. Obviously, you might have your usual toy hunting grounds, but you need to have internet hunting grounds as well, and not just one. You can't rely on Amazon. You can't rely on the big bad toy store. You got to go to all of them. You got to check them every day. You got to set alerts. You got to make sure that you're refreshing at their refresh times in both North American and European time zones. You've got to create an omni network, that being the folks who can do things when you can't. If you still have to sleep, if you still have to eat, you can get people out there to comb the patrol routes for you and notify you of any pre-orders that may have come up in the time in which you've been away tending to other less important matters. And finally, occupy every time zone. This is a map of the globe. You don't have to just live in you can't see my mouse cursor, so we'll just say in Canada there, the blue bit. You need to have sources in the purple bit, the orange bit, the green part, and the pink country. You got to make sure that you got sources all over the place to make sure that you have dominated the globe with your awareness of the launch of pre-orders of Transformers action figures. And then you got to dominate the mind, because that's a lot of mental work to take on, right? Running a network, a global network, to ensure that you know where everything is at all times, you got to have a real big mind. You got to engage in what we call Joker sleep. You got to bust that down to the Vince McMahon. You got to sleep 4 hours a day, work out 20 hours, and eat steak for 10. You got to have constructive uses of FOMO, the fear of missing out. We can't fear missing out, and we certainly can't fear the fear of missing out. Fear is power. And to envision your personal anti-life equation. You got to deprogram your mind of sleep and of fear. You got to hold on to the global network you've built and the anti-life equation you make for yourself. It's a terminology we use in the business. Is how you're going to streamline that process and get rid of all those little pesky things like fear, sleep, emotions, which brings us to the dominion of the dollar, which is what we use as a tool to engage in these pre-orders. Pre-orders, unfortunately, do still, cost money. There are pre-order prices.
I would just like to thank TFCon,
and you got to set money aside for them. So, there's new Leaders and Voyagers coming out. I've got my pre-orders in. I've got about $210 of pre-orders to worry about, and I know that they're coming out in August and October. You'd think, right, that a simple graph like this is enough to keep track of everything. You've got your toy costs, your life costs, and then your other hobby costs. And eventually, if you really streamline things and engage in some Joker sleep, you take these 3-bar graphs, you crush them down to a 2-bar graph, and then finally, once you've completely optimized yourself for pre-ordering, it's a 1-bar graph. That's the simple binary way to go about things when pre-order prices and dates make sense. However, pre-orders release early, right? So you got to prepare for a full payment on each of the listed pre-order dates, or as we call them, hypothetical finances, or hypothetonomics. So you've got to get a pretty good understanding of hypothetonomics, and thus, when you pre-order that Voyager and that Leader, which are coming out on August and October respectively, you got to prepare for what if they both come out in August. So you take that full cost, you don't split it between the two dates, you put the full cost on both dates and make sure you have money set in August and October for the full cost of your pre-orders. That's the beginning of hypothetical finances, or hypothetonomics. The problem, of course, is that things are not that simple. This kind of line graph could cover, yet again, a simple world where pre-order dates simply stack, they slip. You know, the 2 toys that we announced coming out in 2 different months, they came out on the same month. We all know that that's not what's going to happen, right? Has anyone here ever been subject to that? You pre-ordered, say, a Jurassic Park Transformers Collab 2-pack that was supposed to come out in January, and said it came out the day before TFCon that year, thus bottoming your fun money budget. Yeah. So we can't rely on a simple line graph like this, and our hypothetonomics have to basically quantify. So we have to enter into the final dominion, that of the dominion of time. Pre-order dates, they constantly slide, they butt together, right? Time is presented to us as concrete, but in truth, time is a soft gel. Kind of like hair conditioner or hand sanitizer or luncheon meat. So you have to duplicate and stack your hypothetonomics. You can't just say, I'll have all the money set aside for October and all of it for August. Because right now it's July. And maybe you did these pre-orders, let's wind back a bit, in March. How many different days between March and October could all your toys come out at the same time? Therefore, you adjust your hypotheticnomics into a simple omnitemporal algorithm to be perpetually prepared for every toy to release every day between now and the day of actual release. So, starting in March, every single day between March and October, just set aside the $250 so that you have it available every single day. Now, you will have to pull out of your housing, your life costs, your eating. I'm sure you can figure that all out, especially with the advantage of things like your personal anti-life equation and Joker sleep. So, I've got a few simple visual examples now for you of what this line graph looks like. Now, as you can see, we occupy one of these temporal coordinates, okay? And each different one is a different outcome of when your toys come out. And if you want to make sure you keep completionism of your pre-orders, you've got to be prepared for not just all 6 of these are simply the 6 most common one that we all know about, obviously.
As long as you
there's the
use one of the
spiral,
6
there's
shapes.
the sun, there's the pinwheel, there's the circle, there's the double triangle, there's the sunflower, and there's the donut. We all know this as the 6 major timelines we occupy. And at any given time, obviously, you're able at this point as a living adult to be able to identify where on each of these graphs you occupy simultaneously, since we do exist across all of time and space. So you simply have to prepare your finances for any one of these simple vectors to be when all or none or some of your pre-orders come out, and be ready with all that money at every single, as I said, vector. Do I have any questions? I have one over here. There is more presentation, but we should cover this.
So I'm seeing it 6 diagrams, but you mentioned 7 shapes. Should I be wearing like 3D glasses?
Oh, you can't see the 7th shape? Oh, I'm really sorry about that. It might come with time. It's a maturation thing. Yes, we have another question here.
So my problem with the meaning of time is my past self is doing all these pre-orders that my present or future self forgets about and is surprised by the money. How does that play in?
Well, there's a couple different solutions, because obviously the most efficient way to deal with this is to become your own personal temporal assassin. And there's nothing better than eliminating the past self to simply exist as the present self turning into the future self. If you completely eliminate the past self once, there is no more past self. You're simply always in the present. But obviously, that's a very 7th, sometimes 8th shape kind of concept to deal with, right? So the real thing to think about is when you do your pre-orders, right, because you are your future's past self, as we all know, you got to think with some empathy about your future self, but also don't be a wuss. Your future self has got to, man up, as they say. Your future self has got to knuckle up and pull those overalls up to their neck and get ready for a fist fight. And there's no better way to bring it to your future self to ensure that you become a tougher person than to load that hypothetical Jeremy up with, say, $500 of Transformers action figure pre-orders. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, perfectly clear.
Okay, thank you. If we are all set, I can move on. Any other questions? Okay, right here.
Yes. How do I find the nearest madman with a box that may have access to the time-space continuum?
Yeah, we don't talk about piracy here at these panels. You wouldn't download a time machine. I wouldn't say that so loudly. That is against Ontario bylaws. I have no you wouldn't. He said he would download a time machine, which is ridiculous. You'd be arrested before you did it. That's how time cops work. The precogs will know you're going to do it. The only reason they haven't come in here now is because that was a funny haha joke.
Well, is that the way to get the police box to come, though?
Well, the thing is, you can't make the police box come because the police box knows you want it to come here, and that's against the rules. Once again, precogs, time cops, they'd know that the police box was coming, therefore the police box can't come because you want it to come. The police box has to come because you don't want it to come right now, but you want it to come within this spirograph that we currently occupy, so it'll find its way to worm its way in if it is able to do so between the patrol routes of the time cops.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. The last 4 minutes of that panel recording, I don't actually remember those happening, so I was just as interested as perhaps 1 or 2 of you were in what we were watching there. That whole panel I do have up, by the way. It is the Power of Preorder, TFCon Toronto 2023 panel. That went up this month, so if you do want to check the whole thing out, what I'll say is I put a whole lot of work, I put a fair amount of work into having the slides appear here in time with when people actually saw them in the room, going by the sound of the clicking and the wider shot that showed the projector screen at an angle. This panel took a lot longer to edit because in the Q&A section at the end, nobody was mic'd, and I didn't have a recorder pointed at the crowd. So I was listening on earbuds, trying to discern what some people were saying because they were inaudible, so I could subtitle them before answering the questions. So, do check that video out if you get the chance, because I put a friggin' lot of work into it and nobody watches panels. It's the sad reality. Anyway, we have real business to deal with here. We gotta make a hot sauce sandwich. So I've got these wonderful hot sauces from the West Coast that I really like. And I was just going to put the Verde and the Diablo both onto this sandwich to make a, a nice Neapolitan two-tone. These are fresh. I do need to put these in the fridge a little bit after I open them, so I may have to disappear again. But we'll have this. We'll watch a video and have the sandwich first. So the Verde is a very breakfast hot sauce. The Verde goes great with eggs. It's one of my favorite egg hot sauces. The Diablo is a little bit more of a general use. Where's the... Oh, here it is. A little bit more of a general use hot sauce. So we'll just get that onto the other side. Whenever it's a TFCon panel, and if it has a title, actually I have a playlist for these. I'll show you. I'll share a link later on. I always appreciate TFCon just takes my panel descriptions at face value, so I can do these things. This is what the How to Enjoy the Toy panels have become for the last year and a half, and I have them all in a playlist if you ever want to watch all of my toy collecting psychology oriented panels. Did those bottles say Scovilles? I don't think so. They're just hot sauce from the grocery store. They're salsadiablo.ca is the website. I don't buy stunt hot sauce, because, I want my hot sauce to taste good. So, stunt spice things usually don't taste good, so I don't really interact with them. I just figured, I made this milestone up. That's actually way less than I thought was on here. I made these milestones up mostly just out of the idea of, I don't know, maybe we'll get close to 1,000, so I'll just make a hot sauce sandwich. It's like a peanut butter sandwich, but, funnier. I do need a bit more. Yeah, I'm not doing, oh, it's ghost pepper or something, because, I don't want to buy that. That stuff is, what am I going to do with it after one of these? I'm satisfied with my grocery store hot sauce. All the milestone said was hot sauce sandwich. That said, the Diablo especially can really punch you if you aren't expecting it. It's been my experience. The Verde is a bit more of a slow burn, so this should be a 2-stage funny sandwich. Also, this is a little bit of cooking advice for any students living out there who have no money for food. Then make yourself a hot sauce sandwich. Heat, yeah, Searchman DS, that's where I'm at. Heat's better for flavor, not nuking your mouth. Nuking your mouth is if you can appreciate the capsaicin high afterwards. But even then, I feel like you want the hot sauce to taste good, though. The Hot Ones challenge whatever thing, famously, at least one of the hot sauces they go through tastes horrible. Also, I should say, my spice, my spicy level resilience is not incredibly high. So this will affect me. For those who are wondering, so the green one is a Mexican-style verde made with 8 vegetables and jalapeno peppers. It's jalapenos, Canadian canola oil, lemon juice concentrate, onion, green pepper, vinegar, cilantro, leek, green onion, sea salt, celery, garlic, cane sugar, xanthan gum, spices, sodium benzoate as a preservative. Whereas the Diablo is a red chili pepper oriented hot sauce, which includes pure water, Canadian canola oil, dried red chili peppers, lemon juice, concentrate, vinegar, garlic, sea salt, onion, cane sugar, xanthan gum, sodium benzoate as a preservative. Two-stage funny sandwich to prepare you for Joker sleep. Correct, April. Joker sleep. A friend of mine gave me the definitions of the Joker sleep and the Devil sleep, and I always kind of mix them up a little bit. I just always think of Joker sleep as like akin to when you fall asleep, but for just enough hours to have slept too much, but not enough hours to have slept enough. Usually at the wrong time of day. So then you're awake. Oh, I'm gonna take a nap at 8 p.m. Then you wake up at 1 in the morning, and you're like, well, this is us now. The one-chip challenge killed a teenager and is off the market, if I recall correctly, so Techno, don't worry about that. All reports of the one-chip challenge are that it tasted awful. And then they were like, well, we're going to add food coloring, so now it gunks your tongue dark blue as well. And then, like, some teenager died trying to do it. So... never feel bad about not wanting to do the one-chip challenge. V. Santa Hartano, so Joker sleep like the opposite of the Odin sleep. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Face, I'm always interested in the RGGGG update. Also, just as a treat, because I have a second bottle of the green stuff, but I don't have a second bottle. I'll add a little bit more of this, just so that people feel like they're getting their milestones worth. I only have the one bottle of the red stuff, so until I can secure an update bottle, I don't want to, like, blow through half of it just doing this, because I like the red stuff, too. Listen, I live in a Toronto apartment. Like, I need my food supplies to actually last a little bit here. Red Snarl, I've seen the one-chip challenge very recently at a store. Oh, I guess they updated it? Either way, I've never heard anyone go like, damn, I had fun doing the one-chip challenge. Generally, just everyone sounds kind of miserable, and they're like, well, did it at least taste good? And they're like, no. It tasted like paint. And I'm like, okay. Well... Anyway, oh, let me get our viewing up here. The Panera Death Lemonade is the new hot thing. Sugar Crash nap, I think, can become a Joker sleep, depending how hard you nap. I wonder if this is still my most viewed video. I'm gonna go take a look. Okay, second most viewed. Oh no, the rankings have changed. Wow. Okay, this is now my fourth most viewed video. This used to be the first though. With 181,000 views. Are you all ready? Are you all ready? What do you think it is? Unless you're one of the people I've told this to already, in which case you're like, eh. I don't have a lot of videos that have like hit the you know, the six-figure level of views, but like, yeah, Timu, you already knew. You must have been around to have heard this. Zimman, I think the challenge was 5 minutes after finishing the chip, if I remember right. Oh, people are cheating. Okay, we're just gonna bop over, get it going. Hang on. The correct tab open. One of my feature videos for years since 2009. Kick pose display, Kamen Rider Kuga. So I'll just turn this on. We'll watch an old video from 2009, and I'll try not to unleash a new level of self-loathing in watching it. This is training for me. I didn't even have the intro yet. Jesus.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Internet Personality Vangelis here with a review of something that is in fact not a toy. It's
still a
static
toy.
Japanese plastic and thus not suitable for discussion on certain websites. However, there will be no hot glue involved in this review. I got this by way of henshinjustice.com and HLJ. It's the Kamen Rider Kick Pose Display
Doing
Kuga
hot glue
by Ben
jokes
Presto.
in
I believe it's
2009.
one of those claw machine toys, and I haven't even opened it up yet, so let's crack this thing open. The box for something that, you know, you'd
This
find
is
in
still a
claw
Transformer
machine.
space.
It's imminently boring, but it's got everything it needs on it. It shows you the little statue you're getting inside, so hooray for that. And then once you open it up, you realize you've just gotten an amorphous blob of plastic. Hopefully
that
there's
desk-
something in here, or I've really been
Still
gypped
exists,
and played
but that
for a
monitor's
sucker.
gone.
All comes in plastic. Oh, wow. That's better presentation than I thought. I honestly thought that this was just going to be rattling around in the box. So you get this neat little stand, says Masked Rider Kuga. He is a cool guy, and he does the super
The
metamorphosis.
subtitles are still around.
Guessing this
They're,
is
they're in
plugs
every
in there.
video review still. They
Yep.
just aren't on streams because that's outside
Well,
of their
that's
union agreement.
exciting. Let's get Kuga out of his little plastic bag where he's clearly suffocated and gone into rigor mortis trying to kick his way out. Ah, yeah, I am mighty. Alright. That's actually a pretty good sculpt. I like the amount of detail on his belt there, and he feels pretty weighty. Nice glossy paint on there. And it looks like he's just got a...
Going.
Yep, he's got a butt plug. Just stuff it in there, and he's going all like, "Oh God, why?" And
You know,
pretty decent little statue.
nowadays,
By the way, if you're
when I
wondering
talk
about a
about
size
shoving
comparison, here he is with
pegs
a
into toy
Sochok
asses, I
Henshin
feel like
toy.
I have more aplomb.
And these are about the same
Like,
size
you
as
can
the
hear
final
me thinking
four
maybe this
Mirai
isn't cool
Kamen Rider
back then.
toys.
Now it's like,
And
just
here he
calm
is
down.
with a 3 3/4 inch tall fourth wall denizen. So there's
We're
some
in
size
stereo.
comparisons for you. Yeah, I actually like this quite a bit, especially for the price. It's a nice little mantelpiece type thing, and just spin him around here. You can see he's sculpted pretty nicely from every end. If you're a toy collector, this is probably not going to do it for you, but if you're the kind of person who can branch out into statues now and then, I'd say it's worth it, especially given that you can get them off HLJ right now for $5.
The hot sauce sandwich is more intense than I thought it would be, given that they're just funny grocery store hot sauces. And it's because there is a buildup of hot sauce phlegm at the back of my throat, which is making this burning sensation grow slowly but surely over time. When I finish this, I'm gonna try to be all cool like the one chip challenge, and I'll say, let's set a 5-minute timer where I can't drink anything, and see if we just continue on from there.
I mean, for $5, you're getting anything off there, just throw this in there. It's not a bad deal. The belt actually is really impressing me, the amount of paint detailing on there to catch all the little buttons and gold spangles and whatnot. And his head, too. It looks like Kuga. I'm sure there's some way you could even mod this into an action figure, I'm guessing. You know, carve him up, hollow him out, do all kinds of extra work that in the end it would have just been worth getting the SH Fig Arts. But, end of the day, I gotta say, for a $5 statue, this is pretty cool. So, thank you, Keith at Engine Justice, for letting me know about this. If you got $5 to blow, do it. If you don't like statues, though, then I'd say you're probably already aware of what you want to do regarding this guy. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, this has been Internet Personality Vangelis, and I do have one more statue in my queue, but lots more toys, too, so don't worry. Until next time, ladies and
5-minute
gentlemen,
timer.
be a cool guy!
Let's go to my next most viewed video. Doing good. I'm doing good. I'm a little champion. I'm doing real good. Yeah. Let's get you open. Third most viewed video of my whole catalog. Don't claim this. Don't claim this. Don't claim this audio. Don't claim this audio. I'm talking over it. This is transformative. Don't claim this audio, please. I'm talking over it. It's transformative. It's very transformative what I'm doing. Don't talk over it. Transformative audio. Sound effects. should have pushed in the shot. That's maybe more of like before then. There's just intro.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is internet personality Vangelis with a review of Minami Kotaro Reborn, the child of the sun, Kamen Rider Black RX, as he appears in SH Figuarts. You may also recognize this suit as the design of Haim Saban's Masked Rider, the unfortunately failed attempt to bring Kamen Rider to the shores of America in the same way
really wild.
that Super Sentai was brought to the shores
This
of
week
America.
of Figuarts reviews
Nonetheless,
apparently
we will
actually
all remember that,
caused
that
enough
highly
of a blip
multi-ethnic family and their
of
little Muppet.
Kamen Rider interest
and
in
that
English-speaking
excellent theme
fans.
song, Masked Rider. So anyway,
That
check
I was
out those
told that
compound
happened
eyes.
in
These
2011
ones are
by
about
someone from
twice as
Bluefin.
big as any other SH Figuarts is, aside from maybe Drake, and they are big and just gleaming and full of compoundness. I love it. He's also got a somewhat unique neck design in that, due to having a bit of a hunch-over chitiny design here, or chitiny if you wish to say it that way, he's got this extra clip on the back of his neck, and unfortunately it does somewhat hinder his posability. He can't really look up or down, but he still can quite happily look left or right. It's actually quite interesting how it all flexes around as you do that. I think it's pretty well done, all things considered, the limitations
I'm actually
of the
still more
design.
of a renewal than a Shinkocho
The rest
Seiho
of
person
his
myself.
Sculpt is quite simple, much like Black. Black RX is only a little bit more detailed, but as I said in Black's review,
I mean, not this one, but
everything that you need is here.
often
I mean, this
generally
is
speaking.
the Black RX suit, and if you don't dig its simplicity, then you probably just don't dig Black RX. Everything's quite representative of what was there back in the late 80s. Really, I think the only thing I might hold against it would be the lack of clear plastic on the belt. The original Kingstone got a pretty nice job, a really cool deal with some sculpting under a red lens, but this one not so much. And to me, that's a bit of a mark against it, because it feels too much like classic Sochok Henshin. And that's exactly what Figuarts tries to blow out of the water with its detail. So, a minor thing to pick on, but as I've said before, I'm a little bit harder on Figuarts' detail. Accessory-wise, he's
Agito,
got
no.
some identical
That's why
hands
Prime.
to Black. His fists, splayed hands, and chopping hands are all exactly the same. But he also comes with holding hands. Because Black RX is somewhat known for a very particular signature weapon. Something which I believe in Masked Rider was somehow changed into a laser gun, but that's going from my very hazy memory. Anyway, you can have him reach down towards his pelvis, and
Yeah, I know what you mean,
unfortunately,
PT.
you have to kind of fudge this a little bit because they don't have a hole
kinda like- I
through
like-
his stomach.
I like
but
Renewal
you can
Black
have him
the
draw
most
forth
of the old
Rebolken,
one and
and
Shinkocho
the
Seiho
Rebolken
1
is
and Renewal.
really nicely done.
Because it's
This
like right in
kinda
the
makes
middle.
up for the lack of
It still looks
clear
like a toy
plastic
to
on
me
his
in a way
belt,
I like.
because the Rebolken is a big old lightsaber. I mean, laser sword, and kind of akin to Black. Instead of just
Like
being
Shinkocho
tampered
Seiho
on, the little
sometimes
windmill
start
design
to get
down
little
here
Hot Toys
is
in their
actually
approach where
sculpted
it's
in
like-
and then painted over. So just
The
more little
toyeticness
details that I
starts to
love
like.
about
I think
this guy.
Black is
Check
an
out his
example, right? Because they had
wicked
the
80s
soft rubber
wristwatch.
mush
Good stuff.
on over some of the
Outside
joints.
slight limitations on his neck, Black RX is
And I'm
just
like,
as
I don't
posable
like
as any
that
other figure
very
art.
much.
Like Black, he has the Agito-style hips and a lack of ball joints on the ankles, although he still has the hinge. It just means you can't go to some of the ludicrous degrees you can with, say, the Kabuto figure art's body. But Black is still able to wield his sword or just use his fists to fight for justice to great degrees of effectiveness, and overall is a wonderful figure art release. And for folks who wanted to get a retro figure art but found Black to be just a little bit too boring, RX is definitely the way to go, because
I don't know who
he's
I'm
like
even
Black,
referring to.
but a little bit more colorful, with bigger compound eyes, and a Rebolken. So
Who's
really,
the-
you're winning in this deal. I think that the only marks you could level against Black RX would be the aforementioned lack of clear plastic on the belt, which is about as petty as
Kamen
you
Rider
can
Black looks a
possibly
bit
be
too plain Jane
in terms
for me.
of nitpicking a toy.
Looks at this.
So again, if you're someone who's definitely not expecting some ludicrous standards quite to the level that I hold figure arts to at times,
Much more
then there's nothing to
detailed, yet
worry about.
retro.
And aside from that, there's really no weaknesses I can cite on this guy. He's very solid. Much like Black,
Yeah, making
his
up a guy to be
posability
mad
and
at.
sculpt are not hindered by too many pointy details.
It's all very simple.
I tended to
very
like make
effective
up
and very
people
heroic.
because I felt
This is
since I didn't
a
like to
small
give
plastic
number
Minami
scores,
Kotaro, or I suppose Prince
I'd be like, well,
Dex,
instead of
if you so
giving a number score, I'll invent people to recommend or not recommend this to, and I'm glad I stopped doing that.
or highly recommended SH Figure Arts releases. He's from later on in the line. He's got almost no QC problems I've heard of. Maybe like Black, there might be batches out there where the RX symbol is a little bit scratchable.
Remember when the Fig Arts QC was like, oh, a symbol might be scratched in the box.
Is the rebirth and improvement of everything that the Kamen Rider Black Figure Art had to offer, and both of them are incredibly well done and among my favorite Figure Arts releases to date. Anyway, this has been Internet Personality Evangelist, bringing you a look at the Child of the Sun, Minami Kotaro, Kamen Rider Black RX! And to end today's installment of Rider Figure Arts Week, let's meet Minami Kotaro's stalwart companion. He's gone by more than one.
Remember when SHS were known for diecast feet?
Loyal and true friend.
But yeah, I think I've talked about this before, but oh, I might have dragged the volume way down without realizing I did that. I always like check in with people to make sure I'm not misremembering it. But at New York Comic Con 2011, the Bluefin Bandai folks who were there, one of them just straight up told me that at a time coinciding with Rider Fig Arts Week, there was like this known recordable spike in English language interests. He might have said amidst people who collect robot toys, I can't remember, but I know it was just like, basically, Rider Fig Arts Week caused a spike of English language Kamen Rider interest that Bandai Bluefin, maybe not Bandai themselves, but the Bandai Bluefin entity from back then noticed, and I always was very tickled by that. You did have a silver motorcycle that could transform. Was that the Auto Vagin from Kamen Rider Phase? Because that thing is a silver motorcycle that can transform. By the way, this is the hot sauce thing. I'm feeling it here now. It's like a little cold fire kind of bubbling away. Yeah, the pricing was neat too. Or like, when it felt like Fig Arts were being done by a team who you could call the Fig Arts team. Oh, Zim Man, I want to find those Jada toys. I mean, I'm not going to say it. Any biases I may have aside for wanting to find those things, I also really want to find the Jada Toys Street Fighter figures because everyone I know who's found them has said these are just darn good 6-inch toys. And I really want to find one. I've never seen them in Canada except like one Ryu in the dealer room at Fan Expo. I think it would be really cool if everyone in the chat was just like talking up. If you like the Jada Toys Street Fighter figures, if you in the chat were just going like, "Damn, yeah," like Wheeljack64 said, Jada is just knocking it out of the park. That would be a cool thing to just like say in the chat right now, for no particular reason whatsoever. I think I have... No, wait. I don't think I have SHF Ultraman Zero. I think I still have the Ultra Act Ultraman Zero. That's when I also start to draw the point where I'm like, Fig Arts isn't a line anymore. It's like just one of many brands that don't mean as much. It's like when you had like Fig Arts into Ultra Act into what was the line that the Mega Man X toys were under? D Arts. Yeah, D Arts. And Ultra Act, and Fig Arts. And then when Fig Arts got the Marvel film license stuff going on, when it became, like, demonstrable that Marvel and Star Wars Fig Arts are not the people who are making the Rider Fig Arts, or at least not all the time, is kind of when it started to slip through my fingers. Anyway, I'm lingering. I need to step away to put the hot sauce in the fridge and refill my drink. So, I'm going to do one more AFK here, but I'll set you all up with... okay, so the second most viewed video on my channel. I don't know why this one is... I'm happy that's not the statue. It always bugged me that it was the statue and, like, a model kit and not, like, toys. Yeah, PT, now only Monster Arts hasn't been consolidated. And I think it's just... I mean... It must be because, like, Godzilla is, like, you know, a prestige license to drop. But I feel like with, Ultraman Monsters... Wait... Do the Ultraman Kaiju exist in Fig Arts, or were they still only in I can't remember anymore. I lost track so hard when Fig Arts started doing Ultra Acts, and in photos they more or less look the same to me when they're out of their boxes, and I would get so frigging lost. The Ultra Kaiju are Fig Arts, okay. So the door exists if they ever do want to can Monster Arts as a name. So weird. Anyway, I'm going to go and refill my drink and put my hot sauces in the fridge. So, here's my second most viewed video ever. I'll BRB.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is internet personality Ryder Vangelis here with a review of the Popinica Deluxe Ride Shooter from the Ryder and Monster R&M series that came out way back in '02 for Kamen Rider Ryuki. This is a really, really awesome toy, and unfortunately one of the last of its kind to my knowledge. I don't believe the Popinica Rider Machine series is really lasted all that long. I think some of the last ones were for Blade. Don't hold me to that, though. If someone can tell me that they continued on with these kind of things, I'd love to hear it. The Kabuto ones, I'm not sure if those were sized for the Sochok Henshins, but I heard that they work okay. This is one of the only ones I have, though, and it's really one of the most impressive ones I've seen given pictures on the web. I wanted to show you the box just because it's big, solid, Popinica thick cardboard. It feels like it contains something awesome, and it does. The instructions are more or less on the back. Step 1, push button. Step 2, canopy open. And step 3, seat up. This is a very simple toy to operate. You don't have to learn any kind of metaphysics or anything like that. But this also comes with 2 advent cards, which are unfortunately fairly useless unless you have one certain toy. Anyway, let's pop this bad boy open. By the way, the toy comes with a couple other little perks. You get 2 advent cards for Kamen Rider Ryuki and the Ride Shooter. Unfortunately, you can't actually use these anywhere unless you have one certain roleplay toy. You also get a brochure, which looks kind of like a giant advent card, in which you can see all kinds of lovely toys that are no longer available in stores and various things. Look, it's a costume. I know someone out there is going to buy that. Someone's going to buy that and they're going to make a video where they show how heroic they are as a rider. I'm talking to you, Andy. I'm talking to you. The DX Ride Shooter is big, hefty, and a humongous plank of metal with a bike toy on top. It's got really excellent detail and is very close to the show, even though these things didn't really appear all that often, so any discrepancies one can really let go given the nature of how often a kid would probably be playing with this, but it's still a very cool toy, and like I said, big, clunky, and heavy in every good way. It has one major action feature, which is that you press this button. In theory, this canopy rises up and hits this button, which raises the seat up. Now, in the show, this happened in a very slow, nearly hydraulic manner, highly dramatic and incredibly badass in revealing the rider within. However, the toy does it a little bit differently, in that it catapults the rider across the room, especially if you're using one of the R&M toys who are solid plastic. These seatbelt pieces are supposed to peg into the side of the rider's belt. However, they're not only soft plastic and thus not a very secure connection.
Sideswipe Prom, I have
they
no
barely
idea why
even
this
peg
is so
into the
highly
seat.
viewed.
So this is really the toy's major downfall, are these useless seatbelts, which are mostly just there because they're in the show. That's really the only...
This
point
one
to
and my
them.
number
However,
one
it's a
viewed
fun
both.
action feature because,
I
mean,
don't understand why they are the
loading
most
is
highly viewed
just
videos
so
I've ever made.
satisfying. One other detail worth noting is there's a neat
I think in the case of this one, at the time, I think there
which,
were no other
shows
videos
you,
about this,
information that you're gonna
but I
need
might
to
be
know
wrong.
if you're going to invade the mirror world. and take part in the game.
Andy Millman is still doing, I
By
think,
the way, this
Moonbase
is also
2,
the
and is
mechanism down here that operates the
at least PNG
meatball
tubing,
action feature. It does
VTubing,
have a
doing gameplay
hydraulic
stuff
kinda
now.
peg, which is cool, and an
As
enormous
DK to
spring
Andy.
down there. So that's
How many
that's the
Japanese
gist of it.
viewers
And
watched
the button
this?
back
Was
here
it the,
just
yeah, I think it
releases
might have
this
just been the
little
only
black
ride shooter video at
now,
the
I know
time.
that this isn't all that impressive by itself, but you got to give it props for
My nose
construction.
is itching from this.
Also, this
hot
really
sauce
cool textured
debacle.
look on the red seat. It's sculpted in there, but it's really helped out by the paint apps. And the VAC Metal Chrome doesn't chip, so many props to Bandai. Now, I bet we all want to know what this looks like with someone inside. I do have the R&M Ryuki, however, I also have the Sochok Henshin Ryuki, who has metal armor, is a little bit heavier, and overall just works out better with this toy. Not to mention, diecast plus diecast equals victory. So let's take a look at that.
Oh, I forgot that I put music in this.
Now that is more like it. With a rider inside, the toy is very truly complete. By the way, it rolls really, really solidly.
I don't think the
in
chrome's
part
chipped
thanks to
yet.
The wheels, which are not soft rubber, but some kind of incredibly hard rubber-like
This thing's been living in a
substance.
box for a while,
By
though.
the way, the action feature... Okay, let's do it. See, he stayed inside. An R&M figure would have gone not just here. An R&M figure would have gone cartwheeling over the handlebars, at least in my experience. So, if you're going to pick up this toy...
Why didn't I film
I'd
the
say
R&M
try to
getting
get a hold of a
catapulted?
Sochok Henshin figure. Although, the only downside to these guys is, as I said, these seat belts don't even plug into their belts. But, really, they barely do anything for the R&M figures in the first place, so it's no
Yeah,
big
Rider and
loss.
Monster was the original Ryuki
Overall,
toy line.
I've got to say this toy is really worth it, but unfortunately,
R
I don't
and
know how
R
easy it is to
ampersand
get a hold
M.
of anymore. I had bought mine many years ago from a local hobby shop for a very, very good price, and unfortunately, I've never seen it for that price again. I think it's online now and then.
That hobby
I'd say
shop
if you're
went
gonna
on
pick
to
one up,
be
don't go over
one of the
50 or
founding
60
places of
for it if you
Fans
can avoid it.
Project.
That said, it is a big, heavy toy, and it's really awesome, so if you're going to overspend on something, this is something that's kind of worth overspending on, especially if you have Ryuki figures already. It really completes a display. And I'd say that if you're a fan of Dragon Knight as well, this is a pretty cool toy to find, because Bandai of America, you know, they try hard.
Dragon Knight
but
was 2009.
They tend to not put out quite as polished a product.
Maybe
whereas
that's
Bandai of
why
Japan
I
can
put
aim
this
their
one
stuff at
out.
collectors simultaneously due to
Like,
the
maybe that has to do with like
demographics
why it
over
got
there.
viewed a lot.
So, Dragon Knight fans and Ryuki fans alike, try to find this thing. It's cool. I know that you're all going to wonder what I think of Dragon Knight, since I am a fairly big Kamen Rider fan. All I'm going to say is I enjoy it, but I won't recommend it to anyone. It's really a show that you've got to check out by yourself and see whether or not you can deal with it. I think it's fine, but I'm not going to go around telling people they must be watching it. Although, Mark Dacascos.
I'm a fairly big
Anyway,
Kamen
this is
Rider
Original
fan.
Personality Evangelist. I hope
Sure
you
you're
enjoyed
wondering
this
about my
review. I hope you
opinion.
enjoyed this little peek at a apparently
Kamen Rider
somewhat
Dragon
rare
Knight.
Nika toy and somewhat rare Rider toy. And I hope that those of you who are after it can find it, because it's really worth it. Anyway, I'll talk to you again later.
It wasn't A3U.
Stay
It was
true,
a
Rider
predecessor to
fans,
A3U.
Because only the strong will survive.
I think it was when it was called Ultra Action Toys. That's when I got it.
It's coming.
How do I feel about Dragon Knight now? Hang on, let me face cam this. I really like it. I think Dragon Knight's very cute. Dragon Knight is like, it should have been the base bar for projects moving forward of like, what's a like Saban like way to do things, but with like a little more love. How do we get the Wang brothers to get to work on North American tokusatsu projects? It felt like it was the start of something really great, and it's amazing how all it took was the company at the very top of everything to screw that production so hard that people involved were like, I am never working in this field again. It's really unfortunate. I thought Dragon Knight was very fun. I think it's still fun to watch too. Like, it's a show you can watch where it's not, you don't have to pick between Dragon Knight and Ryuki. You just watch both of them. And then if you get really hardcore, you try to get a hold of the Japanese Blu-rays of Dragon Knight, so you can watch Dragon Knight dubbed by the Ryuki cast for like the absolute full experience. If I recall correctly, at least, that's what the Dragon Knight dub was. And then, like, hey, Dragon Knight was so popular in Japan that they made Figmas of all of them. Remember that? That was a weird, like, year, right? When Figma made all of the Ryuki suits before Fig Arts, and Bandai just kind of sat there, like, stewing, and the moment Figma was done, they put out SH Fig Arts Ryuki, who was, like, categorically better than the Figma one, almost in a spiteful way. Oh yeah, okay, the Japanese DVDs got ripped and uploaded. Because, yeah, Stephen, what's his name? Stephen, what's his name? I almost said Stephen Bloom. That's not the right person. Stephen Lunsford was like, yeah, you can't watch my show anymore, so here's a link. Yeah, the Bandai Ryuki Fig Arts were like... They were, like, spitefully good. They were just like, what does everyone not like about the Figmas? What if... What if we just do the... What if we just make ours better? Bandai just, like, having their Joker moment. Watching... Bandai, when they're watching all the Figma riders coming out for, like, that year and a half, just like... It was a good time. Yeah, the monsters were... Yeah, Bandai got that Joker sleep. I still don't have all of the Ryuki Fig Art stuff, because that's when I stopped, like, being Fig Arts completionist. Someday I might track a bunch more of it down if, like... I haven't looked into where 2010's Fig Arts decay... like how much that affected the Ryuki stuff. So I don't know if it's something to pursue or something where it's like you're pursuing pieces of glass. But I don't think I heard about the Ryuki ones having any problems. That's been the biggest bummer about Bandai high-end in the 2020s is finding out that, like, hey, a whole bunch of Fig Arts actually just kind of... they kind of just rot. Also, a bunch of Soul of Chogokins also just kind of... rot. Would you consider playing the first minute of your Fig Art Shadow Moon review? Sure, I don't remember what I did. Is this gonna be bad? Or is this gonna be funny, haha? And is Shadow Moon anywhere near the top? Please? No, of course not. Okay. We'll queue that up as a fun request. Yeah, like, I think I heard about Ryuki joints discoloring. I'm fine with joints discoloring because the alternative, if something bad happens, is joints crumbling. So... Kamen Rider Fem was called... Kamen Rider Siren in Dragon Knight, if I recall correctly. Do you all remember, in one of the Decade movies, or episodes, when Kamen Rider Black, the way that they fought off Minami Kotaro was they deployed a homunculus of Kamen Rider Fem, and then Minami Kotaro was like, "A woman? I don't know what to do! A woman?" He was just bewildered and they just left. That's how I remember it anyway. Okay, what? Blade and Sentai had the same discoloring. If I remember, the discoloring is that the color just faded in the more... I want to call them the palm parts of the joint systems. I don't know if they're palm, but the more nylon-y parts, like, kind of faded. Yeah, it was like the high density impact plastic they were using for, like, the joint pieces. I don't know if it was palm. Anyway, what did I do here? What did I do?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Internet Personality Vangelis, and a shadowy moon has risen to herald this review of SH Figuarts Shadow Moon, the nemesis and counterpart
That's a
of
good
Black
shot.
Sun, Kamen Rider Black. This Century King is so fancy, his box is even chromed and shiny. Taking him out of the box, Shadow Moon is... Man, he's like... And there are studs everywhere. Slick silver paint is all over the good proportions, and smooth black parts are with the pokey bits on his... They're real good details in black and gunmetal on the head, and the colorful V-fin core over the delicious green compound eyes. So basically, Shadow Moon looks really, really fine. Thumbs up. There was a time when this SH Figuarts Shadow Moon could have been allowed.
I should have just stopped the video
the
there.
Example of what Kamen Rider Figuarts should be doing, and as with all things Figuarts, they start off with.
You know, this was like the magic minute for Figuarts for me, when they would come out and it'd also just be like.
You've got the ball, then you got the ball with
It'd
the
look
hands
good,
inside,
but they'd
so
still
you can
feel
do all
toy,
that stuff.
you know, and
you guys know the drill, right? Hopefully, he's got.
Okay. I'll be in my bunk energy. I mean, yeah, Shadow Moon is also just intensely handsome, so, like... That's one where I got the Shinkocho Seiho, if I recall correctly. And I think I touched him, like, twice, and I'm just so afraid to mess with Shinkocho Seiho now, because, like... If they have, like, any kind of rubberized parts, I'm like, well, now it feels like you're making Hot Toys, where I'm supposed to pick the forever pose within 6 months, and then leave it like that. Yeah, Femme was the first Kamen Rider named female Kamen Rider. At the time, there was a, if I recall correctly at least, there was a whole fight you could get into about whether or not Tackle was the first female Kamen Rider. When, like, she kind of was. Like, she wasn't called Kamen Rider, but then, like, in a world where we were like, yeah, Rider Man's a Kamen Rider, it always was kind of like, look, they didn't write a song about Tackle being one of the riders, but that seems like that's the main difference. And then the SIC Tackle came with, like, the, you know, the Henshin face, with the face mask parts, because they were like, yo, we know. And it's like, yeah. That's the shade of green core Megatron was missing. Yeah. I agree. I think Tackle being a female Kamen Rider was the Firib back in, like, 09, 2010 era. Nowadays, I assume one of two things. Either people just go, oh yeah, she kind of fits the bill, or people still fight really violently because, like, Tokusatsu Discourse has somehow managed to figure out how to have an inherent level of toxicity at all times, even in 2023. Oh, PT, you're right. First female Kamen Rider was the Agito lady for the second. You're right. That was always the swoop-in answer. That was the one who comes in when two people are fist-fighting. The one who just, like, descend from the heavens on a wire and just go, like, female Agito! And then, like, rise back up before anyone could say anything. Oh, is YouTube messing with the chat? I can't do anything about the filter if it's doing something. This has been a thing we discovered this year, is like YouTube's chat filter that I thought I had control over. It turns out I don't. So we have to start figuring out, if it is really messing around, just figure out funny alternate words. Unless you're literally trying to type a slur, which I assume none of you are, because y'all are cool. Like, in that case, then just, like, don't. But if it's doing its funny thing, we just have to find alternate words. Picky Peeves and I know about this from a Discord channel we're in, where you just have to kind of figure out, like, what is the morality of the chatbot? Everyone say arse again. The chatbot is just steaming out its ears. I can't do anything about it. Anyway, we should continue on with the stream here. Crack open another figure. That's what I'm thinking. Let's pop back to desktop view. Oh, there we are. Yeah, that's Picky Peeves. I still can't get over the time I got flagged before for saying homoerotic. Seal voice. Arse, arse, arse. Speaking of arse, while I'm here, because they're color-coded, I want to see how this Air Razor looks with the double arse cannon. You know, when you peel your rhinos open. And erotic was fine, but homoerotic was not fine for the chatbot. And we were like... The double arse cannon, Tygon. You know, the double arse cannon. The famous Rise of the Beast double arse cannon. So I went Rhinox completist on the weaponizer Rhinox. Sorry, the Battlemaster Rhinox. Visant on Artano, that's got to have, like, non-derogatory in parentheses afterwards. Oh, here we go. Brown Barrage! Rapid Rectal! Goofy Gatling! Why is one painted? So they're both painted. Oh, you mean the cannon. So one of these is the one that's single-packed. The other one is the one that is in a 2-pack with Beast Alliance Pablo. Concussive colon! Shite shot! I was just watching a video of a whole bunch of alliterated alternate names for the loathsome dung eater, and no one else I've ever shown that video thinks it's funny. But it makes me so happy. One of them is like, the number 2 nibbler! And it really gets me. Gastro-gatling! Sphincter shot! Thank you, Chris Muse. Yeah, there's one that's a pack-in different colors to justify having the double butt gun. Anyway, this is an empowered robot woman. So let's open up another empowered robot woman. But no, thank you, Chris Muse. Little backstory. This is the end of a journey for me. I have spent the entire run of Transformers Cyberverse, and then the entire unexpected run of Transformers Cyberverse The Bumblebee Adventures. And then the strange, what's the word I'm looking for? The purgatory, the unexpected purgatory, non-derogatory, of Transformers Cyberverse, the more episodes we made with Trypticon and Dinobots in them. And the extra wave of deluxes we made out of nowhere with green stuff on the graphic design. And just going like, excellent. We're finally going to get Deluxe Windblade from Cyberverse. Windblade, one of the 2 main protagonists of Transformers Cyberverse for half of its run. Surely they will make a Deluxe, and everyone's like, oh, the Warrior is good enough. I'm like, no, the Warrior is not good enough. Not when we have Deluxe Class Prowl in Cyberverse, who is mostly there to have died in an episode. And then I gave up hope. And then Cyberverse, Universe, Windblade, and Legacy United, and I am here for it! Picky Peas, what are you talking about? I just see Cyberverse Prowl in that box. Mods! Anyway. Very excited to get this one open. Let's go. Ugh, I left a comment on Mark Marr's Instagram saying, finally my crusade is over. Got a whole lot of likes. Also got one or two people who were like, shut up, cringe lord. And I was like, your usernames make you not even look like you're human. I'm going to regard you as software. Yeah, who else was... Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Like, and there are so many reasons that could be feasibly given in any other context of like, oh, well, they made a Windblade for this. Oh, well, there's a Windblade here. Oh, there's a Windblade there. And it's like, yeah, okay. Who is literally the Dutra protagonist or whatever of Cyberverse Season 1? Oh, yeah, Cyberverse Prowl was in the show. Briefly struck up like a friendly relationship with Shadow Striker, where Prowl, I believe, had no dialogue, and then died. The thing is, when I say Prowl dies, it's not even a spoiler, because if you watch Cyberverse, you cannot predict or identify where Prowl dies. It will make you go, oh, huh, that's where it happened. Even if you go in knowing, oh, Prowl dies at some point, you will not be able to go like, and here it comes. It'll just kind of... It'll happen. Oh, and when you watch... Yeah, also Cyberverse Drift. The most... How do you put this? Cyberverse Drift, attempting to do a triple-level gambit, and it's an experiment that was worth doing, and don't ever do it again. It didn't work. Make sure you don't miss her fan. That was buried in there. Thank you for reminding me. Chase just fell over. He's like, that was buried in there. Do you like my Chase voice? Eminently missable. Robot Lord Keeper, I'd really want to pair her up with Armada Starscream just because red and big sword. Yeah, it's legit. That's valid. Also, I saw earlier, like, how many female characters from Cyberverse, like, got passed over for good figures, and it's like, yeah, all of them, right? Like, just about all of the ones you could name. Yeah, Rescue Bots Chase, famously played by Christopher Walken. I love to rescue children. Oh, this is the eminently missable part. It's buried in the tissue cocoon. Deluxe hashtag, hey, calm down. We all know it's not going to happen. We just gotta not... We gotta just not, so that if a miracle like this ever takes place again, we can just be surprised and happy. The moment I saw how tall her model in the show was, and how large her alt mode in the show was, I was like, oh, they're never going to make a hashtag toy. Except maybe an Ultra once. Other than the thumb puppet. Maybe a one-step changer. And if you're going to say, like, well, how can you say that? I want to be wrong! I really want to be wrong! Please, Hasbro, own me. Just own my ass. Make me be wrong about that. Friggin' saunter in with a Voyager-class Legacy United even, Earthspark Universe hashtag. Just own me. Go like, hey, fool. Hey, dumbass. Look at what we made. You thought we weren't? Because you know what? I win still. Just come at, just all over my face. Just come at me. Friggin' do it. Do it. I dare you. Robot Lorekeeper. Recently had to explain to my sibling who's vaguely interested in my hobby garbage that no, I know RC is your favorite, but she doesn't have an Earthspark toy larger than your thumb. Yeah, you know. And then also, at what point do I also start doing my bit where I start yelling like, boy, isn't it hot how they got beloved fan turned artist, designer, writer Nick Roche to do character design for Earthspark, and then they didn't make toys of most of his designs, and then they took his new Starscream design, and then they just painted Cyberverse Starscream to kind of look like him, sort of. Alright, so the one thing I've been salty about ever since this one was announced, the one thing, is I don't like this. I really just prefer a blade. Like, this is fine, but I had spent a while thinking that this piece would be detachable from the handle, and I'm pretty sure it ain't. Because I thought, like, oh, cool, she can store the handle on her hip like an unlit lightsaber. But, like, it's fine. It's just, it's not my preference. It's my preference if there's a swap, right? But as just the one, I'm like, okay. Oh yeah, the Earthspark Grimlock. Oh, I'm just gonna say the toy. At least that one's retooled, if I understand correctly. Like, yeah, Robot Lorekeeper, no Punk Girl Frenzy, no Soundwave or the cassette box. Well, Soundwave got a one-step changer. Zimman's like, non-F, help. Oh, yeah, and, like, not only was Nightshade, yeah, the first NB character in Transformers to get a full deluxe, also actually just a good toy, IMO. I gush about this a bit on the podcast, but, like, this figure reminds me of, like, stuff I loved about a good Beast Machines Scouter Deluxe. Like, I just think this is a good toy of this design as well. So, this is, like, one of my 10 Transformers I'm pretty sure I bought this year, if I were to name 10. Oh, yeah, and we're getting that Prowl repainted from Cyberverse Hot Rod. It's like, bleh. I mean, in that case, I'm just like, there's sort of like, that's a 3-level cycled joke about how Cyberverse Prowl getting an original deluxe was already kind of, like, oddly insulting. Anyway, waist joint, yeah. Oh, she's got all them joints. That's good stuff. I think I saw something about the backpack being pop-offable in some way, but I'm not sure if I misunderstood what that meant. I'm assuming these things can tilt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, best Soundwave design since Prime, and it gets a one-step. Yeah. Oh, Robot Lorekeeper. Sorry, I just saw that. Yeah, if you've never seen the Alamo just sitting. Like, it's kind of the boring version, but also I just like this look more. I think there's more character going on. It looks like they're just, like, chilling out, having a conversation. Then they can, like, gesture. You know, oh, over here. Science! Kind of covers up some of the more, like, you know, we're trying to pull off an owl mode at deluxe kids line price point mush. Yeah, Transmech. When I saw that Prowl from Hot Rod, I was thinking Checkpoint as well. I was like, someone just say it. Just say Checkpoint, so I think that's what it is. Take it easy, Tygan. I'm gonna try to. Oh yeah, I want to see how she holds the fan in her dedicated ability to do so in her hands. Now that I've stuck her fan into her head, it won't come out. Mom! Okay, there we go. Oh, she does have a slot in her hand. Yeah, look at that. There's like a cut slot in there. Oh, that's so cool. You know, every third-party Windblade trying to be a little bit more ara, and it's like, can your Windblade do this? Because this is like base level ara. Like you got to be able to do that, or what are you trying to even pull here? There's no ara in there. Oh, April, I see what you mean about the elbows. I thought it just would rotate past there. That's odd. Because that was the ara, and now we're into the oh ho 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 ho. Jozu desu ne. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's just a good implementation. Oh yeah, and in case you didn't know, they made it so you can stick the sword onto her hip like that, which I think is always a welcome addition to any Transformer with a sword. Alright, let's see if I can figure out how she transforms into an aeroplane. And Windblade will now be playing the role of What's-Her-Face from Shin Kamen Rider. There's a lot of good motion, too, in these wings, in my opinion. I like this. I'm assuming we crack the backpack open, but I thought it was going to fold on a different axis, so that's not... Oh, is that where the nose cone is? Dang. Oh, this was able to fold up in here, too. That backpack actually would get even tighter with a little bit less underhang. Oh, big feet on a Windblade is what I want. I frigging hate... So, this is a personal thing. I hate stiletto heel on robot foot as a design aesthetic. I just don't think it looks good. I don't think stiletto heels look good, personally. So when they're, like, built into a robot's, like, foot design, I'm always kind of groaning. Because also, as a byproduct, it means that usually the robot can't stand very well. So... I'm always like, no, just give... Ever since Titan Return Windblade, I think, did it first, if I recall correctly. I'm like, just give Windblade friggin'... Give her boots. Just give her normal robot foot shape. Please. Oh, here we go. Generation 1 Windblade. As she appeared in the original cartoon. See, the animators had a lot of trouble pulling off the Windblade face model and staying on model, so she'd always assume her battle mode, so it would be a little bit easier on the animators to like make all this work. My uncle who works at Sunrise Animation told me so. Talk about your cone heads. I don't mind the Windblade Warrior toy. It's just like... Knowing that deluxes were happening, I was like, no, I'm not good with this. This is not good enough for me. I need fuller features. I want more. This is where I will implement my fandom greed. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. That's freaking cool. I like that leg transformation. Oh, and does she just grab these? She just grabs these? Solid AF. Oh, the RID 2015. I do like the RID 2015 Warrior toy. That one is up there. I like this, though. I like this plane mode. You know, Transformer turns into a plane syndromes are happening, but I like how much the legs transform to, like, not be legs underneath. Like, I'm guessing we just are sticking this on somewhere. Where are you going to tell me to put the sword? I just dropped the... Oh, I just dropped the plastic tie. That sucks. I'm going to step on that later, and I'm going to be like, what am I stepping on? I hate this. Hello, Not So Alex. Hello, Dynamo Dave 2002. Oh, right, this sticks in the back, so it's like an actual, what is it? Super Nitro Windblade Jetstream Fuel Exhaust something something. Oh, this grips it! Okay, so the pegs here actually get gripped. They sandwich between the legs back here. I was gonna say, am I just like jamming this in there? But no, so that's like a solid connection. I like this toy a lot. For a modern deluxe with a jet mode, I really like how the mass down here is like, at least it's linear. It's a linear chunk. And then back here, like these are trying to not just look like legs. They're weird panels with fins on them for aerodynamicism. I think there are several good Windblades. Right now, I like this one a lot because it's also new, right? Obviously. But no, like the RID 2015 Warrior class Windblade, especially the Takara version, very solid. And Titan's Return Windblade was for a while, I thought, the best Windblade toy. I like this one the most right now because Titan's Return obviously has the caveat of she's got to have a headmaster, which takes away a little bit for me, and I like all the stuff this is doing that a RID 2015 Warrior toy was not going to do, like the way that the backpack transforms, the way the legs transform. Like I kind of enjoy that a lot. I'm going to change her back because I enjoyed changing her forward. Like, I didn't mind the blocky head on the Titan's Return one because it's like, okay, if she's existing in a world right now where she has to have a headmaster partner. So, as a headmaster version of Windblade, it's pretty darn cool. And then as a Windblade, if you ignore the headmaster part, also is a Windblade who's hitting a lot of aesthetics I like. So, she was high marks for me. I also liked her Titan Master weapon, the, like, kind of blocky two-part sword. I liked how that thing turned out. Take it easy, Transmech. I love this. This goofy giant hat you can have her wearing. Ah, that's cool. That makes me happy. I think if I had one problem, it's that her heels are relying on this tail fin piece that is not always playing 100% nice with the ankle hinges. But I'm also not having her, like, falling over very much, so that it might just be, like, an issue in the moment. Alright, let's do a milestone. Because we did hit, we cleared it, we went past it, but $950 had been hit, and that is one more funny little script reading scene. Now take it easy, Matt R. Oh, yeah, Studio Series Air Razor is also just incredibly tall. Like, she is just large. Because her legs are so long. Oh, Dynamo Dave, we blew past 1K during the first 40 minutes. This stream has just become spread out activities with doing the milestones at this point. So if we hit 1100, I'm going to try to blindfold transform leader class Optimus Primal over here. My expectations were shot through the wall immediately. Yeah, I appreciate the congrats, but it's mostly congrats for sick kids. It's congrats for me in that, like, hey, I hit my goal. Okay, there's one here about two women in a physically abusive relationship. That just seems like it's going to be a bummer, so I'm going to skip past that one. This one's not... We don't have any female characters in this one, but I like the blurb. We're going to do launch date. So, Mr. Tandem is a multi-millionaire who calls in his butler, Bennett, to discuss the concept of building a rocket in order to blast himself into outer space. This is a comedy, is the blurb. So, is Megatron Mr. Tandem the multi-millionaire, or is Megatron the butler, Bennett? I can't make polls because the poll system broke immediately when we started the stream. So, just type in the chat who you'd like Megatron to be. Mr. Tandem the multi-millionaire, or his butler, Bennett? Butler is our first answer. Oh, we're 1-1. I should go to browser share. You can. It's not Mr. Tandem. It's actually Mr. Tandem. So I'll give this another. Give this another 30 seconds. So far, it's looking like he's Mr. Tandem in a 2-1. So I'm thinking we're going to have a multi-millionaire Mr. Megatron tandem And his butler, Bennett Optimus Prime. Alright, that's where we're at. Megatron gotta be the top. True. Alright, so. Megatron is Mr. Tandem, and the part of Bennett the Butler will be played by Optimus Prime. Enter Optimus Prime.
You asked to see me, sir.
Sit down, Optimus Prime! Make yourself comfortable. Would you like some brandy? It's all right. Feel at ease. Brandy?
Sure.
Here you are. Take a sip. Enjoy and feel relaxed. I need to ask you some questions, and I would like you to have as clear a mind as possible for optimal thought.
Yes, brandy certainly helps one get optimized for optimum thought.
None of us knew about that part of the dialogue, did we?
Lovely! Now, if I was to build a rocket ship, what would be the very first thing I would do?
A rocket ship, sir. For space?
That's right. I want to leave Earth at once and fly into the outer reaches of space until I hit Mars! Kerplunk!
I see.
Well,
Well, what, sir?
what do you think is the very first thing I should do to build my rocket?
Well, I would have to say that you would need to reach out to experts in the field.
Right.
But, sir, why would you want to go to Mars if you don't mind me asking? You apparently have everything here.
Death!
Death, sir?
That is correct.
What do you mean by death, sir?
You do know the definition of the word.
Yes, sir.
There you have it. I wish to shoot myself into orbit by way of rocket in order to die. A much more exciting adventure than what dear old father had done.
But why on earth, sir?
Is that a pun?
What, sir?
A pun, my dear boy! A pun! I'm asking you about rockets!
Right. Sir? Are you feeling well?
I feel spectacular!
Right. Sir, when do you plan on having your rocket built?
Well, first there is a level of research, is there not? And then there will be time for construction, and finally, a launch date! Which reminds me, I will need you to be solely responsible for the launch date.
Launch date, sir.
Launch date! I want you to make sure all arrangements are met according to this paper right here.
Megatron hands Optimus Prime a piece of paper. Optimus Prime examines the paper.
As you will note, there is a checklist box next to each number. There are a total of 7 things I wish to be done by launch date in order for the launch date to go off. Please read over everything in your own time. Absorb it, begin collecting, and be done with it. I do believe, realistically, I will be launching myself into space within 4 years' time.
4 years, sir.
4 more miserable years of this asinine existence, and poof! Off to space I go to meet my alien friends. Yippee!
Optimus Prime stares at Megatron quizzically.
Will that be all, sir?
Oh? Why, yes, all for now. Get to work! Oh, one must remain hush-hush about my rocket, by all means.
By all means, sir.
By all means.
Yes, by all means, sir.
By all means.
Yes.
Yes. Begone.
Scene. That was a really kind of not very funny script if you weren't doing it as existing cartoon characters. Need a screen cap if you're saying spectacular. Well, you know, there is a clipping system in YouTube live stream VODs. It's in there somewhere. So it's doable. You just have to find the part where I said spectacular. All right. So let's continue on. Let me see. I'm gonna have a sip first. Hey, I had this idea. Because I mentioned last stream how I want to like try to cut together more pieces of live streams to just put out as videos, since lots of people just don't look at the live tab or even are aware the live tab exists. So I was thinking of grabbing all of the Optimus Megatron scene reads from 2022 and 2023 and just like supercutting them together and putting that out as a video. Do you all think that would be fun? I don't know if that's like overkill, but I thought it'd be a fun, because it's like a bit that we did for 2 Extra Lives. So it seems like it would be a thing that you could like slap together a compilation of, just put it up and go like, hey, in case you didn't know, every $50 or every $100 starting at $50, I would read stupid monologue blogger monologues in questionable impersonations of 2 cartoon characters. Mostly missing the actual impersonation part. Why don't we check that out? So, if nobody thinks that sounds incredibly stupid, then I'll add that to my little brain list. Face forward update on real grade Gao Gaigar. Drill Gao is complete. Stealth Gao is all that remains. Ooh. You could use figures to act them out. I want to just... I was thinking, like, you know, do I like, try to, like, get full visuals going for them? And I'm like, some of those monologues just don't... I'd rather just show the stream clip, because some of those monologues just don't have much going on. Some of them are bad. So, like, I don't really... I don't know what I would do that in many cases wouldn't just be the 2 toys wiggling at each other. There's a lot of, like, familial drama in those things. Just thinking here, because I have one more toy to open, and I have one more milestone to do. Do we want to slip in a quick little solo card game in between that, or should I just do the toy and the milestone, and we keep this as like... We just keep it on that target. Because basically, I was going to play through a game of Royal Express, which is a solitaire card game, here on the desktop. But also, I have one more toy to open, and I am a greedy, basic boy. So, I need you all to tell me what to do. I leave it in the hands of whoever, like, replies first. First couple people. I'm going to switch back over to facial feature. It's there. Toys. Chris Muse, are you a fellow highly basic boy? That's 2 for 2. That's another one for toys. So I do got the one toy left in my bag, a funny bag. Sorry, I turned away. Like I said, I got the one toy left in my funny bag. We also got one for card game. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this over here. is Royal Express. I don't think it's here. I think it's over in the hallway. So we'll do toy, and then card game, and then final milestone, and then we'll see where we're at. Card game, by the way, is quick. So all of these things are not going to take up tons of time. Final milestone is hard karaoke 2. I actually have to download something for that. Hang on, I should do that while I'm here. Oh no, my keyboard's asleep. There we go. Because I have a custom track for hard karaoke 2 so that we're not using anything real. So that's got to do a quick download out of Dropbox. What did you think of Core Energon Megatron? I like the robot mode. If you watch back in the VOD, you can hear it happen live. I was like, this is so cool when I was transforming him. Then when I finished getting to alt mode, I was like, I'm somehow disappointed. It's not bad, but I was expecting like one more sprinkle of sauce somewhere, and it didn't happen. So I don't know what I wanted, but the alt mode was like 1 degree shy of what I was hoping for. Whatever it is I was hoping for. So I like the robot mode. The alt mode kind of made me go like, huh, I wish one more thing happened here. Oh, Prid Cup is a good toy, in my opinion. Same with Ironhide if you get the Arms Micron Ironhide version of it. Because the Arms Micron Ironhide version, I think, comes with a Micron that turns into basically movie Ironhide's forearm cannon, if I recall correctly. It's pretty cool. Oh, Alan Weaver, Tasmania Kid is the one core class I did not find. Someone bought that one. I'm not surprised. I've heard he's pretty good. Yeah, for me, it was like somewhere between the arms and the wings. I was kind of like, I think if the wings had either a hinge or the little flip-out hyper mode forks on the tips, I would have been more into it. Is Cyberverse... Oh, Cyberverse, the toy series Prime Ironhide. I liked that toy. Cyberverse Commander class Prime toys generally were hits, in my opinion. Kind of an underrated price point. Anyway, yeah. Bleeb. I will acknowledge I was there when this toy popped up on Twitter. And everyone started having, let's call them, legitimate blood feud fist fights before anyone figured out that the shoulders were wrong. So, I still remember that day. I haven't watched the video Kian put up about that day, but I still remember that day. Anyway, I like this piece of art here. I think that looks pretty cool. I've heard pretty good stuff about this figure. It is obviously, you know, we're 2 years removed now. It is obviously a bit of a maudlin piece to be messing with. I've always fallen on the end of the discourse around this as like, I think this looks cool. I think Derek probably would not have liked this, and I think it would have been really fun watching Derek maybe rant a little bit about the parts of this he doesn't like. But also, I immediately sit there and I'm like, then again, I wonder if it would have been tempered with like, but also, I thought they weren't going to make any of these anymore, so that's kind of cool. Anyway, it would have been, there's no way to predict how Derek Wyatt would have reacted to the Legacy United animated things, in my opinion, or Legacy Animated Prowl. I think that there would have probably been a base level of like, but it would have been funny, and there probably would have been some surprise cheer in there, and anyway, getting the maudlin stuff out of the way right now. Let's get down to brass bumblebees. See how this thing turned out. Someone get a medium. I was just watching a thing about some pretty fake mediums. I used to think like, oh, they're kind of funny, and then like I kind of got the James Randi induced take on mediums, which is like a lot of mediums are really just taking advantage of people's like fragile emotional states tinged with grief. That stuff kind of gets me grumpy now. I'm sure Josh would love to know too how Derek would. I mean, it would have been. It's a lot of it would have been, right? But don't bug Josh too much though about it, because like, you know, Josh I think was hanging out with Derek the most at the time, and I think is still really, you know, this is an understatement. Still really bummed out about it. Okay. Oh yeah, Josh was in the video key input up. Say, if you want to know, then just like hit up that video key input up. I'm gonna watch it sometime. It was just like when it came out, I was like, I like this idea. I'm still too bummed out to want to like think about it though. It shows up in my recommendations now and then, and I'm getting closer to pushing like I'm gonna just watch this. Because it's like to get a little intellectual about this. It's like, I think it's not the first time. Obviously, we've like lost someone in the fandom, let alone someone creative in the fandom. But it feels like it's like the first time we've had a loss of someone who was working on the brand, was a fan working on the brand, afterwards remained a fan, continued working in the industry, the various industries, had a, you know, that certain viewpoint of someone who has worked in animation and worked on animation that had toys attached to it, and, you know, is gone too fast and too early. And so it's like a particular new kind of fresh wound that, like, it's the main reason why I've always had trouble kind of like sitting there going like, let's theorize about this, because I'm like, man, I'm just still bummed out. Okay, TLDR, Josh likes him, knows Derek would have been grumpy about him for like a week and then gotten over it. That's kind of, yeah, it's kind of what I was, kind of how I was thinking about it. The day that Twitter was full of people yelling about it, Derek would have probably had a field day. That said, this is a nice feeling little fella. If I remember right, there's an unofficial ab crunch if you undo something. Oh yeah, here we go, here we go. So if you undo that, then you get a little abular motion, I think. Oh no, that's not it. Is that it? I'll discover it when I transform him. I'm messing with things I do not understand. Can he T-pose? More or less, yeah, he can T-pose, perfect toy. Remember when it was like, oh, there's no way there's a bicep swivel in there, and then I was one of the first ones in my circles who was like, no, I see the cut where a bicep swivel can be. And he has a wrist swivel too. I didn't actually catch that there was a wrist swivel. Running. Oh, that knee's weird. It's in the right spot, but it looks like it's not. And those are not ball joints, those are just universal joints. So Bumblebee can also form the most power posture. The sideways H. Wiggling. Okay, so the ankle tilt doesn't seem to really be much of anything. Oh, no, there it goes. What was it stuck on? Okay, so there's like some mush over here. I think you can fake them going past the 180 mark on the T-pose. Possibly. Oh, almost. You almost can. But not quite. And then we've got the stinger arrangement here, if I recall correctly. That's an interesting angle. Oh, I see. Okay. This is the actual nostalgia gimmick for me, is the stinger where they can interlock, at least like unofficially. There should have been like a, I don't know how you would have done it. I wish there was a peg to actually like hook connect these two things together, unless there is and I'm missing it. If I were to drop one crit on this piece myself, it would be that. I kind of thought there was gonna be, and then I realized these both have holes. One of them is supposed to have a peg. Ah. Oh! I just have two with the same thing. Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this seems like an incomplete arrangement here. Well, dang. Now I gotta go find another one with the... Oh, and they're in the tissue, too. I don't want to return the figure over this because I don't know when I'm going to find another one. So I'll have to figure out something. Or if anyone out there ever gets one with two pegs, we are destined to meet. I wonder if I have just like a 3mm peg somewhere. So yeah, without the peg, that still looks okay. But yeah, obviously, yeah, if that's supposed to have a peg, that explains my odd feelings with this one. Oh man. Can I stick these onto the backpacks section? Kinda. Because I see in the instruction art that these are supposed to be like, you can use them as funny bazooka guns. Ah! Was there discourse about the boosters on the original Deluxe? Maybe it's as far as like these things look cartoony and weird, because they were kind of, you know, they're sort of blimp-like in their shape. I don't remember there being like a discourse about like, oh, why does Bumblebee have these? A Lego bar is about 3.2 millimeters if you have a part you can use. Thank you, Frosty. I don't know if I have a Lego bar on hand, but I do know where there's a Lego store. Flipping the stingers around has them straight for a single-armed... So if you put them in on their own, they're like this. They're on an angled connection, basically. Like the part that they peg into is itself angled. Yeah, single stinger, I think you're supposed to just put them into the boosters for that. Sideswipe Prime, I'm digging B so far. I haven't transformed him, but I also discovered I have these two both with holes, and everyone's telling me that one is supposed to have a peg. So I got quality controlled on a deluxe transformer on an accessory, which means I kind of just gotta live with it and mod it, because I don't think there's a system by which I can return this and get, like, or put in a request for the right piece. It sounds like it's still very common for it to become like, yeah, just send us the toy and we'll send you something of equal value. And I'm like, nah, no. I don't want to. Glue it. This is exactly the kind of plastic that super glue, like, turned into jelly on my old animated Swindle, though. Yeah, the peg isn't on an angle, it's a straight on. Alright, I'm going to try to figure out how this little guy transforms. Yeah, I think the peg is 3 millimeters, so I could probably just, like, trim a piece off something, yeah, like a model kit runner or something. Frosty mentioned that there was a Lego bar that might fit in there. So how are we transforming? How are we doing this? I know this part folds open. Or does it fold open? Oh no, it does. It has to. There we go. I think. Okay, so that was just really tight, but that's the unofficial ab joint you can use if you undo... Let's flip this back around. See, if you unclip this... then you get big Abby Crunchy. Oh, wait. That was premature. Zimman, speaking of ab crunch, forgot to mention the torso joints on Jada Chun-Li feel amazing. I want to find Jada toys, Chun-Li and Ryu and Fei Long. And whoever else. Ken. I liked the announcement of Ken. I think I talked about that on maybe the podcast. I can't remember. Somewhere I talked about it. That was like... the grand announcement of Jada Toys Ken was like, yeah, I mean, kind of figured y'all were going to do a Ken if you did a Ryu. Mega Man's good. Now I want the Mega Man as well. Now I want the... I'm greedy and basic. I want all of them. This is one of those tabs where it's like, it'll either put itself in the slot or you have to sit there trying to sightlessly find your way into the slot. Oh, I like this. He goes, too. He got that texture on the wheels, so it's even on this desktop, it's gripping enough to... You can see the wheels are actually turning. Beep, beep. Good stuff. Where does the instruction sheet want me to put all of the bits? Okay, we're just sticking those on the... Okay. It's just going for the, like, stick them on the back. I like this Bumblebee. Primal is indeed still screaming. Hang on. I just noticed something. Brian Vangelis, I wanted to do a shout out to an old crossover video of yours with the Isle of Rangoon guys. It's only on Daily Motion. Yeah, we shot that at a... They wanted to shoot that at a BotCon. That was fun. Hang on, I gotta just check something, though. Ooh, what just happened? We got 2 more donations. These are all giant donations. Glenn Lopez with $50 and my friend Dragonzord with $55. So we have cleared 1,100 raised. So I got a blindfold transform Studio Series Optimus Primal. If we hit 1,200, I don't know. I have another karaoke, but I feel like that's a little premature. You who are in the chat right now, tell me. So right now, next milestone, hard karaoke 2. Then, sightless transform Studio Series Leader Class Optimus Primal. If we hit 1,200, I have a cabaret karaoke that I can queue up. The track is not as nice to work with, but it's something I was going to try to build a track out of. So I used like one of those like tricks to try to tone the vocals off so I can hear what the music sounds like everywhere, so I can try to build like a kind of dorky sequencer track, but I haven't done that yet. I could karaoke that. That's also something I could do. Could do another monologue blogger scene at 1,200. I mean, I could grab one of those. I didn't think we were going to go that far over 1,000. You are all tremendously generous, those of you who have donated. And those of you who just stuck around, too. Very generous with your time and keeping me company through all this. What I was going to say is I like this Bumblebee toy quite a bit. Use Rise of the Beast Primal 2 karaoke. Picky Peeps. Milestone. Give me your Snarl. How about at 1,200 I sightless transform Studio Series 86 Snarl? I'm just gonna turn this Bumblebee back to a robot because I like this toy. Look, Picky, you inspired me. You inspired me. Cheeky Bastard's not finishing out the original 6 Robot Masters in Wave 3. I wonder... I have heard in a grapevine that companies like Capcom can be extremely persnickety about character selections. I wonder if they're similarly weirdly persnickety about Robot Master selections. Don't worry, I scared the cats off from laughing so hard. Excellent. That was the goal, Picky Peeps. We were going... Let's try just launching a campaign of terror at the local feline population. Japanese companies are very persnickety. That's kind of been my impression whenever, like, easy example is a Capcom license, because you got Mega Man, you got Street Fighter, their character rosters, right? Whenever it feels like, why are they doing the roster in this order? Especially ever since that years ago, that attempt to kickstart a Street Fighter line where they were trying to kickstart a Ryu figure right after Sota Toys, if I recall correctly. It was right after Sota or NECA had the license. And someone just asked, like, do you think Ryu is the best character selection to draw interest to this campaign? And the person, I can't remember who was kickstarting it, but the person who was trying to kickstart the line was like, it's not my call. It's the single demand that Capcom is making is if I am to pursue this license, I must make Ryu first. And that's what kind of opened my eyes to stuff like that. Capcom are so persnickety they refuse to acknowledge the gold of remaking Dino Crisis. Kinda, yeah, Picky. Like, given that they have the RE, whatever it's called, the Resident Evil engine, basically, and, like, they did 4 with it, I'm kind of like, you could probably use that as the basis for some kind of sick modern Dino Crisis. So that's the problem. Also, True Force was going to make a 0 to go with their Mega Man X, but they butt heads with Capcom so much it got canned. Yeah, I felt like there was some... when True Force kind of clearanced out all the colorways of that Mega Man X? It felt angry to me when they were doing that. Like, there was, like, this kind of mildly irritated vibe when they were clearing all that stuff out. Because they were just going, like, whatever, take it. And those were pieces made with, like, Sentinel Design Group, if I recall correctly. Anyway, I like this Bumblebee. He's making me feel good. Yeah, I'm in the position to be able to test this out. Bumblebee also, as you could see visually, he is tiny. And I feel like he is definitely living up to the notion of, like, well, he's physically small, so he just has tons and tons of moving parts to account for, that we have a whole deluxe budget to use on a little guy. Anyway, he can kind of ride Legacy Animated Prowl, kind of. As a first try, at least. Can't get the handles into his fist, though. The throttle sculpt prevents them from going into circular fist holes. But he can broom broom broom. So that's kind of cool. Can he do the Akira slide? Sort of. Screech. I feel like if there was a Legacy cartoon, this would be how he would show up like this specifically when Cyberverse Windblade goes like, wait, I can, with my city speaker sense, I sense Bumblebee, my friend Bumblebee, and a portal opens and it's like, screech, it's like, what's up? Wait a second. Hey, wait a second. You're not my Bumblebee. And it's like, you're a woman. See the side-by-side for the shoulder Discourse. Can I make one of these shoulders into the Discourse form? Discourse mode? Yeah, here, I think this was Discourse mode. Yeah, there's Discourse mode. When people are like, how could they design a toy like that? And it's like, and this is how I felt when this whole thing happened, right? When this was the photo, right? Cover this side. This was what everyone was looking at. Here, I'll do it over here even. Everyone's looking at this. Obviously, hindsight's 2020, and there's no way to prove that I'm not just making this up. I don't know if receipts exist to prove that I thought differently. But, like, when this was the photo, I looked at this and I was like, clearly, though, like, it's going to be that. Like, clearly. But then it was all this, like, you know, how could Hasbro design an arm to look so horrible and it's sticking forward? Ridiculous! How could this is insulting that they would design a toy like this? And I remember looking at this going like, yeah, but it works like that. Oh, June, this wasn't... No, this wasn't the toy photographer. When the official photos came out, he looked like that. The photo that caused the discourse was someone who got a stolen factory copy or whatever, and then took a photo of it like this, on like a computer desk, and that's all anyone had to operate off of for like 18 hours. And so everyone exploded, going like, look at those arms! And I was sitting there just going like... Get out my little bugle and go like... Hey guys, I think the arms are mistransformed. But like no one could hear anything because it was just like shotguns firing, people having fist fights with like trash cans taped to their fists. That like, it was like a 12-hour period when the most people were awake and the most fighting was happening. An army of bees! I think recently I just said at some point something about, like, who wants to have that many bumblebees? And you weren't here for it, and I was like, aw. I think that was about movie bumblebees and Studio Series number 100 and how I don't have one yet, and I kind of want one. Even though I have lots of bumblebees. This one's good. I transformed him back and forth. I like him. Oh! Bees. Guess what, though? Both of my stingers. You can watch this moment in the VOD as we slowly discovered. Because I was doing the double stinger, and I was like, dang, it's a shame these don't peg together. It's really weird. They both have peg holes. And then everyone in the chat who has one was like, one of mine has a peg, and the other has a hole. And I was like, oh! I finally have a QC moment. So it sounds like there are several options of 3mm size rods I can just jam into one of these to make this peg together. So it's fixable. I don't want to try getting it replaced, because we all know what happens when you try to get a piece replaced on a Transformers toy. 1 in 5 times they like oddly do it. But otherwise they're like, send us your toy, we'll send you a deluxe. I'm never going to review Bumblebee ever again. Never, never. Yeah, I did it took me a bit. It was when I transformed him, because I did this, and I was like, that's too stiff. But then I realized while transforming him, you just have to kind of push it till it clicks. And then, yeah, you get you get an ab joint. I was just doing the Discourse mode for the shoulder. If you remember, when we first saw this, it was a stolen factory copy, and someone took a bad photo of him looking like this. And then the entire social media side of the fandom just had, like, one colossal fist fight for 12 hours until someone went like, oh, huh. And then took another photo. And then very briefly, well, he doesn't have bicep swivels. And it's like, oh, yeah, there. It's like, oh. Whoops. How embarrassing. Anyway, Discourse mode is my favorite fan mode for animated Bumblebee. Why would they do this? They didn't. Why didn't they tell me? I saw it earlier in the chat, but earlier on when I said I couldn't get the ankles to work, I kind of figured that they click like this a little bit. Because, there's just like some mush they have to muscle past. So that's why Prime wags finger lazy. That's when I launched that one at my own people, at the other fans. Or no, you mean for the shoulder? Yeah, yeah. What's the path of Discourse? First we have this. Lazy, lazy. That arm doesn't even line up with the shoulder line on the torso. Oh. Lazy, lazy, lazy. You let a photo get out there without the shoulders put together right. It's like you're not even trying. That was actually someone stole a sample from the factory, took the photo. Lazy, lazy, lazy. Shouldn't have things stolen. Picky P's, almost like the fenders pointed forward in the animation model or something and we just forgot. That's what I was yelling for like 10 minutes and then no one replied and everyone was yelling at each other and I was like, I give up, I don't care. You're all going to forget that this happened in about 6 months. None of you will remember this day. I will. Anyway, I'm going to go grab my little card game so we can do that as a little activity. And while I do that, I will... this will probably be the last major break. So I'm going to now play for you the #1 viewed video on my YouTube channel. And I don't know why it is the #1 viewed, and it's the #1 viewed by a margin of 270,000 views, so it's unlikely it's going to change anytime soon. Most of these views came from early in this video's lifespan, too. I don't know why. I seriously don't understand why. What are the chances they'll retool Legacy Prime Bulkhead to be animated? I would say, like, 75%. Like, I kind of wouldn't be surprised if they tried to do, like, a little tweak to, like, put rounder parts on him. Kind of the same shape, but just rounder edges and corners. Just for the sake of having one in there. Anyway, here's my most viewed. I'm going to do a little BRB version. And I don't know why V-Build #1 is the most viewed video I have ever made. It's not even that good.
Hey guys, this is Internet Personality Vangelis here in a Toronto hotel room. And I thought I'd kill some time when I wanted to just get away from people and enjoy the room by building some mini-pla. And I thought that I would document it because I like watching people build models on YouTube. It's a weird vicarious thing, and I thought I'd see if anyone else out there is into that kind of weird vicarious thing. So check it out. It's time for a Let's Build the mini-pla. Go say great. I don't use many tools for this trade. Just got me some clipper nippers, my blue knife, which happens to have a mag light on it, which will be so totally helpful for this review, if it stays on, and my modeling knife, and my little triangular file thing, which is totally clogged up with plastic, and I think it's bleeding some all over the table while I do this. Anyway, let's slice open one of these boxes. I'm gonna do these in order, because I'm fastidious like that. There's a pull tab here, but who uses pull tabs? Let's get over the top, because the instructions for this are on the inside of the box, and that means I basically have to pull this entire box open in order to see them. That's one of the tricky things about mini-pla, although I'm sure it saves on some dollars, like $1 tops, by not having printed paper instructions. Just gotta hit up the perforation here, and I'll see how I'm supposed to put this together. Although I'm sure experienced gunpla, or really any modelers, would be able to suss this out on their own with their super gunpla senses, but for the rest of us, instructions. Oh, and these. You know about these by now. What's funny is I said all this about paper instructions not being printed. They still print them for the actual transformation bits, so I really don't get it. Also, there are these stickers. Barring things that aren't sculpted on, I probably won't be using all of these. I probably won't be using many of these, if any, but that's what they look like. Oh my god, 2 whole sprues of parts. This is intense. I don't know if I can handle this many pieces in my modeling career. Ah! So clipping parts, if you've never used nippers, by the way, don't use them like this. This is the dumb way to use them. You want to have the flat part up against the part you're clipping. Again, Gunpla modelers probably already not only know this, but are probably scrutinizing my technique and thinking like, man, what is that guy doing? Then after you get them off, you can just grab... You can use the knife if you want, but I always just prefer
Okay,
grabbing
people
the
like
flat side of my
long-form
file
stuff,
and
yeah.
having just a little go at it.
But why does this one have nearly
Smooth
half a
out all
million
those
views?
bits and pieces
And the
of
other ones
flash.
would like top out at maybe a few thousand. Why only this
It's
one?
terribly interesting, isn't it?
I got a little bit of
I'm only showing you
director's
this
commentary,
once,
by the way.
so you can just pretend I'm doing
I
this
shot
on the
this in a
rest of the
hotel
parts.
room in Toronto after a TFCon, I believe.
9.
And my mom is just off screen reading a book.
I'm sure another question comes
Because
to
we were
mind
both in
is,
Toronto
hey,
visiting my
Dread
brother, and then I was at
Personality
TFCon.
Why are you
And this
heaping
is
this much work
this is when we were
onto a
both in the
mini
hotel
plot
room,
kit
and I was
that
just
when
like,
bought
"Hey
in
mom, I'm gonna
wholesale
film a model
cost
kit."
you like $15.
And
well, I guess 25,
GTL, I thought that was the
$50,
stream.
because I want to get my money's worth out of it, and doing this much work for something that, you know, to many. Does
Anyway, I
not
was like, "Hey
require
mom, I want to
this much
film
work,
some. It's
makes
gonna
me
probably be a little
excited.
long. I want to film
it
myself
makes it
talking
more
while I
of
build
an
this model kit. Are you
adventure
cool
for
with
me.
that, or do you want to watch TV?" And
that
my
gives
mom
me
was
a little
like,
bit
"No,
more
it's
of
fine. I can read a book.
sense of
I'm cool with that."
satisfaction
I'm
when
like,
it's
"Okay,
complete.
cool."
That
So
and
anyway,
I
my
wanna
mom
paint
is
the whole
like
thing, too,
present for this
so
entire
that's
thing,
how it goes.
completely
Now, following
silent.
the diagram pictured here, I will assemble these pieces thusly. Oh man, I think this jaw goes in here. Oh god. I did it. It's just, oh no, it fell out.
Play a third
It's just
video
like the
too?
picture.
Okay.
Hooray. Okay, now it looks like the diagram. I have to put both those pegs into holes. And to close this up and bring to an end the first chapter of this amazing model build video, we're gonna clasp the faces together, and ladies and gentlemen, mini pla dragon header. Oh man, this was so worth the however much I paid for it. I can't remember right now.
Oh, that's the volume on it. Hang on. I see the volume now.
Time for some head assembly. Now, I know this probably doesn't look all that impressive right now, what with it being a giant wad of red, but hopefully, once I get some paint on this little boy, he'll look a bit better. Now, there are stickers.
Wait, how do I
you know,
play it
as
again?
said, and as I showed you, and there is in fact a giant sticker just for his face, which, if it's anything like the Go-Onger or Shinkenger stickers, it'll probably actually, if you use a toothpick to depress all the details in, it would actually...
Oh, there we go.
So, don't shirk the stickers.
Don't shirk the stickers.
I'm just crazy enough to want to paint this. So, that's what you get. By the way, when I'm filing, I generally like to go just in one direction like this. I find that makes things smooth out a lot easier.
I find it makes things smooth out a lot easier.
That's just me, though. I'm a noob.
That's just me, though. I'm a noob.
Make sure that you put this in this orientation.
Can I jam
I do find
another
it
one in here?
interesting How the header system has been kind of replicated here, even though these are just like simple peg and
Do we
hole
want
things.
4?
The quote-unquote header connector points are their own separate components, at least in this part of the kit. And I do want to paint these black, just, you know, show accuracy. Let's start building a torso. This is so exciting. It's just like being a factory worker in China. Only, like, I'm not. I'm a
Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go.
adult in a hotel room. Clearly not using a hotel room as, you know, what you would intend the hotel room to be used as being for
Basic premise.
room
It's a
parties.
skirmish game. You have it's a
Wait, why isn't it playing the other one?
Fornication.
You fight against your opponent's team of 5 robots. You have 5 different
I think we're
types
doing
of
it right.
robots.
I find even when the surface is a little bit round, I can still get some decent.
There we go,
form
there we
done
go.
to get all this flash off.
Ah!
From the frame.
We're doing it.
I really do
We're doing it.
The time to do this. It can help clean up the model.
We're doing it.
Just that little extra touch of smoothness makes it feel a lot less
We're doing it.
the amount of money that it costs, and a lot more like
Wait, where'd it go?
cost an extra $1 or two. I don't know. I really like filing this stuff off. It just makes me feel like
It's
I'm
not
gonna
restarting
get
the
a
other
nice
one.
Clean and ready and cherry. And for everything I said about the headers being yellow, there's a red port right there. Again, gotta paint that black.
Put in Suika gameplay. Hang on, if
Exciting, exciting.
I turn on the Suika game song, do I get claimed?
Yeah. Ooh, hey, it's a mechanism. That's kind of cool. You know,
Maybe
I'm
I can
glad
just
they
turn it
molded
on.
this all
Oh, wait.
yellow and everything, but at the same
Don't look
time,
at my
I'm
Dropbox.
thinking I'm probably gonna paint most of this stuff in gold. It's appreciated though. You know, I was legitimately worried for a bit that the tail
I need to
sword
do a new
thing
window.
would have a huge hollow space in it.
My Dropbox where I just keep putting all my audio. I'm recording my review audio on a different computer now.
It's good to check the instructions, you know, before you start complaining. Because now I have a nicely three-dimensional Gosei sword to... Oh, come on. It's time to jam things together. Yeah. And making sure that the three spines are on top. Let's go. Oh, good stuff. And finally, let's plug your noggin in place. Header on. Oh, okay, there we go. And Gosei Dragon is now complete. Well, that's all you get in box 1. Guess we gotta move on to box number 4. Just imagine the poor Japanese kid whose parents only buy him these torturously one at a time. He has to build number 1, 2, and 3 before he can get to number 4, where he then...
There you go.
swings
Whoever asked
to
for
number
this.
1. That's just a proper cricket.
And then we'll turn this on. Turn this on. Why is this one not turning on? God. Hang on.
Stickers! By the way, I hope you like
It's like
Cyberverse.
it doesn't want to play all its media sources. We could make it play these.
Sure, you're gonna get 4 of these. Whoa, 3 sprues!
No, the other one.
Colors! Well, we know which one we want to deal with first.
There we go.
That was exciting.
And now that one.
Oh my god, can you
Yeah, now we got this happening. Anyway, I'm having a really good time with this stream, and I think that we're making some pretty good progress towards our charity goals. So, ideally, we're going to make sure that we have a good time. I should just turn this one on a loop, actually. Hang on, let me just go set this one to be a loop so it continues happening.
Look at all these
Loop.
burning for black
Here we go. There we go, now that one will loop, and so we'll just chill out, and, you don't hate those candies. I mean, like a lot of... I save the candies. I got friends who like to have those candies available to them. Wish you had a green screen right now? Nah, it's fine. This is better. Where to donate? Good idea. Where can you donate? I don't have it in here. Hang on. There'll be a QR code. No, I'll just paste a link. Hang on. I'll just paste a link. Wait. Hang on. Let me just go here.
That's a header, by the way. Solid yellow header.
Extra Life. Go to my page,
Sure, but,
and I'll just pull that open.
I wonder how many times it's one thing to do when you pull
Get the page link.
off the sprue is file them down a lot because they are post-roll. So you should at least try
There's
to
the link to the Extra Life page if you'd like to donate to Extra Life. Get Aaron on the phone.
Oh my god, no rubber shreds.
I don't think Aaron knows I'm doing this.
We gotta do this twice.
I'll kill this in a sec. Don't worry. We're almost done.
4 wheels.
One more minute and then we're good.
How things move around.
So anyway, we're having a
Fairly solid little assembly.
hey, we're having a good wait, no,
Header ports, good
we're having a good time over here. We're just putting together a model kit. No, Loop.
ball joints.
You make a fool out of me.
Joints. Man, dogs and cats living together.
Nobody makes a fool out of me. Anyway, we're having a good time here. Just raising some money for sick kids and cruising on through our milestones. Probably, we're well over halfway through the stream. Just kind of clearing up milestones now after all this. And hey, maybe this was the $1,200 milestone all along. Who knows? But if you've been enjoying the stream, especially if you're a VOD watcher, then hey, remember, you can clip things and put those things up by yourself to share with your friends, your family, and your loved ones. So feel free to go do that. and you'll have a good time. It's a little crowded in here, but we're all gonna make it. We're all gonna make it, and it's all gonna be fine. We're almost done. We've almost pulled this off. 3 seconds. Okay, so if I just stop these, do they go silent?
Over.
Oh, that makes them disappear. Was that so hard? That's pretty easy, right? Like, listen. If you see, like, okay, maybe we're trending a little chaos, and then someone goes like, you should put Suika footage over all this, then like I just assume we're all just gonna go for it for like 3 minutes. So really, that's not my fault at all. What just happened? By the way, if you would like to donate to the Extra Life campaign, it's right there. That QR code will take you to the page that I also linked in the chat. We're currently at 1170 out of 1,000, so we've cleared the goal. We cleared the goal within 40 minutes. Damn VOD watchers taking up bandwidth. I have a headache. You know, it's good. It's good to get the. What I did just now loosened a whole lot of capillaries that might have been, you know, clogged up with too much blood, and got all the blood to flow a little bit harder. So it's all gonna be kind of breezy once the pressure lets off. I have no idea what that looked or sounded like specifically on my end. Half that stuff wasn't playing through any of the monitors I have, so I can't wait to go back to the VOD and see whatever I just did. That's gonna be exciting. Anyway, I brought a little game. It sounded like hell. Piggy Peas, my apologies for taking things over the top with the Suika song. Well, you know, as long as you've learned how the science works here. Complimentary. I was about to fall asleep, and hey, not anymore. In case anyone wants to know what that song was that was playing, that was the Suika Games song. You can find a 10-hour looping version of it on YouTube. So just look up Suika Games song 10-hour loop, and you'll find what I was. You'll find a longer version of what I was playing. It's the version you're gonna want to listen to. Anyway, it's clearing some room here. We're gonna just play one quick game to say we did some gaming. There are too many toys on the desk now. Oh, good. Yes, I'll definitely do that. Yeah. It sounded like hell, where hell has a small child singing at all times. The Suika Game song with lyrics. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. You should play that. So, we're going to play this quick game of the Royal Limited. I tried to play this simultaneously with the game Ancient Realms as a milestone in the game day version of the Extra Life stream. So this time we're going to actually just play this game normally once. This is a game... I'm playing this also because I love to play a fun little game that you can purchase from Buttonshy in a wallet, or you can just buy on PNP Arcade or from Buttonshy as a PDF. You can just print a copy of this. It's a very simple, very fun little solitaire game where you're trying to fit passengers onto a train. Every card is multi-purpose, and so you got little rules to follow, and you just want to make sure everyone's on the train before the train leaves. I should readjust this so you can actually see the gameplay proper. So, I'm going to flip back to face. I'm going to try to do this a little bit more professionally using studio mode. Here's the thing. I realized this sort of a minute into what I was doing there, that just because one of you said Suika Game, that doesn't mean anyone else knows what's happening, or knows what that is, or why there was a song playing. And I kind of realized that, and then I thought, well, it's too late now, so we'll just make this into art, and we'll roll with it. So, you know, we just got to figure things out, you know, in our own way, in our own time. So I have 2 expansions, which I don't want to play with yet, because I don't really know the game well enough to get down with expansions. So first we just got to pick, I'm going to look away. Each of these cards is, they're double-sided, it's all different, so there's 6 cards, 12 options of VIP passengers. So we're going to say this one, and we're going to say this one. Alright, so we got J. Hull and L. Davis as our VIP passengers. And L. Davis has to go into a greeny-yellow car. The train has to have at least 3 cars when he goes into the train, and you have to go into the lowest valued unoccupied car when he gets placed. J. Hull can go into any car color, but must be placed between 2 passengers whose total value is 3. So those are like my soft goals. I was playing a browser version of Suika on my phone for like 2 weeks, and then I had to stop. It is a very addictable game that I think is it's designed to activate serotonin centers in a way that I think is maybe actually dangerous. So I deal myself a hand of 5 cards to start. And then each of these cards is either a passenger or a car, and when the car gets a passenger, a little power fires off, some good, some bad. So what I have here right now is I can start making a train. Oh, and when you place a card down, you have to discard cards from your hand equal to the value of that car, because higher number cars have better powers. So, for instance... Sorry, now I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with all of this. Okay, so you can replenish a card from your hand with this one. That's interesting. I don't know the strategies for this game yet, as far as whether it's worth placing the high power cars right away, waiting till the end, or just not using them if you don't have to. So I'm going to do it. Place this one down, so I have to ditch 3 cards from hand. I'll ditch these to the discard pile right here. And then I'm going to place a passenger in here. When I do, reveal the top 3 cards of the deck. Add to your hand any that match the color of the passenger that triggered the effect. Return the others to the top of the deck in any order. And that's great, because then I got a 0, so I can place this down as another train car, and I have to discard 0 cards to do so, so I'm actually able to do that. And then that ends my turn, so then we take the timer, who is a green, and they click to yellow. And then draw another 5 cards. And we continue on. Now, we're in position to put L. Davis into here. So, if we do that, we can just place a car and then put him in there, actually. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're going to place the 3. And discard 3 from my hand. But when I do, I'm going to keep the blue 0. Because then I can place L. Davis. Oh, no, wait. Do I want to put this in here? No. Okay, I'll just place L. Davis in here. Because I have at least 3 cars, and this is the lowest valued unoccupied car. That places one of my VIP passengers. Then the effect is I have to discard a card from my hand. I can do that. That does mean my hand is empty, and we're moving on to turn 3 of 4. So I draw 1 card from my hand, then I reshuffle the discard pile to draw 4 additional cards to my hand. Oh, Bees, you were driving while I had that stuff running? I apologize. That could have caused an actual accident. Alright. The goal of the game is to have every card used if possible. Which is tricky. But you've got to do it. So now I need passengers that equal value 3 on either side of J hull. So ideally I place a pair of zeros. Yes. Yes, this is doable. Okay. That's tricky. If I put someone in here, then I have to place a passenger in a car such that the 2 cards have a total value of 3. But that's after I've already done that. Oh, wait a second. But can I not also place a matching number, if not a matching color? Let me double check the rules. Must match the color and or number. Therefore, first, I can place passenger number 3 into blue car number 3. Activating the effect of next, place a passenger in a car that matches in neither color nor value. However, there are no cars to place a passenger in when the effect triggers. Therefore, nothing happens. And I've maneuvered my way around this particular effect. Even though, actually, wait, before I do that, maybe that effect is helpful because it's on a 3 car. So, yeah, I will instead first place these 2 0 cars into the train. Next, I'll place the red 3 into the blue 3 car, activating its effect. Place a passenger into a car that matches it in neither... No, wait. No, in neither color nor value. That's doable because this matches neither value nor color. Oh, it has to be between 2 passengers, though. So, the passengers must equal to 3. I can't place just the 2 zeros. I have to restart my turn. Because I need to place the 3 there and have 1 for him to go there, but then have a 0 over here. But that's doable because I can place the 0 car here. And then I can place the 2 car here, discarding 2 cards from my hand. But place... Oh, wait. Which 2 cards? Do I want to place the 2 or the... Yeah. Then put the 2 yellow into the 2 blue car, activating its effect. Which is to draw 2 cards. Then place a passenger of value 1 or 2, which I can do, right into here. Then place a passenger in a car that matches it in neither color nor value. That can go right into here, satisfying J Hull's need to go between passengers that equal the number 3. I have 1 card left in my hand. I have to discard it and move into the final turn. So, operating with 3 cards, can I get rid of all of these? Is there any way that I can get rid of all of these? There is not. That's unfortunate. Are there any effects I can activate? Maybe. So first, what I'll do... We need more room here to see what's happening. Alright, so we've currently got a packed train, and we got to figure out how to get 2 cars and 2 passengers in. Currently, that's impossible. But if you look and you use your thinking mind enough, if you apply your brain, anything can become possible. So first, I'll place the 0 car. And then next, I'll place the 1 car, discarding number 2 from my hand. And then in order to activate my plan, I'll place passenger number 3 into red car 1, activating its effect. Move a passenger to another car, matching color value, and trigger their new car's effects. No, I don't have it. The only effect I have is to place a card at the bottom of the deck. I almost had it, because I thought if I could move this here... I don't have any cards to place in the bottom of the deck. If I had a draw effect, I could draw this one up and put that there. So I'm 1 card out. And the train has now departed. So according to the score sheet, calculate your score by counting the total number of unused cards, 1, unoccupied cars, 2. So I scored a 2, which means I am a beginner conductor. The ranks are Royal Conductor if you manage to place everything. If you've missed 1 card, thus getting a score of 2, you're a beginner. Anything else, you lose. Anyway, that's how Royal Limited works. I think this is a really fun, quick little solitaire game that does not take up a ton of space. So I actually really recommend this. If you have any interest in it, if you're in the States, you can buy this from Button Shy Games as a physical wallet game. But you can also get, I think, a PDF of it off of Button Shy or off of PNP Arcade, and just print your own copy, sleeve it with some, magic cards that are garbage that you're never going to use. Sounds like you could use some training. If you aren't careful, it could go off the rails. Naruhodo. Anyway, I found that quite fun. This is what I call a perfect waiting room game. This is a game you could feasibly play on a tray table in an airplane. I'm putting my game away, back into its nice little wallet. You need to conduct yourself in a more professional manner. So it's time to cruise through those last milestones, because we're hitting where I was gonna do the end of the stream anyway, but we got 2 milestones left to share here. This joke is running out of steam. Picky Peas, nobody choo-choos around here. What are you... Nobody choo-choos around here. Okay. So our next milestone is Hard Karaoke 2. Oh, Beast, don't, I mean, the stackable storage bin is nice. I gave you a pillow. Rexodus, man, why do I suck at edge highlighting? Edge highlighting is super weird, and I think that it's less about your ability as a painter and more about your ability to understand the feel of your brush, is how I felt about edge highlighting. April, I care about choo-choo. That's legit. That's valid. I shouldn't be so cruel to the choo-choo. Alright, all we have left to do on this stream, Hard Karaoke 2, and sightless transformation of Studio Series Optimus Primal. So let's head right into those, and then we'll be good for the stream. Face Forward is tapping out, just has a dividing driver. You know what though, Face, if you have a dividing driver left to assemble, I only have 2 milestones left to do on this stream. Why don't we believe in the hearts of our courage, and we just go? What if we do it? Oh yeah, I only know a little bit about Gwitch, but I haven't watched Gwitch yet. I was too in proximity of social media, so like I know parts of the ending, and I didn't get a chance to start watching it. So I'm waiting to forget about everything. Anyway, we have Hard Karaoke to do. So I need to set this up and change my volume levels a little bit. This one's it's no surprises on this anymore with Hard Karaoke. I know before it was like, oh, are you gonna do this? No, I'm doing Ginger. And it's like, oh, okay. Next Hard Karaoke, oh, are you doing this? No, I'm doing a different Ginger one. Ha 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 ha. This one's gonna be predictable. In fact, you saw it in the Dropbox, but you might not have been looking, so... There's a spring and a metal screwdriver tip in this thing. All the more reason. All the more reason to take this 10% chance of completion and raise it to 100 with your heart of courage. Gee, I hit that for real. So I have a little like set of projects I'm working on lately. Mostly for myself, but I'm gonna probably drop them on YouTube because why not? I can do whatever I like. But I've been poking through my original MacBook, where a bunch of old audio projects live, and I pulled out like 4 tracks that some of which I'd made and some of which I hadn't finished making, and I was like, I should just like apply my modern knowledge and try to like remake some of these. So I'm gonna give that a go, but half relevant to that. Oh yeah, Gwitch is a Gundam Witch from Mercury, as was said in the chat. It's the gay Gundam. I know it's that the is unnecessary in there, but I believe it's like the one where it's just saying it, and it's like whatever. I've heard it's very good. I heard the ending was emotional for people, and not in the tearjerker, heartbreak kind of way, more in the like awe kind of way. But then again, I also saw people do an apostrophe_apostrophe, so I don't know. I tried to not really catch on too much when I saw all that flying around on social medias. If I remember correctly, we want a -18. Oh no, we want a -12. I might have to be my own sound engineer during this funny little karaoke bit. So I apologize. Anyway, I think we can get this going. Much like the last time, for some reason, I'm a little nervous to do this during a stream. Which is silly, because the purpose of the hard karaoke is that we just go hard. So, hopefully this... You see, what I did is I tried to vaccinate all of you, in a way. With that little adventure we went on earlier, where I turned on 5 different audio sources and 4 different video sources at the same time. To hopefully, like, shake you up hard enough that my little hard karaoke here will just, it'll bounce right off you. You'll be like, whatever, I don't even know what happened. If you get a VPN, which might all still be on YouTube. Yeah, because the whole thing went up on YouTube, didn't it? Mecha Nova King Eric, hello. I'm about to do hard karaoke, because I'm just about done with the stream. I just have hard karaoke and a sightless transformation, and then I've caught up on my milestones. If you look down below, we've cleared the goal. So I had to make up a new goal, and then we got another new goal I made up, but then we kind of just did it. You were maybe lucky you weren't here for that. If it makes you feel more comfortable, my opinion of you can't be lower. Thank God. Finally! Finally, I've hit the ceiling! Yes! The inverted ceiling. Alright. So I don't know if headphone monitor will help or not. Actually, it probably will. I should probably turn the headphone monitor on. Oh, wait a second. Headphone monitor's in another room. Hang on. I have to go get my headphones. Some call it a floor. Some do. Not me, though! Here, this is nostalgic now. I'll turn this on whilst I go get my headphones. Be right. Titans and Nebulans. This is Internet Personality Vangelis, and the new Transformers Generations line-wide gimmick is also the second chapter of the Prime Wars trilogy. Titans Return is all over the place, and since there is another shared gimmick going on, I want to try to open up by focusing on the specifics of that first and foremost. What am I talking about? Titan Masters. What are they? Basically headmasters. Just roll with it. Titan Masters are smaller than your average first-year G1 headmaster, and for the most part, they all share one basic silhouette. Their sculpts have packed in some really impressive detail for their tiny size, but they all also have a giant upside-down robot face for a backpack. Absolutely zero clever hiding methods here, folks. The silver lining of the faces all being a single piece of plastic is that retools have proven super easy, and fan-made faces are already a reality thanks to folks like Shapeways artist and BMOG conspirator Trent Troop. Any given Titan Master has got several points of articulation, thankfully. There's a ball socket neck that allows for the barest bit of tilt in most directions. Ball socket shoulders usually provide a handful of degrees of outward motion in addition to forward and backward swivel, giving a touch of extra life to the look of these little guys.
There are also hip and knee hinges, but sadly the legs are fused into one piece. It's a damn shame, as separate legs would have allowed for some real fun and comical running.
Damn
Or even
shame.
Charlie Brown style punting
Eric, there's
boost.
hopefully
One main reason
at some
the
point,
Lotto
I
leg
keep
is
saying I'm going to
built
do
into
this,
a
and now I'm like
great
several
group of
streams
knees,
behind, but
which
I'm still going to do it.
admittedly must
I want to
help
go
build
through and
quality
time
for
code
such
the
a small
streams
size.
so that
The
they
other
get
reason,
chapter
though, is the
markings,
tab on the
because I
heel
think that'll
area
be
of
nice
back
for the
of
handful of
leg
folks who
stump.
still go through and
That
VOD
tab,
watch.
the two rectangular slots above it, and the two
Ransom
small
Fern, I'm glad
holes
you
in the
enjoyed
bottom
those
of the
bits. I
feet
want to do
are
those
all
more
ways
as
by
as another
which the
streaming
Titan
thing.
Masters
I like
can
talking
interact
over
with the
really
rest
old
of the
videos.
line playset style. The foot peg
Ah,
gimmick
jump
is
scare.
the easiest one to spot, and
Anyway,
the pegs are so small that sometimes
y'all
they
remember
work
how
like
Titan's
magic, and
Return
sometimes they
is,
work like a very small thin peg that can't quite handle what it's
from
supposed to
over
do.
7 years
The
ago?
heel tab and calf slots
Isn't
are
that
more
funny?
so used for seating, be it in a vehicle cockpit or one of the many weapons that leave space
Isn't it neat
for a
how
gunner
this stuff is
to
from
help
over
take
7
aim.
years ago?
But these guys do turn into heads. They all transform the same way. Some add a pop-up antenna on occasion, and they're all interchangeable with any deluxe, Voyager, or even leader class figure from the line. That means a universal
blur
neck
head, by the
socket.
way,
It's
is
meant
the
to
bane
clip
of my
onto
existence.
The smaller Titan Master head, specifically gripping onto divots on either side of the base of the skull.
You
And
can't
the
hurt me,
implementation
Time
isn't
Ghost!
as smooth as Combiner Wars Combiner Peg 2 waves in.
Oh yeah, Phase
figures
4, you
work
did just
fine,
buy some
but
last
there have
week.
been large variances reported across the board.
Anyway, see how
as
that
far
blur
as
is
the
so
parts
blue,
color
which
is
is not how he
concerned.
looks in real life?
And then there are
The
weird
Titan's
edge
Return
cases
blur,
where some heads
the
fit
blue
some
on that
bodies
toy
better with the
was
smaller
like
head rotating
anti my
180
camera and
degrees,
my
or
lighting,
the
and in
extremely
footage
strange
looked
situation
better
where the
than
head
in
fitted
real
better
life,
with
and it
the
was so
smaller head
frustrating.
rotated 90 degrees. And then there are folks like poor Scourge, whose entire neck connector piece rattles around and doesn't grip on very solidly, at least in most reported cases. Basically, this is a stronger and more varied play pattern than Combiner Wars, but it isn't
Zimman 2
nearly
with the
as
big
solid
take
in
of
its engineering out of the gate. Combiner Wars needed its combiner pegs to
Oh
work,
yeah, the head crest
and
pulled
they
up.
did
On the Scourge and Blur, they had a
immediately,
pop-up piece.
really well. The large gradient of head connection quality reported in the first wave of Titan's Return was a big disappointment.
7
for
years
viewers.
later, Blur's
Thank
head
goodness
crest
there
finally
seems to have
pops
been
up,
some
and then
running
Blur lets out a
changes since
long
that
sigh
first
of
shipment.
relief.
Like my Canadian
Thank
wave
God.
toys all seem to be a lot more solid.
I've been
than
holding
the
that in.
American first shipment Wave 1 toys. But even Wave 2 has got the weirdness of
Yeah, Titan's
eyebrows,
Return,
neck sockets,
the line
or
that
even
just
that
became
part of the
expensive.
gimmick,
I still
rather
don't understand.
unconfident to deal with as of this recording.
Like, I still don't get
Here's
it.
hoping that things continue to improve as the line goes on. Because while I personally prefer combiners as a thing to do with robot toys, it has been incredibly fun to have little pilots for all my alt modes, and the additional factor of operable turrets and
There's
mini-grid
more of
being
gravy than of
absolutely
grave about you,
everywhere
whatever you are!
solidified my enjoyment of the play pattern. Not to mention the Leader and Supreme toys being straight up.
I was
bases for
in
the
a
and, like,
an elementary school
participating in
production
the
of
line-wide gimmick
Christmas
this
Carol
time.
as
Absolutely. A line where everybody's a headmaster.
what's his
won't
name?
Jive with all
Mr.
of you.
Fezziwig.
The designs of the toys have embraced it with such
I had 2
gusto.
lines.
I find myself quite won over. By the way, there are other line-wide gimmicks in Titan's Return, like all Voyagers having
It was
two
something
vehicle
like,
modes,
"Come on,
all
my
Leaders
lads and
having an
lassies,
alt
no
mode
more
and
work
base
for
mode," but
tonight.
That stuff's far more specific
Waltz.
to a given figure at any given
can't
time.
remember
This
what the
video is
second
just about
half
the
was,
Titan
but
Masters. And
then
it's
we had,
also
like, a
just about
choreographed
done.
waltz
so this
sequence.
Has been Internet Personality Evangelist, and those are some Wave 1, Wave 2 thoughts on the Titan Master gimmick of Titan's Return. Within the first 2 waves, they've done the G1 Headmaster characters I consider to be
It
absolutely
was really hard
essential.
to set up
So
these
I'm
shots of
looking
little
forward to
Titan
Kukulaka's
Masters,
stuff
but I also
for the
bought a
next year or
macro
so.
add-on
As
to
far
my
as I'm
camera
concerned, they can
just
do
to take
whatever they
close-up
want.
footage of
Hot
Titan
rod,
Masters,
twin
and then I never
turbo,
used it again
whatever.
afterwards.
I've already got my original 7 Headmasters.
It was just like an extender
once
tube.
I find a Walgreens brainstorm.
Remember back when I had the jump scare end card? I kind of liked it, but its time came and went. Anyway. Now we're back at, what is this? Do I have a robot message? This seems like a robot message. Okay. Anyway, I went and got my headphones, so we can now do the hard karaoke 2. So, you know, as they say, we're the crowd, and we're coming out. This is the I don't think I ever put out the instrumental version of this track, so this is my old track, but just the instrumental bit. I still want to rebalance this a little bit, and I'm planning to redo the vocals, so we'll just redo them right now, as a test run. Because, you know, times have changed. The last time that I recorded this thing was in 2009, and I was a whole lot more skittish about things in general. So I listened to that thing on my SoundCloud, and I was like, man, I could do that better. So, Hard Karaoke 2 is now going to begin. So if you don't want to listen to a YouTuber doing karaoke, you'll want to tune out for about 4 minutes. You already finished the dividing driver? Well, Face, I mean, I got another, like, 20 minutes of streaming to do. Like, you might as well just combine it together. I mean, you know. We'll also do my little song. Anyway, here I go. Your power. Hey, the power of your courageous heart. You can't stop the Zonder by yourself. Face forward. Final Fusion is approved. Program drive. Bleep, 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 bleep. I've already turned off that computer. Then just sit in your bed and play with toys. Anyway. See if the audio balance works on this correctly. Uh-oh, it's not playing through my headphones like I thought it would. Oh well, this still helps. I'm gonna have to turn this up a little bit. You might hear some echo. Hopefully this works.
We are the crowd, we're coming out. Got my flash on, it's true. Need that picture of you, it's so magical. We'd be so fantastical. Hope the balance is good. Leather and jeans, garage glamorous. Not sure what it means, but this photo of us, it don't have a price. Ready for those flashing lights. Cause you know that, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi. Baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until that boy is mine. Baby, you'll be famous, chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. I'll be your girl, backstage at your show. Velvet ropes and guitars, yeah, cause you're my rock star in between the sets. Eyeliner and cigarettes. Shadow is burnt, yellow dancing return. My lashes are dry, purple teardrops I cry and don't have a price. Loving you is cherry pie. Cause you know that, baby, I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi. Baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until your soul is mine. Baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be your paparazzi. Pretty good. Your pants in the studio. Snap to that shit on the radio. Don't stop for anyone. We're plastic, but we still have fun. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me. Paparazzi. Baby, there's no other superstar. You know that I'll be a paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind, but I won't stop until your heart is mine. Baby, you'll be famous. Chase you down until you love me. Paparazzi. Yeah. Thanks for listening to that little demo recording. We're still working on it. We've got lots of kinks to air out, and we've also got engineers to skin. But that was milestone number 999. That was the number 999 milestone. I got to do a nicer version of that. That one didn't play in my headphones, so I had a lot of trouble like keeping up with what was happening. But that's the general vibe I want to go for on it. I'm thinking of like taking the old edit, and I want to just like take a little bit of the tenseness off it, and a little bit more of the monster noises in the lower register after the first chorus. Anyway, I'm gonna try to put together something fun for that in the coming months, along with 3 other tracks. One of them is one I never finished. I'm really excited to figure out something for it. It's this thing that I started writing, and it wasn't very good, but then like 8 years later, I was poking at it again. I started sort of figuring out ideas. It's like, what if monstrous surgeon SCPs were how do they express their love for one another? So it's like this kind of slower, sort of thumpy, slower, heartbeaty song about like surgical monsters sewing themselves to each other as an act of love. Anyway, we got one more milestone to do, and yeah, we're never letting go. We're never letting go of the industrial Lady Gaga nonsense. At least, well, okay, we are letting it go, but I want to do one. I want to do that one more time, a little bit better. So our final milestone, unless someone pushes us to 1,200, in which case I'll have to figure out one more thing to do, is we're going to do a sightless transformation of Studio Series Optimus Primal. I selected Optimus Primal for 2 reasons. Number 1 is that's the first toy I made eye contact with when we cleared 1,100. We've cleared 1,200. Okay, so I have to figure out something to do after this. That was not expected. So we'll do this first, and then we'll figure out what y'all want to do. Like I said, I have one more track I could karaoke out, which shouldn't get us hit for anything. So that's an option. Puke on Ken's pirate cat next. Okay, first things first. PT, I was sick of seeing it at 1170. It seems someone else. Oh yeah, I'll double check. I'll confirm. I think that we're gonna have 2 30s. Yeah, 2 30s. We have a 30 from Pete Toadstool and a 30 from Ransom Fern. So thank you both. Now how am I gonna? I had an idea for how to do this, which is what I call the Daniel Day-Lewis. Ransom for another karaoke track, a thumbs up. This other track, I really like this song, and I want to make a version of it, but there are no... So here's my secret for making a music track that's a cover, is I go find a MIDI, and stuff a MIDI into GarageBand, and then start playing with it. Because that's like how my brain works, is sequencing. This one I need to make from scratch, which I think I could do, but I don't know how to start. So I have a version where it's just had, like, the vocals kind of like grungily stripped out, so I could use that. And it's just it's one of my favorite tracks from Ute Lemper's Punishing Kiss album from the year 2000. Ute Lemper is a German kind of acid cabaret performer. Punishing Kiss was sort of a collaborative album with a whole lot of artists. She was the only performing artist for the whole album, but there were lots of different writers and etc. Anyway, that aside, sightless transformation. Let's go back to desktop feature. I'm going to move this drink, because if I'm sightless, I might hit this drink glass, but I'll just finish it. $1,200 show feet. I mean, I got plenty of them. Here, I'll show you some now. There you go. There you go, perverts.
You like that for free, huh? Freaks. All right. I'm just going to pull the bits off of him because they don't matter. I'm going to close his mouth because this is serious. And... So, as I said, I'm thinking I'll just, to cover my site, I will do the Daniel Day-Lewis, I'll do the Daniel Plainview, I'll do the, thought we agreed on Snarl before. I thought maybe it was a bit. Because I didn't want to be actually mean. Hang on. Like, let me finish this train of thought. So, much like Daniel Plainview in the film There Will Be Blood, I'm going to go with the same kind of parlor trick he went for. So... Did you hear about the oral that man drew? 1,000 acres. All right. Oh. Hang on. I'm going to look for a sec. Can you hear me? Can you hear me when I'm doing this? Am I audible? Because when this thing's over my entire face, I don't know if it's muffling all the sound. Okay, I was audible. You're Cobra Commander now. Okay. Alright, here we go. And then... I have to keep it here to keep it in view. Alright, transforming. Studio Series Optimus Primal Leader Class. It's a pretty easy transformer, honestly. He's changing from a gorilla to a person. And, like, I don't know if you know this, people come out of gorillas, historically. So, like, this is the simplest thing in the world. Like, I'm kind of cheating a little bit. I don't know if I'm still in shot, actually. I just moved it forward and backward a little bit, so if I'm out of shot, I apologize. This was all very unplanned, so I don't have, like, an assistant out here to help me do things. Yeah, I think I got those kneecaps shored up pretty well. Can't forget the heels. Can't forget the, I maybe don't remember if this toy has heels. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got that. But hey, what a holy moly. What a bunch of charity eventing we've been doing here. And it's very much thanks to not only those who donate. I mean, it's absolutely thanks to those who donated, but even those of you who just hung out through all this, and made it feel like a worthwhile venture to hang out and just do some funny stuff, get in some streaming time, a little bit of streaming practice, as you will, and raise some money for sick kids. Feel good about that. Obviously, you know, amidst that. Sounds like they send a medal out again, and that's always fun. Yeah, this is obviously perfectly done down here. So we're gonna get up here to where the head and the chest have to do their funny little dance. Frankly, it's kind of funny how easy this is going to be. I feel bad for the toy because it's always like, oh, I'm a challenging leader class piece. And it's like, yeah, sure, pal. Oh, I'm a $70 Canadian retail. I'm full of play value and transformation. Hey, you're a child's toy, and I have bested you. Since I can't see what any of you are saying, I'm going to assume you're all just kind of talking about how cool I am. But have you considered how cool my mom is? Because, like, I raised her really well. And, generally, people who hang out with me are like, yeah, maybe I'll hang out with your mom, too. And then they hang out with my mom, and then, like, I know it's kind of a bit, but they're like, wow, your mom is so cool. Chris, go away. We're going to go do something cool. You should go get the car ready for us or something. Us and the gang. You know, the 20 people that I was hanging out with, when they all kind of, they quote-unquote ditch me to hang out with my mom. And they call her, you know, like you know, the... Hey, Vanja Mom. Hey, Giga Mom. So, you know, bear in mind, my mom is an active, you know, member of the production family around here. I don't really remember how these arms work, and so this is a little. Hey, we got your old pal, internet personality, Vangel, is getting a little bit spooked here as to whether or not the arms are doing the thing right. It's one of those times I wish I had one of those text-to-speech things for people to put messages in, but I don't know how those work. I need someone to, like, sit down with me and just walk me through setting up the whatever Streamlab things. I don't understand how to do any of that. I should just learn, but, like, the plug-in-y nature of all of it makes it hard. Wait, is this the mic? No, is this the camera? That's the camera. Whoops. Never mind. We're all good. I think I just got to do this back plate, and then he's pretty much done. Just got to do this simple little back plate. I'll even pose them for you. Hey humans, it's me, Optimus Primal. Okay, I think we're done. So, let's find out how we did. Hey, that could have been worse. Oh, jeez. You're so audible, I got free months of your Patreon from every YouTuber I watched. People come out of gorillas, it's true. Oh, I kept it in frame for at least a little while. Hell yeah. Yeah, face forward, went to drop off the Desaurus with my mom, as we talked about in the last stream, and then they hung out for a while, and then like, I called them, and jumped on speakerphone, and we all hung out for a bit. It's good times. John Madden, football. I am astonished. There were heels. I knew there were heels. I'm astonished that the legs remotely resemble how they're supposed to actually look. I thought I gaffed the legs hard. Ayo. Let's go through for posterity's sake here and shore up some of these poor connections I created. Snake? I wish I could do an Otacon voice. He's got such a... The Hal Emmerich voice is such a weird frigging voice to try to nail. It's not I can't do it. What was I doing with this backplate? Oh, I just had it the wrong way around. Okay. So what's this charity for, and can people donate after the stream? You can donate after the stream. Let me get the link to paste into the chat. But also the QR code above my head will take you to the Extra Life page as well. So I will paste this in, and I will give you the spiel. Just gotta find the big weenie inside of you, Snake. It's the snake. I try to find that, and I get lost. I get lost completely. So, Extra Life, this charity. This is the Extra Life charity, the one you've heard of, hopefully. If you haven't, it's very vetted. It's usually very video game oriented. Extra Life handles, as long as you donate through the Extra Life page, which I've linked in the chat, you can use the QR code up there. You can donate to my cause, which is Sick Kids Hospital here in Canada. And Extra Life handles all of the cash, all the money, all the donations. They pass that along to Sick Kids or whatever your hospital of choice is. And as far as I know, they're trustworthy. Sick Kids seems to think they're trustworthy. The thing to not do is send me any of the donation money, because then that becomes complicated and it's not tracked in the Extra Life system, which is my favorite thing, is how it keeps track of who all donated stuff when and where. And you can donate all the way up until, I think, New Year's Eve. Like, this runs until basically January 1st. So if you want to put in even more, you are welcome to. But you don't have to donate to me. I'm part of Andy Roo's gaming gang. That should be linked off my page. Aaron of WTF and TFW, Aaron's is in there as well. We've got a bunch of people in there. What are we talking about? Their dominant hand? Listen, my dominant hand, alright? There's a reason why it's called the... No, never mind. That doesn't make any sense. I was going to do one of those things where the palm is called one thing and the backhand is called the other, and try to work it into some of this, like, kind of like weirdly horny talk, but like there's no version of this that turns out well. I'm gonna plant the big monkey down and pat him on the head. Anyway, yeah, Extra Life. That's how it works for me. You can also go to Aaron if you want to donate to, I believe, Riley's is where Aaron's funds are going. Let me see on my page if it says, yeah, I'm in Andy Roo's gaming gang. And you can see here, donate. Does this just go straight to the gaming gang? Okay, select a team member first. So yeah, there's me, there's Aaron, there's Alfie. Actually, Aaron and Alfie are both short of their goals. So you should go and donate to them. Here, I'll link to the team page for them. Just in case. But make sure that if you do donate to Aaron that you do not go over 1,200. You must stop right at 1,200. It'll make him nervous, and you should make sure that he just stays at... Soft cap him at 1,200. Move on to Alfie after that. Move on to some of our other members, like Army of Bees, or Davin Huston. Davin Houston. Davin Huston. Don't tell anyone I said that. Alright. So, continuing on through our remaining milestones. I feel like I owe a double one here, so give me a sec. I'll be right back. Actually, we can't let you know where they are.
safe.
It's time. So we're going to do this one sightless as well. I'm going to have to actually move this back a ways. This is going to be very hard to keep in the frame. Alright, so we want to stay roundabouts here. Can I move this back even more, maybe? I hope Picky Peeves is still around. It'd be a shame if Picky, like, heads off, like, oh, I gotta go make a sandwich. Comes back, oh! Much like Pokeroo, you just missed Snarl. He was just here. All right. Love going back to your story about his shipping cases on the podcast. Aaron going, August? Pops me every time. Maybe you put him under the towel, then we can be surprised together. Need to make a little bit more room. Hey, Picky, I'll give you the chooser on here. Towel over my face or towel over Snarl? Because it is kind of two different things, right? Like, towel over my face, you can see when I'm getting lost. But then again, I can't tell what's happening. Towel over Snarl, we're just looking at a lumpy towel moving around for a while. But then we do both get surprised. We got one for face here. I think towel over face is... Oh, wait, towel over Snarl. Okay. It's Picky's choice on this one. Because this is the one where I'm, like, making Picky Peeves' life difficult. I also don't remember how Snarl transforms. You know what? We're doing this one so that we can towel over the camera. We're doing this one so that we can figure out together what it's like if I put a towel over the toy. While I'm here doing this, we got any questions from the... I just feel weird. I always want to call you the audience or the viewers or something. The weird thing that we've moved into these days where it's like, refer to the second person chat, proper noun. It always kind of bums me out. So I only ever want to do that as a bit. So hey, my dear viewers who are here present right now, why don't you stay under the towel? Why don't you any questions about the Transformers? I don't even remember how his arm opens or if it does. All right, let's go back here. Let's start with the part I do know, which is that you close the... I thought you closed the... We snartin'. We hayin'. Any new series after Earthspark? I hope so. I haven't looked at the Prime pitch doc other than the picture of Megatron looking like beef. And I was like, dang, that's a cool looking Megatron. Oh, this is really hard. This is really hard to do. Where would you like the showrunners to take the next Earthspark season? I want to, if possible, just kind of get a chapter 2 on everything. Just like let's not introduce like a new antagonist. Let's not introduce like a new, you know, sort of like big bad. I kind of just want let's chapter 2 everything that's going on. Chapter 2 Tarantulas, chapter 2 Starscream, chapter 2 everything. If you could pick any dinosaur to get a Dinobot toy, I would pick Pachylocephalosaurus, the one what headbutts. Same thing for fossilizers, actually. The Pachylocephalosaurus, the one what headbutts is like the most metal of all the dinosaurs I've seen. This is like, I'm not gonna troll Picky with this segment, but then I tried to remember a dinosaur name. I will say that was not trolling. That was just free-form thinking. Have you seen the Pluto anime or read the manga? I watched the anime in like 2 days. I watched 3 episodes and then all the rest of it in one go afterwards. And was like, damn, that was cool. And then they were like, oh, there's a manga. I'm like, oh, did they make a manga about the Netflix show? And then I saw the date that the manga came out, and I was like, oh, I was just ignorant to this existing. So I'm maybe giving up on the robot arms turning into dino legs because I can't tell what moves in there without looking at it, so I'm just proceeding. Which Transformers toy line would you like to see a making of documentary? You'd like to see Prime Rid to see how they adjusted to the economy. Actually, for that reason, I'd love to see Fall of Cybertron's version of Generations, since I think that's the line where it just, like, the shift in everything just punched that line square in the face. I would love to know some of the behind the scenes on that, like just full beef, full tea, full everything, like no punches pulled, just like what happened, what were your goals, what did we almost get? Something's gone very wrong under this towel. Fall of Cybertron toys too soon. Soon it will have been 12 years. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, here we go. Here, no, wait! Something just happened. How? Wait, how did I do that? What? What? Wait, where did his foot go? Something ain't right down here. What? Oh no, I don't know what's happening. I'm going to say, hang on, just for the sake of moving the stream along, I'm going to give myself 1 more minute. And then we just have to look at what I did. One minute, and then we just look at what I did. Oh, no. Oh, I got to pick that up later. Here we go. TF fan page 101. I'm in the tail end now. I think I've got one. I'm gonna do one more karaoke to close things out, and then we'll be done. I think that'll shore up everything, just in case there's future donations that come in. That covers them as a milestone. Something bad happened in here. Wait, I never pulled his head out. Oh no. I think one reason, Picky, why cartoons haven't made the trailer a bigger part of the play pattern is, like, the existence of the trailer was a budgetary problem for a while. Oh, no. Okay. So let's find out how good a job I did. Let me pick up Boter. He fell off the table during all that. Let's find out how good a job I did of transforming Studio Series 86 Dinobot Snarl from robot mode to dinosaur mode under a towel. I mean, I think it looks okay. It's close enough, yeah. I don't see why are we saying oh no? What's all this oh no? Calm down, okay? Snarl likes it. Better leave that. That angle is worse. Look at, he's trying to hide his head in the dirt. Don't look at me. Oh, that's what was going on with the feet. They were supposed to go under the, you're right. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think it's broken. Thanks. This is a towel of mine. This seems like a fun stream thing to do, actually. The towel over the toy, I think, is maybe a little bit more entertaining than the towel over my face. The towel over my face, if I had someone on a call who could monitor and tell me, like, move forward or something, then we got that. But I think when it's just me, I think towel over the toy. Because we're all discovering together whatever the hell happened. The sad, cruel irony of a dinosaur turning into the asteroid. True. There's probably a way for the chat to see the toys and not you. I mean, yeah, we, like, you know, this over my face. I think this over my face, but someone able to tell me if I'm just, like here. That's, like, peak. A piece of cardboard and me minimizing the window? Maybe. I don't have as much room here as it looks. Because if I put, like, just as an example, if I put, like, a screen over this... Well, actually, no. Because I don't think that would change very much compared to the towel over my head, because I still don't want to see this, right? So my main worry about me not seeing it, but the chat seeing it, sorry, the viewers seeing it, is that it might go off screen. So I think I would just need to have an assistant, like, calling out if it goes off screen. And that's doable. Hang on. I was hideously born this way. Alright, so final milestone. This is all milestone. I'm just like, whatever. I talked about doing it, so I better just do it. I'm just gonna do it. Whatever. Whatever! I can be an assistant. I have the outfit and everything. Excellent. Let me go get something that I need off of the internet. That's what I need. And then, let me plug the headphones in and get the actual audio feed to come through the headphones. So we're going to close out on one more of these, because why not? I wanna. Now I'm in the mood. And then we will be done for this charity stream. This, like, legit, actually successful, pretty darn successful charity stream. Holy moly. So if I put this over here. By the way, I know I see some of you who have been in here for a very long time compared to some folks who came in a bit later. Hope you're all feeling okay. We all feeling good? $100. Hell yeah. Okay. Let me just readjust my audio settings to put this through this auxiliary. And let's see if I hear it through here. I'll play the paparazzi track just so I can do a sound check. Okay, that's coming through here now. And it's also... Oh. Oh. Hang on. Now I have to change this. That's why I hadn't done this before. Now I remember. No, you now have to be this one. Ayo. Alright, and then if I play this... Now it's playing through there. Okay. Oh, hey, I have a question, by the way. Was the audio balance on the last karaoke decent? It seems you all could hear what was happening, and it seems like it wasn't blowing out. It wasn't like the voice was blowing out over the music or vice versa. It's the impression I got. So I think those levels work. -12 on the track and 0 on me. Hang on, I gotta move this. Once again, this camera is in the way. It's very solid. Okay, hopefully that will carry through for this one. So, this is a little kind of cabaret style thing. I want to make some kind of industrial tinged version of this because I like this song a lot. Celeste Sanguine, get to listen to this while at work. It's a good start to the shift. Hope you're having an okay time. We're about to close. This is the last thing I'm going to do, and then I'll say my goodbyes and closing whatevers. That'll probably take another, like, 5 hours because of me. But where is that track? Okay. By the way, this song. So I mean, the paparazzi one, right? I kind of characterized that one as like, oh, maybe it's a maybe it's a little bit of a creepy song if you look at it from the right angle. This song is like that, but like very definitely creepy. So I don't know if it's something you'd call a content warning, but like the song is very much. It's clearly from a certain cabaret-ish, musical-ish perspective of a very obsessive person. So, just for plain statements, there's no like weird subtweeting going on here, and I'm not like quietly obsessed with someone who is like,
I know that I have a viewer out there, and this will puncture a staple through their heart so they know it's me.
So just so it's clear, everything in this is performative. It's a performance style I happen to like, which, as a dude on the internet, turns out not the best performance style to like doing on the internet of creepy obsessive person, because there's tons of them out there. So I want to make it really clear. This is all in fun and performance and a bunch of random French words. So I'm gonna get this going, and then hopefully we enjoy ourselves. Ah, yeah, there it is. Viens chez moi la nuit. Je t'attends derrière la porte en verre et je tiens la lumière. You were meant for me, even though it's plain you don't agree. I will be here for you. Yes, I will wait here for you till these dark days are through, till my dreams all come true. My darling, you were meant for me, and I'm sure that someday soon you'll see we cannot be apart. No, we must not be apart, or the nightmares will start, and you might break my heart. Don't break my heart. Je t'attends derrière la porte en verre et j'éteins la lumière. Il sera noir jusqu'à la nuit si claire, quand on s'aime et on se perd, on est seul sur la terre. Je erre sur la terre, sur la terre. My darling, try to face the fact the only thing you lack is me. I'll be in every place, in every single face you'll see. You'll run towards the light, but you will never quite be free. Into another's arms you'll fall, but close your eyes and I'll be all you'll see. You'll see. You'll see. My darling, you were meant for me. I'll be in every place, in every single face you'll see.
You'll see. You were meant for me. You'll see. I'll be in every place, in every single face. You'll see. For me, for me, for me, for me. Oh, you were meant for me. You were meant for me. You were meant for me. You. Je retrouve ton jour.
And scene. I'm still working on my French. I can't hit those R's very well. But, isn't it such a friggin' James Bond theme? This is like Uta Lemper, You Were Meant for Me. It's so friggin' cool. So I really, really want to make, a sort of industrialized version of it. Unless, like, I can, like, meet people who just know how to make the music part of music, because I don't know how. But, yeah, isn't it like just a creep-ass, friggin' creepy song? And it's not, like, necessarily the lyrics, it's, like, the fact that, like, the song just takes it's the instrumental. It has, like, this really suddenly kind of intensely sinister tone. And it's all these, like, kind of lovey-dovey lyrics, like, oh, you were meant for me, and you know, like, you'll see. But then, like, with the way that the music plays out, it's very clear that, like, this is a one-way conversation. This is someone who's, like, they're telling someone that they're gonna understand. And obviously, in real life, you should never do that. But in the realm of fantastical, cabaret-tinged musical theateresque pieces, I like to say, real Frollo hours. I friggin' love Hellfire. Hellfire is my favorite Disney song. So anyway, that's another one I'm trying to figure out. And what a lovely way to I'm gonna reset everything to my speakers now before I forget, or I'm gonna get very confused the next time I do a stream. Hopefully the volume was okay there. I don't have a pop guard. I realized that I lost my pop guard several years ago, and I kind of didn't think of it because I was recording into a Zoom. But now that I'm on this thing, I really gotta get a pop guard. So let me set this back to my headphones. And no idea you can. I don't have vocal lessons. I'm the person who sits at home doing it until it starts to sound okay. But also, there's a reason why I'm salty that we don't have TFCon karaoke anymore, because that was really fun, and I like having an opportunity to do a performance-y little thing now and then, where it's not me doing it on a stream, where even though, you know, this was very fun, I always feel like I'm really kind of like if I doing this on a stream, if there's not like milestones attached, I feel like I'm really forcing my time into your time more so than just whatever this stream already is. So, have I ever attempted harsh vocals? I have. The last hard karaokes were more I did 2 Ginger songs. I've been trying. I used to do harsh vocal stuff because I really liked Oomph before Oomph's original lead singer. More or less, he's still alive, but the person he was basically died over the course of 3 years. So I kind of was going for like a European-induced industrial harsh vocal. It's in some of the tracks on my SoundCloud, which is a little bit more speaking from in here. Kind of like I did a little bit on the Lady Gaga thing, but it's using like this kind of clenching of the throat kind of thing. But then when I got into Ginger, I was trying to learn how to do like actual harsh vocals, between that and like, you know, remembering how much I liked Death Clock, but I kind of get how it works, but I don't really get how it works, because it's like,
You're kind of going from in here.
and I'm trying to figure out how to do that in a way where I'm not stressing my throat, and I can figure it out sometimes. But it's tricky, because the trick about, that I understand anyway, about scream or harsh vocals is you have to figure out a way to do it where your throat is kind of relaxed while you're doing it. And I've been trying to, the thing I've been trying to do also for any of these is like, generally I'm like, I have to remember to, in my head, widen the throat passage, and that makes everything easier, I find. And I think that's like basic vocal lesson stuff. I just never ended up taking vocal lesson things. I just sat around and did it really badly a lot, and then, etc., etc. I just, someone makes a full hell karaoke video on YouTube, because I can definitely do that. A full of hell. Holy moly. I don't know what that is, but full of hell sounds fun. Anyway, this should now be back into speakers. Let me just have a listen here. That's speakers. That's speakers. Okay, thank goodness. Oh, Full of Hell is a band. I don't know them. I should look them up. My recent like music listens, like Ginger is the one I've been going on about since 2019. That's a really good Ukrainian metal band with their vocalist Tatiana is like one of the kind of like low-key vocal inspirations I have as far as being able to switch voices. I think that it's really fun to figure out how to switch your voice a lot, because I think it makes stuff more fun to listen to and more fun to do. And then there was, oh, what was it? Someone sent me some interesting ones lately. I won't yammer on too long, but I'm just going to dig through my playlist where I put music recommendations. They're really hard to get into. I found looking for guitars help because it's so hard to hear them. Interesting. Full of Hell. Just going to open that in a separate thing and take a look at that later. Generally speaking, like I always tell people when it comes to music, like my taste tends to rest sort of in a somewhere in the dark wave industrial metal trinity, but there's plenty of stuff I like that goes outside of it. Like there's a lot of poppy things. I've always been a fan of Lab. I was a very big fan of Freeze Pop when they were active. Collide is one. I mean, they're dark wave, but Freeze Pop I always felt actually was industrial. I felt Freeze Pop was in a poppy. They were like in a pop flavored version of dark wave industrial to me. Oh, Bloodywood is the big one I got into recently. How could I forget that? If you haven't looked up Bloodywood, they're incredible. They're based out of New Delhi. They're a fully independent band. And they do, it's a metal band with a rapper, a good rapper, Raul, and their harsh lyrics are generally in Indian, while their rap lyrics are in English. They're extremely, how do you put it? They're kind of like heavy-handed progressive political, but in a way where like they have very straightforward, empowering messages to give, which are generally kind of like, you know, just follow your dreams and stuff. But they do it in a way, they feel like a group of shonen protagonists who have your back specifically. And it's very inspiring stuff to listen to. Yeah, Lab has been coming back, so I've been listening to some of their stuff. I only know the Bloodywood album. So the album, I like the album. If there's anything about the album, it's that I kind of wish the track order was different, but I'm all down with the album. April, do you mean the Indian band? That's Bloodywood. It's you know, play on Bollywood. Bloodywood, like I first heard of them with their song Danadan, which is the gist of Danadan is it's about sexual abuse, and the message is don't commit sexual abuse or we will kick your ass. And it would be nice if we could change your mind with words, but until that works, we're going to beat you to death if you do it. Yeah, they're the shonen protagonist ones. They've got a song called Aj, which is just like, it's literally a song just about pursuing your dreams, but the way it tells it is it's like, pursue your dreams by friggin' uppercutting fate in the chin, and we got your back. One of the chorus transition bits is, I gotta look it up. I want to get this right. It's so it tells you everything about them. This is from the rap bit. Because so you have to be okay with rappers in metal, and I know that that's a thing for a lot of people who grew up in the aughts, especially. It's worth it, in my opinion. It's a little cheese at times, but it's so like heart. They aren't just heart in their chest, and it's not just heart on their sleeve. Their heart has exploded out of their chest, grabbed their sleeves, and grabbed you by the collar to go like, listen to what I'm telling you. Oh yeah, okay. So one of the chorus bridges is literally they rap Kaioken, I will be better than I was back. They just use the word Kaioken as a word in their lyrics. And this AAJ sounds like Dragon Ball AMV music, except what if music was made to be that instead of like tracks were pulled in to fulfill that function? Let me just pull in the track list. I'll just give you the... where is it? Rock Shock. I just need to see the Rock Shock track list. So yeah, you got Gadar, which is just a magnificent political song. It opens with on-screen... The video... They have a video for it. All their music, all their videos, everything. They run a Patreon still. Everything is done independently. Without like a major label. They master their own tracks, they shoot their own videos. So Gadar is it opens up with on-screen text saying like, we are, this is not taking aim at any particular party or side. We are politically neutral, honest. And then in the bridge they have that text come up again saying, in light of populism and communalism and the state of the world, we can no longer be politically neutral. And it's really fun how that like they do that little interplay there, because like they are not politically neutral. They have very clear and almost cartoonishly heavy-handed, broadly handed views. It's nothing that's like, this party's good. It's just very like, do what you say you're gonna do. Don't sexually abuse people. Pursue your dreams. Don't be in the pocket of people if you're in the news. Like, they have a whole song about it. So, yeah, Gadar is the first track. Aj is the second track. Zanjiro Ze is the third track. That's one about kind of picking yourself up through a depression, if I recall correctly. Machi Basad is a song that they actually... They made it for Ubisoft for Beyond Good and Evil, and then Ubisoft didn't want it. And it's a song... It's just like, start a riot. Like, you, the people, are more powerful than the government, so remind them you can start a riot. Danadan is don't sexually abuse people or we'll kick your ass. G Vire is another... I always mix up G Vire and Zanjiro Ze's messages. Zanjiro Ze is like these chains like on me. G Vire is more about like, not succumbing to depression. It has a beautiful line in it somewhere that references some piece of literature I don't know. It's the one. It's like it's got the very basic line. It's like, it's like, just say if you think that you on your own are gonna die, you can get back up if you're still alive. Oh yeah. It's you got 13 reasons for you to go away. Here's 3 more for why you gotta stay. It's such a cheese. It's like a cheesy rap line, but then like the way that they deliver it is like so uncynical and unironic that like you want to love it. At least that's my experience. It's like the kind of stuff that would make like 21-year-old me go like, it's pretty cringe cheesy, and then like you hear it now, and the way that they deliver it, you can't help but just go like, no man, hell yeah. Then they got Endurant. Probably if I was gonna pick out a weakest track on the album, Endurant would be it. It's about like not fighting back with violence, but becoming stronger through being bullied or whatever. Yod actually makes me cry if I listen to it and watch the video. Yod is a song which is it's a song about loss. It can apply to any kind of human loss, but it is very specifically about the loss of a pet, and that very specific kind of loss. It's worth watching the video. It will tear jerk you hard. Then BSDK.exe is the extremely direct song about that is against the Fourth Estate, journalists being in the pocket of political parties and political messages. It's a very unsubtle song. A lot of their songs are extremely unsubtle. And then Chakala is the last one, which is sort of like Machi Basad, but Chakala has this great line. It's in Indian, but like it translates to like. Hang on, I gotta pull that one up too. It's such a good lyric when you translate it, because it's, again, when you hear it, what it is, it's the most basic thing. Hang on, I gotta pull up lyrics translation. I got it on my phone too, because another nice thing about Bloodywood, I bought their album on Bandcamp, and in the audio files they attach all the lyric information, which is just nice, you know. It's not in here, is it? Hang on, hang on. Yeah, the video for Machi Basad, they talk about the Ubisoft thing. They're like, yeah, they didn't want it, but we thought it was cool. And that's why in Machi Basad, they have a line which is, it's not beyond good and evil, it's beyond bad and good, right? And you're like, oh, that's why that line is in there. Because this was literally going to be for Beyond Good and Evil 2. And then Ubisoft, like, I don't know why they didn't want it. It's hard for me to find my albums because my iPhone has put random album art on the last 6 albums I put on here, and I don't know why. Okay, yeah, so it's like, where is it? The Indian chorus bridge is like, birth and class, the ways society divides. Every single one of us is scattered across the board, but everyone has the right, at the very least, to food, clothing, and shelter. So rise up, rise up, rise up. The fight for your rights won't be easy. That's the Chakala chorus. Hopefully that communicates. That is how dead-ass simple their message can be, but like they do it in a way where you're like, hell yeah! Hell yeah, it is! I also just didn't see Bishop Newton. Sorry, Bysop Nevvton. With a $20 super chat. So I've been watching you since I was a kid. Thank you for the videos. Have you seen the 52 Toys Beastbox figures? I have. Hang on. I was buying them when they were like very new, and then I kind of fell off because I just couldn't afford to keep up with them. But I actually have half of a set. I gotta still get the other half eventually. Of the quad combining monkeys. I gotta get the red ones so I can make the big monkey. But I'm still always like poking around at Beastbox. Yeah, it's very raging. I mean, yeah, they, as you said, they have one of their tours was called Raj Against the Machine, right? One thing about Bloodywood, also, they have some really good live performance recordings. They always do, like, and these I think are written out because they're always the same words. They have like this sort of like speaking storytelling that they do in between each song to present what the next song is about. And some of that stuff is like really, like the ones for Aj, again, it's so heartfelt. It's like tear-inducing of like, it's some line of like, your dreams don't belong in your head or in the future. They belong here and now in the present kind of stuff. And you're like, that's right, they do! Bloodywood has, like, nothing but good tour names. They had Raj Against the Machine. They had a couple other good ones, too. I can't remember what they were. But, yeah, I like Bloodywood a lot. What was it? I was recently listening to some other stuff. Fem have their final EP, because Fem is finishing. They're done. They had their final performance in London just over a week ago. Far East mentioned Mannequin. I really like the original album, Femization. And then their single is I think it's really good. It's a 5-track one, and the main thing is like there's Cherry on Top, the kind of finale song, and then the 2 performers from Fem did their own solo songs as kind of epilogues to the Fem project, and as like sort of saying, this is us, we're going to move forward now as these folks. So that stuff has also been really good. Dance with the Dead, I don't know if they still have this going, but Dance with the Dead is another group I really like. They put their entire discography up for like $20 for a while. They're pretty good. Have I listened to Health? I don't know them either. I gotta put them in my list. Actually, I don't know what to look for because I typed in the word health music. And I'm getting a lot of stuff. Actually, I might have the ones you're talking about. Is their channel health with a symbol next to it? Because then they are actually the first thing that pops up. Is Rat Wars their thing? Yeah, I don't know. Well, Bloodywood are definitely heavy metal. They are straight up like they're in the metal oeuvre. I'm a big fan of Rammstein's most recent album, Sight. I think it turned out really well. I think it's been proven over time. As a collective group, Rammstein works really well. And as a collective group, that's what holds their projects together. Like, it's become kind of clear that, like, the drummer definitely is kind of the actual leader of Rammstein in a lot of ways. Like, Christoph really holds that group together, especially in the last few years, I feel. Because obviously Till Lindemann, the vocalist, is going... He is perpetually now kind of just going through a lot of stuff. And he has had a lot of bad people in his ear. Is one way I would put it. This predates a lot of like the Till Lindemann headlines of the last 2 years. So it's why I still really liked Sight. It feels like a really healthy way to be a band of guys who are all much older that isn't just aimlessly nostalgic. That's what I really like about Sight. Yeah, Till Lindemann is like it's hard to piece together stuff about him because dating back to the 90s, there's a lot of German press that also just despises Rammstein, full stop. And it makes a lot of news researching about them, I find, very difficult. But also, Till Lindemann has had as far as I understand, his personal agent has been a really bad influence on a lot of habits. Till is basically like, has always been like kind of like this odd, broad-shouldered sex addict, and has had a couple of, not just his manager, but a couple of people in his ear who have led him into really, really bad path. And like his Lindemann project, the first album they put out, I really liked it because it was 50-50, Till Lindemann and Peter Tegström. And as a 50-50 project, it was very interesting. And then it kind of just became Till's project. And you could almost hear Peter getting sick of the project, basically, and what it was becoming. So that's why, against odds, Rammstein manages to overcome that, to me at least, because it feels like it's not Till's project. Now we've seen, and he still does single projects constantly, you can now see Till projects and Rammstein projects, and there is like this clear delineation. Anyway, Rammstein, the Zeit album, every music video is incredible. I found just about every track kind of incredible. And it's so weird, like, it's like Till is so good in Rammstein albums, almost in spite of himself now. Especially when you listen to, like, where some of his creativity moves when he's not only in his Lindemann project, but then Peter Tegström left the project. So then it was just like when there was a tour where it was pretty much just Till and this a band made up of like younger guys, and it was like interesting to look at, but it also looked kind of like a disaster, as far as like the form of chaos it was taking. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, that's I just because I saw that Sight album on my iPhone. That's another one that's been on my mind. And yeah, Ginger, Perturbator is another one. Icebreaker have a good album that came out a couple years ago. Is Thu's album out? That was damn it. That his group had such a good name. It was something ambulatory. Surely someone can remember it, because now I can't. I'm looking at too many of my... Okay, it's out. What is the group name? It's such a good name, and now I can't remember it. There's too many... Rogue Limb! That's what it is. That's what I meant. Ambulatory. Yeah. I didn't know it was out. I gotta listen to that. Oh! And then I've recently... I know I talked about this before, so I've crossed another Rubicon on one of my little journeys. Generally... Oh, what's Lord Money? Wasn't Thu, like, drumming for another group many a year ago, or over the last many a year ago, but it was, like... It wasn't the kind of, like, project that he's, like, full chest behind on Rogue Limb, like he is with Rogue Limb. Because I know he was, like, doing music stuff, but Rogue Limb is, like, an actual, like, thing. Oh, it was called Mouth? I'm real bad at remembering a lot of this stuff. I'm watching the chat now. I want my answers. I should just look it up. I'm not looking it up because my keyboard is up there, but I'm just gonna pull it down. I'm gonna see if Thu has entered the realm of being Google searchable on this. Mouth! That's what it was. Rogue Limb's Bandcamp. Actus Reus. That's just a good name. Well, Thu's also got, like, the, what do you call it? The visual trick created by Beard Volume. I can imagine a Transformer called Actus Reus. True. I gotta keep this up. I didn't know that they were just on Bandcamp. I lost track of this whole thing. Okay, Actus Reus is the album. I assume you can... Okay, you can buy a digital album. Alright. But yeah, the one thing I've discovered in my little journey of digging around through the VTuber side of YouTube is that a lot of VTuber music kind of was like, it's fine, but it's kind of bouncing off me. One of them put out an album recently, and I really like it. It's on YouTube. What was it called? I'm gonna look up the name so I can put the name in, and then we'll be all good. What's the album name? Oh, it was Hard to Think is the album name. It was put out by Akuma Nimune. And I think it turned out pretty good. From what I understand of her music production operation, it's like her and then a friend who does all the... She does all the lyrics and vocals. She has a friend who does all the music, and then a third person who does all the engineering. And she's got like some older kind of jankier put together stuff, but then like this album it came out this month. It's called Hard to Think. It's kind of solid. And there's a track on it called, what was it called? Summer's Guest, where I was like, this is a friggin' action sequence track for the way that I tend to put action sequences together in my brain. And I hadn't had that happen with VTuber music yet. So I think it's actually pretty darn good, worth checking out. She has a lot of music up, so just try to find the album called Hard to Think. I think it's on Spotify, and it's on, like, YouTube streaming. Yeah, it's super, like, Summer's Guest is, like, AMV music. Like, I was very impressed with it. And just the overall mastering on it was like, this actually sounds pretty pro. Like, that's part of what made Bloodywood work for me, is like how well put together the tracks were. Is Opie Katy Cat the metal? I heard there was a metal one. I haven't looked into her music at all. But no, I was really pleasantly surprised by the Hard to Think album, so I'll put that out there. And then I'm also going to set up the end of the stream, because we should probably do that. Turn this down. There we go. Hi. It's the end of the stream. Thank you all for hanging out. We got a question here. Any more painting streams? Oh, hell yeah. I really want to do more painting streams. I want to get a setup where I feel like kind of more comfortable just laying stuff out. And I think right here I could do it. So I would like to do some more painting. Yeah, I'm gonna. Hopefully this is all part of the grand message, right? That I want to do more streaming in general. I've had a lot of fun streaming more often in the last, like, month, and I want to keep doing it. It's fun. Feels like we're all having a good time. Also, for Extra Life, like, you can keep donating if you like. We hit the goal, though, and, like, holy crap. It's unbelievable. So, thanks to everyone who donated. We called out the names, but, like, you all know who you are. You're helping out Sick Kids. Sick Kids is a good hospital. Good hospital/organization. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do any more streams this year, since there's only, like, so many days left, but we'll hit January, do some more streaming. I still got a couple Transformers that I can get fresh opening opinions on when I crack them open. So, until then, we did it. Have a happy new year when you hit it, and stay with me. I want to see you all back here in 2024. I want you back too. Always be there, my little text. Facilitate the existence. I now am aware that I am. Happy New Year!
Let them come.